A bright flash appeared in the air, and because of this attack, several dragons, being wounded, began to fall down, surrounded by a weak magical aura that remained around them after the attack hit them. This battle took place near the last fortress of humanity in the gloomy city, and explosions and flashes of magical energy appeared in the air every now and then, and bloody dragons, falling to the ground, destroyed the remaining buildings. One of the most powerful attacks, hitting the largest dragon, struck this, and the monster twitched, roared, and the elder, frowning in excitement, said that even the almighty dragon died. The guardian of time Yahello, who came out of the portal, came closer to him and seriously warned that their world can no longer be saved. The elder turned towards him, and Yahello, kneeling before him, exclaimed that he was ready to burn his body and soul with the time dragon in order to open a path to the past for the elder. He asked him not to lose hope and give the new generation a chance to live, and with a determined frown, he also admitted that he believed that the elder would be able to change the future. He placed his palm on his chest, and the elder, closing his eyes, said that he was one of those who had the best control over the data of time, because he had always watched this place. They all belonged to this time, and he understood that none of them could leave this world. He lightly struck the ground with the end of his staff, and the magical energy that was released formed a magic circle under the end of it, and also began to rise into the air, swirling in a spiral around the elder. From this energy, magical books also appeared in the air, and he, frowning in concentration, raised his staff, simultaneously waving his other hand, and only strengthened the flow of magical energy emanating from it. Soon this energy turned into a shining book, and holding it in his palm, the elder said that he who does not belong to this time must rewrite the fate of mankind. Sharply sticking his staff up, he directed it towards the beam of magical energy, the beginning of which was surrounded by several magical circles, and along with this beam of light, the magical book also went up. Gradually, the number of magical circles increased, the beam of light divided into several parts that twisted into a spiral, rushing upward, and when the magic flew high enough, the eyes of a monster suddenly shone in the sky, which, grinning, called people weak and said that this useless struggle makes them even more pitiful. Having come forward, the monster became more visible, and extended its tentacles towards the beam of magical energy to stop it. Yahello, noticing the monster, frowned in recognition, and confirming his guess, the elder exclaimed that it was the Forbidden God. The Forbidden God, meanwhile, continuing to entangle the magical energy with its tentacles, said that all the pitiful hopes of the people would be swallowed up by despair, and while the Forbidden God was saying this, the people who were still alive and hearing it realized that it wanted to destroy the passage. The monster continued to speak, declaring that they had become humanity, wasting centuries on ruins, and said that with this sad hope, they would turn to dust. The elder, closing his eyes, stood for a while, concentrating, but after that, he raised his hand with the staff, and although he admitted that they could be nothing but dust, he said that they would die as heroes. Addressing the Forbidden God, he said for it to see their final fury, and small particles of magical energy began to separate from his body into the air. Yahello, standing next to him, put his hand to his chest, closing his eyes, and energy began to be released from his body as well. Some knights, standing a little to the side, frowned in confusion, noticing this, and began to ask what was this? One of them realized that this was being done by the Holy Elder, noting that he was performing a ritual of sacrifice. The elder, meanwhile, shouted that their age was coming to an end and soon they would all perish, and turning to the faithful warriors, he invited them to join this great fireworks of the Day of Judgment. The knights, closing their eyes, stood up, repeating the actions of the elder, and decided that they would follow him and die without regrets. A tear ran down the cheek of one of the warriors, but he also closed his eyes, giving up his energy, and thanks to what these warriors, the elder and Yahello did, the passage created before became brighter and more powerful, and the Forbidden God cried out desperately, trying to deny what was happening. They, the people of antiquity, meanwhile thought that they were giving a gift to the people of the future, noting that it would pass through the Milky Way and make a long journey into the past in order to sow the seeds of hope for the future of humanity. The passage they created, breaking through the Forbidden God, rushed into space, flying between the stars, and the warriors thought that this would be the generation of the ancient wasteland, where beasts and monsters rage. They imagined the people who were subject to dragons, and declared that having tamers, these people would fight monsters and obtain the best resources. They also introduced several people surrounded by terrifying monsters, noting that outside the shelter, there would be many dangerous bloodthirsty monsters waiting for them, where death awaited them at every turn. The Blacklight main base had been standing in the dangerous wasteland for hundreds of years, and the current owner of it was an extremely powerful master, and it was he who created a special camp and training method for new tamers. This was the key to the base existing for hundreds of years, and a little later, inside the Blacklight castle, Soo-Hung walked up to the board, reading the announcement that there was no place for slackers in the Blacklight training camp, and those whose eggs had not hatched within 3 years would be immediately transferred to the gathering team, and if any person had any objections, they would be killed. In addition, the announcement said that training beasts was a risk, and so people were advised to enter the camp with caution. Hung sighed, ran his hand over the large egg he was holding, and sat down on a barrel standing nearby, resting his face on his knees. He didn't understand how this had happened, because tomorrow was the last day, and there were absolutely no signs of hatching. He looked at the egg excitedly, and then, raising his head, cursed mentally, because it was very offensive. And suddenly he noticed a bright flash of light in the sky and, opening his eyes wider, became interested in it, and then, looking closer, noticed that something was flying across the sky at high speed, leaving behind a shining trail of magical energy. Hung even shuddered in surprise and asked himself, "What is it?" The shining object accelerated, approaching him, and finding itself very close to the protagonist, the beam became thinner, and several shining magic circles appeared around it, and the energy, crashing into Heng's forehead, began to be absorbed into his head. He shuddered in surprise, unable to hold on to the barrel, and dropped the egg from his hands. The protagonist fell to the ground, losing consciousness, and in his thoughts he saw huge dragons, on whose paws there were huge claws, and huge fangs protruded from their jaws. The dragons were of many different types, and one of them was especially different, as it was larger. But suddenly Hung was distracted from the visions that appeared in his thoughts, as someone began to scream, trying to attract his attention. Opening his eyes, the protagonist heard someone ordering him to wake up. Finally, poking him in the cheek with the handle of the whip, the man repeated the order, shouting for him to get up, and the protagonist shuddered in confusion, looking at the boy, who looked back at him with displeasure, frowning, and asked if he really slept here. There were several other boys standing around, watching what was happening, and continuing his angry speech, the boy declared that the junior disciples could not spend the night in the castle. Hung slightly rose up, looking at him in confusion, and the boy, pointing his whip in his direction, ordered him to answer, and asked if he really slept here. The protagonist frowned in amazement, asking again, and asked himself if it was really just a dream. He remembered the dream in which he tamed a huge dragon, and recreating in his mind himself, as well as the image of the monster standing behind him, he put his palm to his forehead and asked himself, did such monsters really exist? Noticing that he did not react to his words, the guy only got angrier and asked, was Hung really talking to himself? He reminded him that he was here and heard everything, and swinging his whip, he asked, did the protagonist really think that he was an idiot? He hit him sharply, and from this, a small wound appeared on Heng's cheek. Frowning, he opened his mouth in shock, putting his palm to the wound, and the guy, smirking, said that he heard that the protagonist was going to join the wanderers from the search party today and go into the wasteland to get food. He raised his whip again, about to hit him, and asked if he could come back alive by getting out of the tower. Hung frowned, looking at him indignantly, but before anything else could happen, the egg suddenly began to glow faintly, and the top of it cracked, and one of the guys, noticing this, attracted the attention of the protagonist and announced that his egg had cracked. The other guy froze, never striking, and Hung looked at his egg in shock, then asked if he really succeeded. Grabbing the egg, he raised it above his head, kneeling down, and happily shouted that he succeeded, and this all means that 3 years of trying were not in vain and he finally did it. The boy, as well as several of his comrades, shuddered, looking at Hung in horror, and the boy cursed, covering his mouth with his hand, as he realized that the protagonist, whom he called a worthless person, really did everything right. Smiling kindly, he waved his hands, saying that this was just a huge misunderstanding, and when Hung finally got to his feet, he decided that he would definitely inform the head teacher that he had completed the internship and became a master, as he was sure that in the future the protagonist would quickly reach new heights. However, Lu Yu, coming closer, stopped not far from them, said that there was no need to report anything, and Hung and the boy shuddered upon hearing her voice, and turned around, noticing the head mentor of the Blacklight Tower, Yu. She began walking again, stopping in front of Hung, and announced that he would now be able to interact with his egg. He, repeating these words in amazement, pressed his cheek to the egg and closing his eyes called the one who lives inside this, little, admitting that he was waiting for this very much. The egg was slightly irritating, and from inside this one an inarticulate cry was heard, and hearing this, Hung shuddered, smiled happily and said that it was talking. Yu, closing her eyes, also smiled and said that this was wonderful, and then, placing her palms on the shoulders of the main character, said that more and more young tamers were appearing in Blacklight. And suddenly she frowned, becoming more serious, and drew attention to the wound on Heng's cheek and asked what it was. He carefully touched the wound with his hand, and then, pointing towards the guy with his hand, said that it was he who hit him. Angrily looking in his direction, Yu asked how he dared to hit the master? She crossed her arms seriously and said that she would give him 20 lashes and then send him out into the wilderness to forage for food, so that he would receive his punishment there. Hung, hearing this, smiled contentedly, and the boy shuddered and, covered in sweat from horror, began to cry, asking Yu not to do this. Falling to his knees, he extended his hand towards the protagonist, starting to beg him to spare him. But ignoring him, Yu turned away, telling Hung to follow her, and Hung obeyed. Soon they arrived at the castle and, entering one of the offices in this one, stopped in front of the table where he was sitting. He placed his hands on the table with his elbows and interlaced his fingers with each other, and after that, carefully examining the protagonist, asked if he was really the first newcomer in this semester? He was the master of the base, and Yu, looking decisively at Hun, who was standing far behind her, smiled, confirming that it was true, and noted that she heard that he was about to join the search party, but suddenly his egg began to hatch. The protagonist smiled proudly, and Yu added that he should be rewarded well. Hun only became more happy to hear this, and he, happily closing his eyes, called the protagonist a stubborn boy, since he was able to hand over everything at the very last moment. In his opinion, this was not bad, and he said that Hung had two options. Grinning, he announced that the first option was that he could give him a piece of dragon scale, since his beast in this egg was a scaly lizard. He added that this piece would contain high-grade dragon blood, and this would speed up the hatching process. Hung, startled, became more serious, listening intently, and he, pointing a finger in his direction, added that after hatching, the beast would be stronger than other scaly lizards, and in addition, there was a small chance that it would be infected with a drop of dragon blood, causing it to become very strong in the future. In addition, there was a second option, and he announced that when the time came to have a second pet, he would allow Hung to choose one egg from his collection. The protagonist decided that a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush, and with a determined frown, he admitted that he thought he would choose the first option. He was delighted, smiling, and said that he would arrange for the dragon scales to be delivered today during the day, and also, while standing up, he expressed his hope that in the future, Hung would not forget about this and would contribute to Blacklight through his efforts. The protagonist lightly hit his chest with his fist and frowned decisively, agreeing with this. Apart from the castle, Blacklight itself was divided into two zones, the inner and outer, and the inner zone was where the rich members of the community lived, and it also had a more honest environment. The outer zone, on the other hand, was considered bad and dirty, and was where the lower classes lived. The houses in the outer zone were very different from those outside the gate in the inner zone, and in one of these houses, which belonged to Hung, someone's scream suddenly rang out. The man, noting that he was in pain, asked his interlocutor to let him go, with asking, "What has happened?" Su Qing, who was holding his ear, frowned in displeasure and asked what he knew about pain. Reminding him that he was gone last night, she asked where he was. Hung, closing his eyes, screamed again, noting that he was no longer in pain, and Qing, twisting his ear harder, noted that this morning she went to the inner zone to look for him, but she could not go in, and she had to wait at the gate. She was very worried, and furiously asked what the protagonist even understood. She was going to tear off all his ears, but at that moment, someone suddenly knocked on the door, and continuing to hold Hung by the ear, she turned towards this and asked who was there. The protagonist looked towards the door in surprise, and the guy, entering inside, closed his eyes, resting his palm on his head, and greeted Hung, noting that the owner of the castle ordered this to be delivered to him. He was holding a tray in his hands, on which lay several packages, as well as coins, and bowing, he asked the protagonist to keep it safe. He wished him success in martial arts and raising his beasts, and Qing finally let go of Hung, and after that, they both shuddered in the same way, looking at the items on the tray in shock. Suddenly, Qing smiled enthusiastically and, repeating about raising beasts, asked if the protagonist had really succeeded. She exclaimed that it was very cool, and hugged him, happily closing her eyes. Hung also closed his eyes, and she noted that their mom and dad would be very happy to know that he had succeeded. She understood that they had not sold their previous house in vain, because the protagonist would now become a wet person in society. Hung caught her attention by saying that he would still be living in the outer zone, and Qing suddenly shuddered, noticing that the guy who had brought the money and the scale bundles was still standing at the door, looking at them in shock. They were all silent for a while, exchanging glances, and Qing finally let out a cry, remembering that she was about to go to work. She let go of him, who held his neck with his hand, sighing and closing his eyes, as Qing was hugging him too tightly. As she left the house, she told him to behave, announcing that she was leaving, and she waved goodbye to him with a happy smile, and Hung and the other guy froze, watching her. Soon the door closed, and for a while they just stood there, and Hung, closing his eyes, smiled excitedly. After a while, he placed the tray on the table in front of him, frowned in concentration, unpacked one of the boxes, and poured the scales into his palm, asking if this was really a dragon scale. Suddenly, the scales began to emit magical energy, and Hung frowned in confusion, looking at it in amazement, and the magic suddenly moved to his head, and with a start, the protagonist raised his head, and then opened his eyes wider, and in his mind there appeared an image of a shining book, which opened to the desired page, showing a diagram of how a scaly lizard turned into a dragon lizard using the dragon blood root, dragon scales, and hatching an egg and turning the creature into a dragon. Hung opened his mouth, shocked by what he learned, and with a sigh, he thanked the book for this information, and then closed his eyes, lowering his head. Beads of sweat appeared on his face from the tension, and after that, he concentrated on the fact that the scaly lizard could turn into a dragon. He remembered that an adult dragon lizard was a top-class species that could easily destroy a small city. The beast that Hung had was a mid-class species, a scaly lizard, and they were two completely different species. Imagining a terrifying dragon, he frowned as he looked at the egg in the basket next to him, and while mentally recreating the image of the root in question, he held his chin in his hand, recalling that it looked like a brownish-brown root, and asked with interest, was it good for him? He remembered the girl standing next to he, and noted that she was so talented that she eventually surprised the owner of the castle by becoming his apprentice. Looking at the scale still lying on his palm, the protagonist also remembered that the first beast she raised was a high-class dangerous species beast. Frowning determinedly and gritting his teeth, he clenched his hand into a fist, imagining what might happen if he could breed a lizard dragon. He soon ran to the medicine store, and after taking everything he needed, he smiled kindly at the shopkeeper as he gave him the money. After returning home, he ground up the root, thinking that if he could breed a more powerful beast, he too could become the castle master's apprentice. He soon placed the egg in a vessel filled with the ground root, smiling confidently as he watched. Soon after, he drew a magic circle on the ground and used magic to activate it, placing the egg inside, which was still absorbing the ground root. Suddenly, the magical energy spreading from the magic circle began to shine brighter, forming the silhouette of a dragon, and it was so bright that Hing shuddered, squeezing his eyes shut, covering his face with his hand. The dragon's silhouette grew larger and larger, and then it was finally absorbed into the egg, and soon the magic dissipated, and Hung froze, watching the egg in shock. But the next moment he flinched, his mouth wide open, as part of the shell from the very top of the egg flew off. He wondered if the creature inside was still a scaly lizard or if it had already become a dragon lizard. Carelessly frowning, he peered into the egg, and some time later, in the training ground, warriors were training, holding weapons in their hands, fighting. Yu, with her arms crossed over her chest, watched them carefully, tightly pressing her lips and frowning, and suddenly one of the guys, frowning in worry, turned to his partner with whom he was currently fighting, and noticed that Heng's egg had not even hatched yet, and he had not attended training for 4 days. His companion assumed that the protagonist had simply died and laughed, but the boy exclaimed that it was wrong to say that and decided that they should just wait for head teacher Yu to deal with Hun. Suddenly, Yu frowned even more, startled, and noticed that the protagonist had finally arrived at the training plaza. She cried out in surprise and asked if he even realized that he had to attend training. One of the boys frowned in worry, realizing that the protagonist had met his end, and Hung, looking at Yu with a little sadness, said that he had to skip training, but explained that he had a reason for doing so. Smiling, she asked what that reason was. She warned that it would be good if the reason was quite serious, and smiling, Hung turned his head back to see the backpack hanging on his back, and turning to the creature sitting inside, he told it to get out. Lizard, timidly sticking its head out of the backpack, put its paws on the protagonist's shoulder, and then smiled, crying out softly. Everyone who was in the fighting square froze in shock, shuddering when they noticed the dragon, and one of the guys, frowning, said that it was not a scaly lizard. Stuttering, he asked what it was. He called lizard scary, and she threatening clenched her fists, shouting that it was an especially dangerous species of dragon lizard. All the students continued to watch Hung and his pet in amazement, and Yu, stepping aside, said that they should go to the owner of the castle. The protagonist followed her, and soon they came to the office, and he, standing up, slammed his palms on the table, exclaiming that it was indeed a very dangerous species. He asked in amazement, was this the monster that Hung hatched first? He didn't understand what was going on, and pointed his finger at Yu, asking who gave the protagonist this egg. He seriously ordered her to immediately report to the bureau in charge of this, so that they could find this person and fine him 3 months' salary. He didn't understand how they dared to mix a scaly lizard and a dragon lizard to create such an egg, almost depriving this young talent of his future. But suddenly his mood changed, and he smiled as he looked at Hun, noting that as for him, thanks to his work all these years, he had gone through a lot and gained experience. At first, he got a very ordinary scaly lizard egg, and now he already had the most dangerous top-level species, a dragon lizard, in his hands, and this was a great achievement. Besides, despite all his suffering in the past, he was confident that this was just the beginning, and said that Hung would definitely go far. The protagonist smiled, frowning decisively, and put his hand on his chest, promising that he would live up to his expectations. He admitted that he was very glad that they had such a talented and persistent youth in the castle, and suddenly he admitted that he wanted to ask Hung something, and then, pointing his finger in his direction, he asked if he wanted to become his disciple. The protagonist froze, his mouth slightly open in amazement, and asked again, while Lizard, with his eyes closed, rubbed his head against his neck. Yu was also astonished by this proposal and tried to turn to he and say something to him, but fell silent, looking at Hung in amazement, since she did not think that after that genius by Su, he would accept someone else as a disciple. The protagonist, at this point, thought for a moment, but nevertheless exclaimed that he of course really wanted to become his disciple, and confidently frowning, he called him teacher. Lizard smiled, continuing to sit on his shoulder, and he, laughing, agreed with this and stretching out his arms to the sides, announced that he would hold a banquet that evening, and all the tamers and their mentors would be there, who, of course, would be free. He proposed to celebrate the appearance of a talented tamer and his disciple, and they celebrated until the evening. Hun and Qing returned home accompanied by his personal guards, being in a carriage, and entering the house, the protagonist told Qing that he was now receiving 100 gold pieces a month for the upkeep of his pet, and asked if she could imagine that this was really so. She suggested in that case that they save up some money and buy back their old house, and also noted that he could then pay for her training. Patting his cheek, she closed her eyes, smiled, and exclaimed that she couldn't earn that much even in 3 years. She was glad that Hun could do it, and he closed his eyes in displeasure and asked her not to pinch him. Soon he walked Qing to her room, telling her to go and rest, as she had to go to work the next day. She agreed, and Hun, sitting at the table next to the lit lamp, picked up a book and read that the most striking difference between ordinary creatures and dangerous species was whether they had the innate ability to use magic. The ability to use magic was called magic talent, and talent was the key factor in determining the strength of a beast. The snake dragon lizard, as one of the most dangerous species, naturally had a special affinity for using magic, and in addition to the most common evil attack, the other 6 skills of the snake dragon were dragon sleep, which is able to quickly restore strength and regenerate injuries received in battle. After learning about this, Hung imagined the lizard using it, and read that one of the skills of this is also the lower dragon force, characteristic of most lower dragons, and dragon power. In addition, dragons use the power of the earth, and this was a destructive technique. Another skill, natural force, allowed the use of nature's energy and resources for magic, and the combination of this and dragon sleep made the dragon lizard so tenacious that the power of this increased, and it stopped almost invincible. The last skill was an extremely powerful ability that was called evil. It was the most powerful technique, possessing destructive power, and was close to the power of a dragon's breath. Hung put his finger to his chin and frowned in concentration as he read the text and thought about everything he had learned. Finally smiling, he looked at the lizard that was sleeping next to him in the basket and confessed that he believed that it would become a true beast master. Suddenly, the lizard's body drastically increased in size, and it no longer even fit into the basket it had been in before. However, despite the inconvenience, it continued to sleep, while the protagonist shuddered, his eyes wide in surprise, and barely held back a cry. A bead of sweat appeared on his face, and he was very surprised that dangerous dragon species grew very quickly. A little later, when it was already morning outside, Hung sat in the training room opposite he, who, smiling, said that the dragon he now had was truly talented. He suggested that he test its strength in 3 magical elements, and choose one to focus on first. Extending his palm forward, he showed the ring on his finger, and declared that the element of his beast was evil. Looking in shock at the ring that began to exude magical energy, Hung asked in amazement, could this really be his beast talisman? He remembered that a beast talisman was an item that allowed one to keep a beast of enormous size inside oneself, where it could rest and recover. He imagined a girl who stretched out her hand to the side, and from the ornament on her wrist, a dragon emerged. The beast would grow so large that it would be difficult to contain, and so the tamers would often use various ornaments in the form of talismans. Hung also presented several ornaments that could become such a talisman, and in the next moment, he was suddenly distracted as he made his beast come out of the ring. With his mouth slightly open in shock, the protagonist looked at the evil elemental lava wolf that had landed on the floor in front of them. Looking at his pet as well, he announced that it was a representative of the second-tier evil elemental beast, the Scarlet Wolf. The wolf shuddered slightly as it came closer to he, and he placed his palm on its head and added that this wolf had been his main beast before, noting that it was very suitable for training the snake dragon, as the two beasts matched perfectly together. Hung looked at the wolf with a little fear, wondering if they really matched. He didn't believe it, and the lizard he was holding in his arms also looked scared. He, stroking the wolf's muzzle, said that it was the most dangerous species, combining not only the purebred breed now, but the true animal anger, and it was very harmonious in tandem with Hang's pet. After that, he pointed his finger at Lizard and told the protagonist to put it down on the floor and trust. Hung shuddered in fear, and Lizard reacted in the same way. In the end, the protagonist still listened, putting the dragon on the floor, and it, trembling with fear, looked at the Scarlet Wolf towering over it. Hung froze in alarm, carefully observing what was happening, and in the end, Lizard, still frightened, clenched his jaws tighter, looking pitifully at the protagonist, who, putting his palms in front of him, told it not to rely on him and act on its own. Pointing his finger forward, he smiled and ordered the Scarlet Wolf to use evil breath and show the snake dragon how to do it. The monster opened its mouth, and dark magical energy began to accumulate near it. But before the attack was fully formed, someone suddenly ordered the wolf to stop, and it, opening its eyes wider in amazement, froze, dissipating the energy. Small clouds of smoke remained near its mouth, and he, waving his hand, exclaimed that everything worked out. Hung was amazed to hear this, and then frowned in concentration, watching as streams of magical energy appeared around the lizard, and its eyes began to glow menacingly. The lizard frowned, and he looked at it, calling it very clever. Hung, starting to smile, clenched his palms into fists, starting to support his pet and push it into action. The lizard opened its mouth slightly, and the magical energy that had previously simply hovered around it began to contract in order to unite into a single attack in one place. However, when the dragon, closing its eyes, sent an attack forward, only a small cloud of smoke flew out of its mouth, and the protagonist froze, smiling excitedly, but he was pleased, stepping forward a little, and noted that the lizard right now for the first time comprehended the evil element, and explained that this purple smoke is the initial form of the breath of evil thought. After that, he looked at Hun, noting that his dragon really had great talent, and just looking at the first steps of this one can understand that this one has serious potential. The protagonist smiled happily, and he, raising his palm, on which the ring was worn, suggested that the wolf would no longer be useful to Lizard, and when he raised his hand higher, the Scarlet Wolf disappeared, moving into the ring. Lizard, closing his eyes, sighed with relief, and the next moment another monster appeared behind he, which made the dragon shudder, becoming even more frightened. He, meanwhile, smiling enthusiastically, said that the earthen platypus is a trio formed from earth magic, beast essence, and intimidation. He decided that this platypus should play with the dragon, and the dragon, frightened, ran to Hing, clasping his leg with its front paws. The protagonist shuddered, not expecting this, and his pet, trembling, began to cry, desperately screaming. Hung, looking worriedly at he, asked maybe it was not necessary to do this. He of course admitted that this should be decided by he himself, but still wanted to object, and taking his chin with his hand, he admitted that Hung was right. The platypus disappeared, and instead another monster appeared, drooling from its fangs. The monster waved its powerful tail, and he, smiling, shouted that Hung was of course right, suggesting that this would be too easy, so Lizard needed another beast. He said that the creature he had just summoned was one of his strongest beasts, a harmony of fire, stone and evil, namely a dragon. It was a lava tyrannosaur, and after announcing the name of it, he raised both his hands up, presenting a huge monster that roared, frightening Hung and Lizard even more. They shuddered, their mouths slightly open and their brows furrowed, and looked at the T-Rex in horror. After that, turning his attention back to he, the protagonist asked, were dragons really rare? He smiled and said that he was very lucky that he had hatched a dragon first, as it was an incredible stroke of luck. He guessed that without this dragon, Hung would most likely never have gotten a second egg, and added that many tamers wanted to have such a beast, but could not do so. Hearing these words, the protagonist frowned in confusion, looking at Lizard, who was still clinging to his leg. Thoughtfully holding his chin with his hand, he slightly tilted his head, recalling the shining book he had seen, and guessed that the grimoire of ancient dragons was a very serious thing. Looking at Lizard, he asked, "Is it ready?" The T-Rex opened its eyes wide and looked at its opponent, and Lizard began to tremble, almost crying, but despite this, he extended his hand forward, commanding his lava T-Rex to move forward, and offered to watch the beast's reaction to Hing. The T-Rex, opening its mouth, roared, and from its mouth, streams of powerful wind flew forward, heading towards the protagonist and Lizard standing next to him. They shuddered, frowning, and Hing barely remained on his feet from how strong the gusts of wind were. He put his hands in front of his face, protecting it, and closed his eyes, clenching his jaw, as he noticed the terrifying pressure that was acting on him. He felt like a tiny boat that was about to capsize from this giant, but suddenly he came closer to him and put his hand on his shoulder, and the protagonist shuddered in surprise, frowning. He pulled him aside and advised him to move away, otherwise he might get hurt. Moving away from the attack radius, the protagonist thought with relief that he was lucky, and then opened his eyes wider, looking at the T-Rex with horror, and thought that it was very strong. He, continuing to watch what was happening, attracted Heng's attention, asking him to look too. He turned his attention to Lizard, who, although he closed his eyes and pursed his lips, still stood in place. Crossing his arms over his chest, he said that it was holding up well, and calling out to his T-Rex, he asked that it strengthen the attack. The Tyrannosaur widened its eyes, and then obeyed and roared even louder, and the waves of air spreading from this became stronger. The dragon continued to stand, although its body jerked back a little, and he suggested to see if Lizard could withstand this attack. The protagonist clenched his hands into fists, clenched his jaws and frowned, looking at his pet with confidence, and he suddenly opened his eyes wider, crying out in amazement, as he noticed that the dragon still stood in place. In addition, waves of magical energy began to spread from its body in different directions, and he was amazed that Lizard, although still very weak, was trying to use the lower power of a dragon against the power of a high-level Tyrannosaur. He smiled and placed his hand on his chin, then said that Lizard had a very high level of magical talent, but he admitted that he didn't know if it could break through the terrifying terror of his Tyrannosaurus. Hun shuddered, smiling confidently, and cried out in admiration, asking if Lizard was really that strong? He confirmed it, surprised that it had happened like this, and then, remembering something, he asked if Hun had already used the scales he had sent him? The protagonist said that he had used them as soon as he received them, and holding his chin with his hand, he suggested that the dragon had absorbed the substance in the scales well, and also noted that it might even have been able to obtain some dragon blood, and this helped Lizard double its talent. Hung looked seriously at his dragon, who was still standing despite the attack that was directed towards it, and then he, handing him a book, asked him to take it, explaining that in this book he had collected methods and techniques that would help him in cultivating his beast. Besides that, there was also an interesting method to develop the power of the mind, and he also warned Hung not to forget about his spiritual training when he trained his dragon. The protagonist looked at the book with admiration, and he told him that the power of the mind was his personal power, and also the basis for training the beast. Hung clutched the book to himself with one hand, rested his other hand on his head, closed his eyes and smiled happily, and thanked he for this book and advice. After leaving the castle, he was finally able to buy back his family's old mansion, and since people knew that he had become a master tamer, they treated him with respect. Entering the mansion, Heng began cleaning while Qing worked. He swept the floors with a smile, and after some time had passed, he went outside, looking around the house from the outside. Although he could not make the house as it was in his memories, but there was a feeling of relief in his heart, and before telling Qing the good news, he decided to go to her work and pick her up in order to surprise her. After patting Lizard, who was sitting on his shoulder, he suggested that they go, explaining that they needed to pick up Qing from work. Humming softly, he walked to the right place, and at the same time, several dogs, frowning furiously and opening their mouths threateningly, growled, and Qing, who was the target of the animal's fury, screamed in fear. Hung, hearing and recognizing this voice, turned to the side, frowning, and realizing that it was Qing, he ran forward so fast that Lizard even had difficulty holding on to his shoulder. Qing meanwhile tried to order the animals to move away from her, and Shujin, who was standing next to the dogs, crossed his arms over his chest, smirked and said that he told Qing that his dogs do not bite, calling her beautiful and asking where she was running. His two comrades standing next to him smirked, and the guy, waving his hand, said that these dogs just want to play with Qing. She began waving her hand, closing her eyes, and tried to drive the dogs away from her, and Jin in response only laughed, and then, smirking, promised that his dogs would not play with her if she played with them that evening. His comrades, slightly embarrassed, looked at Qing, and one of them even licked his lips, but suddenly Han, running closer, frowned furiously and asked, "Are they really talking about wanting to play?" He shouted that in that case he would play with the brick and swung the hand that was holding the stone. The boys shuddered and turned around when they heard his voice, and the protagonist ran forward, swung the brick and hit one of the dogs with it. Blood spurted out, the animal, closing its eyes, flew to the side, and Hung, quickly moving, stood in front of Qing, covering her with himself and still holding the brick in his hands. The boys trembled, and the protagonist called them street rats, ordering them to stay away from Qing. He continued to frown, asking if Jin really thought that because his father was the owner of the plantation, he could do anything? Meanwhile, the boy looked at his dog, whose name was Charlie, in shock and angry, called Heng names, asking how dare he hit his Charlie? Pointing his finger at the protagonist, he turned to the second dog, Jack, and ordered it to rip Heng's throat out. Jack ran forward, and Heng shuddered, frowning, and noticing that he was still standing in place, Qing looked at him desperately, telling him to run away. But the protagonist continued to stand in place, covering her with himself. Jack at this time was very close to them and jumped up, opening his mouth, ready to injure Heng. He closed his eyes, clenching his jaws, but Lizard suddenly growled, frowning, his eyes shining dangerously, and jumping forward, the dragon sank his teeth into Jack's neck. Blood sprayed into the air. Jack and Lizard flew to the side, and frozen in amazement, Heng looked at the fact that the dragon closed his eyes, still sinking his teeth into Jack's neck. The dog only let out a painful cry, the blood increased, and Heng, smiling, praised Lizard, saying that Jack should finish it off. The dragon jerked, tearing a tuft of flesh from the dog's body, and it froze, dying. Noticing this, Jin screamed desperately. His comrade standing behind him frowned, and he called Heng a name and took out a knife. His friends did the same, and Jin offered to cut the protagonist, and after that he and the other guys ran forward, ordering him to die. Heng shuddered, noticing this, and then, stretching his hand forward, activated the dragon's power, and Lizard, frowning, screamed, and streams of magical energy flew from its mouth in different directions, heading towards the three guys. They froze, trembling, and one of them asked what was going on. One of his friends realized that it was a dragon, and the second suggested that they better get out of here. Suddenly, older men came closer, and Zhang Jun called out to the boys, asking what was going on here. They turned around to look at them, and one of them looked at Jin hopefully, asking him to look at the guards. He asked why they didn't blame it on Qing and Heng. He said that they could ask to be handcuffed, and that would give them time to leave. Jin smirked, putting his hand on his chin, and remembering that he had connections with the police, he agreed to this suggestion, deciding that he would just ask the guards to arrest Heng. Looking at the protagonist, who was still covering Qing with his body, he smirked, imagining what an idiot he would make him look like when he was in a prison cell. Qing's eyes widened as she looked at him in fear, and Jin suddenly felt embarrassed at that look, and thought that when he crippled Heng, he would be meeting Qing right in front of him. Imagining himself grinning as he approached the frightened Qing, he put his hand on his chin, mentally exclaiming that his dogs could not have died in vain. Jun suddenly walked closer to him, crossed his arms, and smiled, asking if that was Jin. Looking at him warily, he asked where he was going. Jin and his comrades shuddered, and then, walking closer to Jun, Jin pointed his finger at Heng, saying that he had killed his dogs with particular cruelty for no reason. He ordered Jun to quickly arrest the protagonist and put him in a cell, and Heng frowned at that accusation. Jun at this time, with a wave of his hand, attracted the attention of two other guards and told them to detain the protagonist. Stepping forward, one of them, clutching handcuffs in his hands, asked how Heng dared to touch Jin's dogs. He told him to be a good boy now, and promised that they would not hurt him. Heng suddenly threw a brick right at the feet of the guards and seriously announced that he had killed the dogs with this brick, telling them to just ask something from this one if they had nothing better to do. Qing clung to him fearfully, and one of the guards, angry, asked how Heng dared to kill dogs, and in the middle of the street at that. He said that he would definitely like it in the cell, but suddenly the dragon climbed onto the protagonist's shoulder, and noticing this, the guards shuddered, and their rage disappeared. The dragon, on the contrary, frowned angrily, looking at them menacingly, and frowning in fear, the guards simultaneously asked, "Is Heng a tamer?" The protagonist added that there was something else, and taking out an ID, he showed it to the guards, advising them to open their eyes and look at what it was. On the ID it was written there that he was a tamer, and being even more horrified, the guards realized what it was. Jun also shuddered, while his charges, covered in sweat from excitement, turned towards him, attracting his attention. Sweat appeared on Jun's face too, and he thought that recently there were rumors in their database about a second disciple of he. He was amazed that this disciple was Heng, and taking out a gun, he fired several times into the air, and asked, "What kind of impudence is this?" Pointing his gun at Jin and his friends, he asked how he had the audacity and arrogance to stage this murder. He ordered his assistants to handcuff them immediately, and if they resisted, he gave permission to shoot them on the spot. Jin asked in amazement, and soon his hands were already cuffed. Not giving up, he got Jun's attention by shouting in a trembling voice that he was the victim, suggesting that there was some kind of mistake. He said that his father was the owner of the warehouse of Plantation Number 5, and reminded him that his father had done June such a favor, and he was acting like this. Before he could finish speaking, June clenched his jaw and punched him, and the force of the attack even knocked out Jin's tooth. Pointing his finger at the fallen Jin, June turned to his assistants, noting that he tried to escape, so for this he should be beaten with rods. The boys agreed, and began to beat Jin. June, meanwhile, walked up to him, smiled and said that no one knew that Jin would set those dogs on them. He admitted that he was glad that the protagonist reacted in time before more terrible things could have happened. Hung chuckled and said that the guards had arrived just in time, and June closed his eyes, smiling even more, trying to deny these words. Then, pointing his hand towards Jin and his comrades sitting on the ground nearby, he said that if these three fell into his hands, then if they did not die, they would flay themselves. He asked if Hung was happy. Frowning seriously, the protagonist said that he was hardly happy, since he would still take revenge on Jin as soon as he was released, and it did not matter whether he died after them or not. Frowning, June said that he understood everything, and the protagonist, suddenly smiling, attracted Qing's attention and asked her to go. She looked away in fear, but he, continuing to smile, said that everything was fine, and announced that they were going home. Qing closed her eyes and smiled in agreement, exclaiming that they were going home. June, watching Qing and Hung walk away, turned to his assistants and asked them what they thought was worse, offending the plantation owner or angering the tamer master. Lao Dong declared that there was no point in even thinking about it, since it was better not to anger the tamers. They were only small people compared to them, and he did not want to die yet. Putting his hand on Dong's shoulder, June noted that he was saying everything correctly, and then told him to look for a carriage for them, and he and the other assistant would wait here and then take the three of them to the chamber, straight to the incinerator. The boys shuddered. Dong said that he would carry out the order, and frowned decisively, and June, threateningly looking at the boys trembling with horror, said that they would keep them near the incinerator, and after that they would do something else. He did not say it out loud, but ran his hand across his throat, showing that this would not bring them any good. Soon Hung and Qing came home, and Qing, screaming in amazement, said that it was very cool, admitting that she never thought that she would return here again. Looking around enthusiastically, she said that she seemed to be in a dream, and the protagonist asked her not to faint, and then, handing her some keys, he said that these were the keys to the house. When she turned in his direction, he added that buying out their old house was only the beginning, because it would be better later. Qing clasped his hand with hers and exclaimed that she believed him, adding that only the best awaited them in the future. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and Hung turned around abruptly upon hearing it. Walking over, he opened the door slightly and asked who was there. Gua smiled kindly and closed his eyes, noting that the protagonist was indeed very forgetful. He said that he was the deputy director of plantation management, and gave his name, and Qing smiled and ran closer and asked why the deputy plantation owner was here. Hung thoughtlessly looked at her with a start, and Gua said that he had just received news from the police that Chu Dingquan's son had offended Hung, and so he was sure that he naturally had to do them a favor. He announced that he planned to transfer Dingquan to Plantation 30 to plow the land and be an ordinary farmer. The protagonist looked at him seriously. Qing was surprised, and Gui continued, noting that although there were wild animals rampant in that place and all sorts of troubles would happen from time to time, but he thought that Dingquan, who was at least a leader, would be able to adapt to it. After that, he asked for permission to ask and asked if Hung was happy. Holding his chin with his hand, he smiled, admitting that he was glad that the director had paid attention to this. Gua added that he also heard that Qing seemed to be the senior agronomist in their plantation system, and therefore she could be promoted to the position of deputy director in the agronomy department of their department. Qing, looking at Gua in shock, asked again, and then said that she was not at all suitable for this position, and asked if that was true. Gua, with his palms together, exclaimed that she was suitable for them since she was Heng's sister. Besides that, he exclaimed that she could always find him and ask for a favor if she needed anything. Qing happily exclaimed that in that case she would be happy to help, and Gua declared that it meant that everything was decided. The protagonist simply closed his eyes, not knowing how to react to all this, and then, scratching Lizard's cheek with his fingers, he thought that it seemed that as they became stronger, they gained more and more privileges. The dragon simply looked at him in surprise, and after a while, Hung poured the food, surrounded by a magical aura, into the bowl. It was quite a lot, and smiling, the protagonist looked at Lizard, therefore offering to eat another piece, and declared that it was according to his recipe. He added that it was also very good for dragons, because it will eat, grow and become stronger. Lizard was horrified when he saw the food, and then looked at him pitifully, screaming. The protagonist thought at this time that the formulas for tame beast feed were divided into per quality: average, good, very good, excellent, remarkable, ideal, and perfect. There were only 8 of these types, and the feed that he gave him was of very good quality, just right for a young beast. Hung read all this in the book that he gave him, and mentally added that, besides, this recipe was indeed very important to him as a disciple. However, noticing Lizard's reaction to this feed, he wondered why the dragon did not like it right after it tried the feed. Lizard was still sitting there waving his paw, and closed his eyes so as not to eat it. Hung guessed that it was because of the ingredients, and turned to the side, suddenly noticing a large amount of fish lying on the table. He realized that this was indeed true, recalling what was said in the rituals of the ancient dragons. He frowned, summoning the book, and opened it to the right page, read, "As soon as the dragon lizards hatch, they immediately eat their own shells, and then can go a long time without eating. As a hybrid of 3 species, namely amphibians, dragons and evil, the care of dragons, snakes and lizards cannot be uniform, and it must be focused on certain aspects." At the same time, both dragons and snakes and lizards were quite picky about food and preferred food in the form of living creatures. After reading about this, Hung imagined a dragon eating fish that it caught directly from the river, and finally understood what the problem was, and smiled, and then, patting Lizard on the head, he promised that he would go and look for a new recipe for this. He raised his hand in the air, frowning confidently, shouting that he was giving him a lot of money, so he didn't have to limit the dragon's food, so it should eat more and grow faster. Lizard looked at him enthusiastically, delighted. Over the next few days, Hung fed his snake dragon Lizard according to the book of ancient dragon rituals, and when he heard a shopkeeper at one of the small shops announce that the fresh shrimp he had just caught was already on the counter, Hung ran over with his bag ready. A little later, when he returned home, he cut up the fish and made new food with it, noticing that the dragon really liked the new recipe. It really did happily start eating the new food, but it also led to a big problem, and when some time had passed, Hung turned over the bag in which he had money, and almost burst into tears, noticing that only 5 days had passed. Only 1 coin fell out of the bag, which rolled across the floor and fell next to Lizard, who had already increased in size many times. It sat in front of a bowl filled with food, and the protagonist, closing his eyes, still burst into tears, but although there was no money left, his dragon had overcome the baby stage and entered the adult stage. He understood that if they again encountered the dogs, the battle with which then took a lot of strength and energy, then now his dragon would not have any trouble. He crouched down, watching as Lizard began to eat, and imagined it preparing to pounce on the dog, making the leap, slashing at its snout with its claws, and then tearing it to pieces. Imagining Lizard sitting on the dog, Hung mentally noted that it would be able to finish off such a dog in a few seconds with one breath. Besides, with the tough scales that the dragon possessed, an ordinary person with a firearm would pose absolutely no threat, and even if 3 or 5 adult strong men, armed, were to face the snake dragon, it would kill them in a matter of seconds. Thinking about this, he stroked the dragon, but it, unhappy with Hung being distracted, frowned, looking at him menacingly. He simply smiled in response to this, and then suddenly frowned, remembering that he had asked to find him at the castle when the dragon entered its adult stage. However, the surprising thing was that it had only been 5 days since Lizard ceased to be a cub. It was possible that the recipes in that old book were indeed for the ideal or perfect level of food, and Hung put his hand to his chin, frowning as he thought about it. He supposed that since that was the case, it was very important to be careful and keep it a secret, and with a determined frown, he clenched his hand into a fist, smiled and exclaimed that it looked like Lizard would soon have to learn how to use its new skills. He noted that it would be a good idea to stop feeding it formula frequently for at least 10 days, but Lizard ignored his words and continued eating. 10 days later, the protagonist came to the castle and stopped in front of one of the doors, knocking on it. Soon, a voice from behind the door asked him to come in, and when the door opened, he noted that he hadn't seen Heng here for a long time, asking if he was lounging around. The protagonist smiled nervously, closed his eyes, grabbed his hair, and apologized to he, explaining that he was working hard to cultivate the dragon, so he was unable to attend training. Opening the door wider, he showed Lizard, who also entered, and noted that thanks to his recipe, it had successfully reached the 2nd stage. He cried out in surprise, asking, "Did it really happen that quickly?" Hung simply smiled, slightly embarrassed, and then scratched his cheek, as if frowning, noting that growing up in 10 days did not seem that fast. However, after repeating his question, he suddenly became indignant, frowning, and shouted that it took his 8th disciple Su a month for her beast to advance from the baby stage to the adult stage. Running closer to Hung, he hit him on the head, and with his eyes closed, he cried out, pressing his palm to his head. Still frowning furiously, he asked, how fast does the protagonist still need? In addition, the Ice Lotus Su was 2 levels lower than the Beast Dragon Hung, and after saying this, he put his hand on his shoulders, and also raised a finger in an admonishing manner. The protagonist smiled excitedly, sighed, and actually began to think about what would be better without such a wild growth rate. Suddenly, he calmed down, smiling, and noted that he lizard not only had outstanding combat ability, but also had a unique growth potential. He repeated this again, looking at the dragon, and said if this is already an adult and is an adult dragon, then it should probably be familiar with its new abilities. Now it had the power of the dragon of the 1st and 2nd degree, and these were 2 kinds of skills, such as the power of the dragon of intimidation and the power of the dragon of shock and awe. He recreated in his mind the images of how the dragon should use these skills, and Heng added that the breath of evil thought also rose to a new level and formed into a stream of evil thought. He looked at him in shock and asked, is he really joking? He was amazed that in such a short time, he was also able to develop dragon skills to such a degree. The protagonist simply smiled embarrassedly, and then, looking at he with delight, exclaimed that all this was thanks to his hard work with him. Closing his eyes, he mentally rejoiced that he had not yet told him about the Master Dragon's sleep, the power of nature, and evil attack. Beads of sweat appeared on his face, but he did not pay attention to his nervousness, and then, turning his back to him, admitted that he did not doubt him, offering to go to his training hall and see what Hung and his dragon were now capable of. The protagonist happily agreed, and soon they moved to a private training ground belonging to he. He, moving a little to the side, stood in front of Hung and the dragon, and told the snake dragon lizard belonging to the protagonist to show its best. If this was really the case, he was going to give Hung his personal master's talisman. After all, he had tried hard and gone through many obstacles. He asked if this was true. Besides, he did not understand how one could be a master without his convenient talisman, and pointed his finger towards the lizard. The protagonist was delighted, and looking at the dragon, mentally asked that it not let him down, since it was on this that he depended on whether he would receive his talisman. He, meanwhile, smiled faintly, put his palm forward, and the ring on his finger began to shine, and he, summoning the stone armadillo bear, told it to play with the dragon. Noticing the huge bear, Hung and the dragon were equally horrified, their eyes widened and their mouths slightly open in amazement. Hung looked at he in bewilderment, and asked how many more evil element beasts he had. He noticed that every time he trained him, he summoned a different beast, and he, crossing his arms over his chest, laughed, asking Hung not to think about it, since he was sure that he was still too weak. After all, he had only tamed 10 or 20 high-danger class beasts, and only half of these beasts were at the level of the stone bear or lava tyrannosaurus. He pointed his hand towards his pet, and then, returning his attention to Hung, he offered him to show him that he wanted this talisman. The bear stood in a position ready to attack, and he, stretching his hand to the side, asked him to show him everything he was capable of, since the time had come. After all, this was the result of his labors. The bear roared, opening its mouth wide, and a powerful stream of wind appeared because of this, headed towards Hang and Lizard, who were forced to cover their eyes, protecting themselves from it. But suddenly Lizard's eyes shone, the monster frowned, and opened its mouth slightly, and streams of magical energy began to spread from the dragon's body. The protagonist shuddered slightly, frowning in confusion, because he realized that the magic that Lizard was now using was the power of the dragon, which is called the Holding Barrier. Noticing this too, he smiled, holding his chin with his hand, and said that it was good that the dragon Hung at the growth stage could resist a full-fledged individual. Raising his palm, he stopped his bear. The monster dropped to all fours, obediently stopping behind his back. After that, he pointed his hand towards this and said that Hung should now attack this with the help of evil breath. The protagonist froze, holding his hair with his hand when he heard this order. However, very soon he already smiled, grinning confidently, and pointing his finger towards the bear, he offered Lizard to show them their skills, and ordered that it use a stream of evil thoughts. The monster readily opened its mouth, and next to it a cloud of magical energy appeared, from which streams of other magic began to spread. Having concentrated the required amount of magical energy, the dragon directed the attack forward, and a cloud of magical energy flew at high speed towards the shocked frozen bear. However, when the attack flew into the bear, it did not cause any damage to it, and the monster was even surprised, raising his gaze in order to focus on the place where the resulting rather weak attack flew. He, crossing his arms over his chest, smiled, asking, "Did Lizard really not eat enough porridge?" He exclaimed that this small ball of magical energy was nothing more than a tickle for the bear, and upon hearing this, the protagonist grinned, and then, confidently frowning, ordered the snake dragon to use the stream of evil thoughts, the pearl of evil. He stretched out his palm forward, and Lizard frowned, and then sent several attacks at once towards the bear. These attacks, flying one after another to the bear's head, were already causing it unpleasant sensations, and the monster frowned, and the next moment several stone chips bounced off the body of this one, forming a wound. The bear growled, feeling this, rose on its hind legs, and he even got a little scared, shuddering when he noticed this. Very soon he smiled, returning his attention to the protagonist, and praised him, admitting that he did not think that he had studied the evil breath technique so well and would use it in an attack. He noticed that he used a cluster of dark energy, and was able to create a real series of shots, as if bullets. The bear, having calmed down a little, sank down, pressing one of his paws to the place on his head where the attacks fired by Lizard flew. He meanwhile also paid attention to the fact that the dragon made a series of very accurate attacks, and said that it was not bad. Hung, with his hand on his hair, closed his eyes, smiling, noted that he was overpraising him. In his mind, he noted that there was actually another technique of the evil pearl that attacked so precisely that the opponent could not dodge, but attacks of this level could not penetrate the armor of the stone bear. He, smiling, summed up, declaring that he was satisfied with Heng's attacks, and holding out the palm of his hand on which the ring lay, he declared that this talisman ring now belonged to Heng, and although it could not accommodate as many beasts as his ring itself, however, this ring still contained 5 monsters. There was enough space to accommodate 5 beasts, and if Heng's tame beasts were to squeeze a little, then even 10 would fit. Taking the ring, the protagonist happily thanked he, but he warned that it was too early to rejoice, because although he had developed dragon technique and magic control quite well, his combat experience was 0. Real battles were the best way to increase this experience, and he said that he had decided to send Heng to the northern defense section, where he would have a great opportunity to fight dangerous types of beasts. He introduced this section and placed his hand on the protagonist's shoulder, explaining that in 3 days he should report to the military staff and inform them, and someone there would give him an assignment. He frowned upon hearing this, and his mouth opened excitedly. He remembered that behind the high walls of blacklight, there were 4 defensive lines that guarded the entire base. Each section of the defensive lines consisted of military camps, as well as many beast tamers. Heng imagined a man riding a dragon, as well as several warriors using weapons, as the tamers worked together with specially trained military personnel with firearms. The southern and northern borders were the most dangerous, as battles with dangerous beasts occurred here almost every day. Most of the materials in the city related to dangerous beasts were also the results of the hunts of the 4 major guns. He imagined the monster he had killed, and within 3 days, he had collected his advance payment for the next month of tamer benefits, which amounted to a whopping 250,000 yuan. Arriving at the office where he was to receive the money, he closed his eyes, smiled excitedly, and grabbed his hair when the girl, also a little excited, placed several bags filled with coins on the table in front of her. Heng spent most of the money he received on buying ingredients for lizard food, and he also spent 3 whole days preparing these ingredients into formulas in order to preserve the food as long as possible. Soon, there was quite a large pile of feed in front of him, and a little later, after an agreement with the military headquarters of the outer fortress, Heng went to the northern border, Outpost 7, as a member of the team. He arrived there in a special military vehicle, and while watching what was happening in the places they passed through the car window, he smiled slightly, thinking that the 4 defensive lines in the territory of the base were largely created for the plantations located in these wild places. After all, the area of land from which crops could be threatened was limited, and the total yield of the 7 plantations inside the gathering could not meet the needs of the 50,000 or 60,000 people living in the city. Working on the plantations outside the city was second only to joining the search parties in terms of danger, and it was also one of the most dangerous industries that the residents of the base tried to avoid, since monsters could appear on the plantation at any time and attack people. If Heng remembered correctly, Ding Quan, the head of plantation number 5, was assigned to plantation number 30, which was in the northern defensive line's security zone. While he was pondering this, the car finally stopped and the driver announced that this was the 7th observation point, wishing him luck and warning him that he had to go back and report, so he had no intention of delaying Heng. The protagonist, getting out of the car, agreed with this and told the driver to move on. Xiao Huang, noticing Heng, shuddered in shock, asking if this newbie was actually brought in by the chief of staff himself. A one, standing nearby, asked if Huang hadn't heard that this was a master tamer. He pointed out that his luggage was literally stuffed with rations for the tamed beasts, and Huang frowned in confusion and asked if a one was serious. He didn't understand what he was expecting in that case, and offered to go help Heng. He agreed, frowning decisively, and together they ran up to the protagonist, shouting his name and getting his attention. He shuddered, not expecting something like that, and they, immediately taking a few bags, began to smile, asking how he could carry his things by himself. They asked him to let them do it for him, and Hung, frowning in confusion, asked why they should do that. Huang, pointing his finger at himself, smiled, giving his last name, and also telling him what Hung could call him. He anticipated his question about why he would do that, and announced that from now on, the safety of Point 7 depended only on the protagonist. Hung thought that such politeness was unnecessary, since Huang was older than him, and so he decided that he would call him by his full name. He smiled as he said this, and Huang even burst into tears, as it was the first time he had met a non-pompous tamer master. Hearing these words, Hung closed his eyes, smiling only more, and Huang, calling out to the other assistants who had also gone down, intending to take the bags of feed, hurried them, offering to finish quickly and arrange a feast for the main character. While the guys were carrying the feed, pulling it out of the car, Hung thought about the fact that there were only 29 guard posts on the northern border, and he had to report a stop at the 7th guard post. More than 10 years ago, this post was blown to pieces by a passing dangerous species, which did not leave a single survivor at the guard post. Since then, the entire modern guard post number 7 was rebuilt on the ruins. This was the place where Hung was supposed to break into his first real fight. He smiled enthusiastically as he thought about this, and after a while they moved to a place where there were huge pots filled with food, and Huang, having filled a plate, went to the protagonist, who was already sitting at the table, and offered him to try one's dish. And although they did not have special conditions for preparing delicious food, however, in Huang's opinion, what a one cooked was simply excellent. Hun, hearing Huang call him Master Su, asked him to call him by his first name, since they were comrades in arms, and it would be strange if Huang addressed him that way. While they were talking about this, 2 other soldiers sat down next to each other, and Huang noted that the master tamer was a very important person, so he decided that he would call Hung by his full name. Hung chuckled, agreed to this, and announced that Huang would call him by his full name, and he would call him by his full name, and at the same time each of them would think of their own. He smiled, closing his eyes, and then, becoming a little more serious, looked at the other warriors and admitted that he wanted to ask them something. He asked if they often encountered dangerous beasts here. A one, biting into a piece of meat, said that here they were still somewhere on the middle line, so the pressure on the defense was certainly less than at more distant posts. However, there were a lot of fish that could slip through the net. Pointing his finger to the side, he asked Hung to look at something. Turning around, the protagonist saw a large number of slain monsters, and the one explained that these were a lot of dangerous beasts that they had caught in the past few days. In the middle and at the end of each month, a military officer came here with a team from the city, who was in charge of transporting resources and honorary rewards. Also pointing his finger at the transparent box filled with monsters that was behind him, which was located behind him, Hung smiled, noting that it was indeed very difficult without a tamed beast. A one was slightly embarrassed, and Xiao Hu, looking at the protagonist with admiration, asked what his beast could do. He asked him to show it to them, and Huang, hearing this, shuddered and frowned indignantly. He assumed that Hu was completely impudent, and asked if he really didn't know the rules. He wanted to say something about what could be done with tamed beasts, but before he finished speaking, Hung ordered his lizard to appear, and it, emerging from the ring, hung above Hang's head for a moment. With their eyes wide open in bewilderment, and their mouths slightly open, a one and Hu simultaneously exclaimed in shock that this was the most dangerous species. The lizard, meanwhile, landed behind the protagonist, and he announced that this was his tamed beast, the snake dragon. Hu, clenching his fists, frowned with enthusiasm and asked, was the first beast Hung tamed really the most dangerous species? He thought it was very cool, and Lizard meanwhile activated the power of the shock and our dragon and concentrating a sufficient amount of magical energy around itself, directed it towards Hu, who screamed in horror. However, Hung suddenly hit Lizard on the head lightly, and it closed its eyes, losing its threatening atmosphere, and the protagonist, frowning, ordered it not to dare to attack their comrades, displeasedly noting that it had no manners. Lizard looked at him pitifully, almost crying, and the protagonist, looking worriedly at Hu, asked if he was okay. He, smiling, said that everything was fine, and noted that Heng's beast was very strong, so he was a great master. A one suddenly laughed and pointing his finger towards Hu, asked, was he really saying that he was okay? He noted that he almost shit his pants from fear, as he had done the other time, and Huang next to him also laughed, and he, embarrassed, cried out in embarrassment, ordering a one not to talk nonsense, since nothing of the sort happened. Some time later, night fell, and after eating, Hung met all 5 of his brothers on duty. Smiling, they talked, and after a short recovery, Hung, on the advice of his mentor, began to train his mind power, using the spiritual hammer. Lizard, with his eyes closed, lay next to him, while the protagonist sat on the floor in the lotus position and closed his eyes to concentrate. The method that he advised him was called Crystal Mind and consisted of 3 stages. The first stage was to remove all distractions and create a crystal environment for meditation around himself, as if meditating on a giant crystal. Hung imagined the crystal, and then thought about the second stage, which was to work with a specific breathing rhythm, where he gradually became one with the meditative environment. Frowning in concentration, he began to breathe steadily, and a shining magical aura appeared around him. Finally, the third stage was about to begin, with the underlying method of the spiritual hammer. As Hing began the third stage, streams of magical energy swirled around him, lifting his cloak into the air, and after finishing his meditation, the protagonist opened his eyes, sighed, and noted that at his current progress, it would only take half a year to achieve a crystal clear mind, which was exactly what he had told him. He looked at his palms, and then thought that a monster like Su, who had refined her mind to crystal clear in just a month or so, must truly be as bright as the moon. Thinking about this, he turned his head, peering through the open window at the moon, and suddenly noticed that a lantern was shining on the roof of one of the towers, and an alarm sounded. Understanding what this meant, Hung shuddered, frowning, and at the same time, Huang ran into his room, urging him, announcing that it was time to get down to business. Looking to the side, Hung frowned confidently. Several insects flew towards the post, and using the device to see it more clearly, the protagonist guessed that it was a dangerous species of the second-rank scythe beetle, and said that instead of legs, it had armored claws that were sickles that could easily split a cobblestone. Huang stood next to him, tightly pressing his lips and listening attentively, and turning towards him, Hung removed the binoculars from his eyes and repeated that it was a dangerous species of the second-rank scythe beetle. Huang thoughtfully put his hand to his chin, noting that the scythe beetle was the most common type of beast in their point. At least these insects reproduced quickly, but killing 4 at once was not a problem. With a wave of his hand, he attracted the attention of all team members and ordered them to prepare for battle. He and Lao Yu were to be at the machine gun position of the watchtower, one was to take the forward sniper position on the northwest side. Hu and Xiao Lu were to guard shooting ranges 5 and 6 on the first level. Huang called out to his comrades seriously, offering to help Hung finish off these monsters. The warriors agreed, and soon, having taken their positions, they began firing bullets towards the monsters. These beetles had an ability of a dangerous kind, which was called perception. The monsters protected themselves from the bullets with the armor-casting technique, but one of the projectiles, colliding with the shield, bent, but cracks still appeared on the shield, and it eventually split, and the bullet, whose speed was maintained despite the obstacle, flew forward, striking the monster. Huang, smiling happily, asked the others to look at the fact that they finished off the monster, but noted that the main thing to remember is not to damage the monster's heads, because otherwise they will not be given any military awards for this. He fired again, and Hung, carefully watching what was happening, noted that the scythe beetle's best skill is armor casting, and it is not very effective, but it significantly weakens the effect of ordinary bullets. Raising his head, he looked at one, who was sitting a little higher on the tower with his weapon. He thought that by continuously firing the machine gun, he could create a great opportunity for the sniper to act, and once again raising the binoculars to his eyes, he peered at the monster whose shield was being fired at by other warriors. Gradually, the defense began to disintegrate, and cracks began to crawl across its surface. Squinting one eye to aim more accurately, one exclaimed that he needed to act now, and clenched his jaws and fired. The shell, hitting the monster, tore its body into several pieces, and Hung asked himself in shock, was this really the battlefield of the northern border? Although all these people were not master tamers, their understanding of the situation and the skills honed in repeated battles were enough to provide all the necessary combat power. He peered at his comrades, who were destroying the monsters one by one, and suddenly noticed that one of the bugs began to run away. The others also noticed this, and Huang, warning about it, started to run away, told the protagonist to follow him, and also called Hu, offering to finish off this monster together. Hu ran with them, and getting into the car, they drove forward, driving outside the tower. Hu climbed out of the hole in the roof of the car in order to take up the weapon. Huang sat at the wheel, and Hung settled down next to him on the neighboring seat. They caught up with the beetle quite quickly, and driving around it from the side, stopped in front of it. The beetle shuddered, frozen in surprise, and when the car stopped, the protagonist got out of it, and then walked a little further forward, pressing his lips tighter and looking intently at the monster. Huang told Hu to watch the inner boundary, since everyone there was gilded, so they needed to be on their guard. Hu, frowning, began to carry out the order, declaring that he understood everything. Stopping in front of the monster, the protagonist looked at it for a while, and then extended his hand forward, on which he wore a ring, and suggested that they first look at what would happen to the monster after the evil attack. He smiled, and when magical energy began to shine around him, Lizard appeared in front of him, rising into the air with the help of wings, and activated an evil attack. Streams of magical energy began to gather around it, and the beetle shuddered in fear, noticing this. The monster closed itself with armor, but the attack that Lizard launched broke through it, and the dragon itself, taking advantage of this, attacked, colliding with the monster and pushing it far back. The beetle flew to the side, and Lizard immediately activated magical energy, directing it forward. Having fallen to the ground, the monster tried to rise, crying out restlessly, and Hung thought that the armor that the monster was using really worked so well that it reflected his attack and received almost no damage. He frowned seriously and commanded Lizard to use the evil thought stream, the evil pearl, and the dragon frowned in concentration, and then opened its mouth, sending several charges of concentrated magical energy towards the beetle. The beetle closed itself with a shield, and the attacks, flying into it, caused damage to it, but the shield stood, and Heng, holding his chin with his hand, noticed that the monster had very thick skin. The monster, meanwhile, raised its front paws up, removing its defense, and Lizard took advantage of this, and Heng, stretching out his hand forward, commanded it to use shock and awe. It strengthened the magical energy around itself, opened its mouth, directing the attack towards the beetle, and the monster trembled, frozen in place, and the protagonist, clenching his palm into a fist, said that the power of the dragon would tear this monster apart. The lizard growled, frowning, and a stream of magical energy flew forward, injuring the monster. The beetle turned and began to run away, and noticing this, Hung exclaimed that this would not happen, and commanded the lizard to activate the power of the earth. It slammed its paw on the ground, activating a different kind of magic, and sharp stone spikes began to rise along the ground from this towards the beetle, which, having reached the beetle, pierced its body. The monster twitched and then died, and Hu and Huang, who were sitting in the car, froze in shock, smiling. Sweating slightly from excitement, Hu noted that Hung did not need their help, and Huang admitted that he was covered in goosebumps, amazed by the sight they saw. Some time later, when they had already returned to the tower, Hu began to emotionally recount what they had seen, and announced that at one point he heard Heng shout out an incantation of the power of the earth. He asked if the others knew what happened after that. Immediately, he said that spears pierced the beetle from right under the ground, like an ordinary pumpkin, and everyone else who listened to this screamed in shock, calling Hung cool. Huang, placing his hand on the protagonist's shoulder, smiled, admitting that he had previously thought that he, like all sweaty newbies, simply decided to strike it rich, but it turned out that he himself was a real nugget. Now he was very impressed and exclaimed that Hung was really cool, encouraging him to continue doing so. The protagonist looked at him in surprise, and then, closing his eyes, awkwardly scratched his head with his hand and tried to refuse these words, noting that they all tried. Suddenly, a soldier ran closer to them, who, attracting Huang's attention, announced that someone was coming here. Hung and Huang shuddered, looking at each other, and Huang decided that he needed to take a look. Frowning in concentration, the protagonist agreed to go and take a look, and together they ran to the edge of the observation tower, frowned in concentration and looked at the command convoy that was approaching the tower. Huang thought it was strange since usually when they were counting the military supplies, the commanders didn't come to them until midday, after they had visited each watchtower. He didn't understand why they had come so early today, and asked about it. Hung opened his mouth, amazed, and thought that it simply couldn't be what he was assuming. Meanwhile, the convoy drove into the tower, and the commander-in-chief of the Northern Defensive Line, Lu Ling, got out of the car. Huang and the other warrior, having come down, frowned seriously, greeting him, and Ling, looking at Huang, noted that they hadn't seen each other for so many years, and he was still the same. He smiled slightly, and Huang, taking out a small handkerchief, burst into tears, starting to wipe away his tears, and admitted that he didn't even think that Ling remembered his name. He was very flattered by this, and noted that the commander-in-chief had come all this way to work with them. Ling cried out, frowning, as he had not expected such a reaction, and then, waving his hand, he tried to calm Huang down, announcing that it was less than 10 minutes' drive from the barrier to this place. After that, he approached the protagonist and asked if he was getting used to it here. He lifted the sunglasses that he had been wearing and looked at Hung, and Hung, slightly shuddering, began to sweat from excitement, and instead of answering the question, said that he needed to report to the commander-in-chief about what was happening. Coming even closer to him, Ling put his hand on his shoulder and asked what he said. Hung, frowning seriously, announced that he had met all of his comrades in service and had adapted well to life here. Suddenly, Ling placed his palm on his head, exclaiming that there was no need to speak to him so formally. He added that the teacher had already told him several times that he had taken on a new, very talented disciple, and smiled, adding that he had heard the chief of staff say that Hung had not seen him when he came to the headquarters, and that they had simply missed each other the last time because he had gone to exterminate those stupid monsters. However, Ling had decided to come again in order to kill and see Huan in person, and upon hearing this, Awan and Huang frowned in shock, wondering at the same time if the commander-in-chief had come to their small post for Heng's sake. Huang closed his eyes and sighed, mentally noting that he had thought that Heng was an ordinary master, but he had not even known that he was the personal disciple of their burgomaster. He also noted that they were lucky that he had not caused any trouble during this time, and at this time Ling, turning his attention to them, asked displeasantly why they were standing like pillars. He asked that they start summing up the battles of the last half-month at the post and not interfere with him and Heng. They immediately agreed to the order, and Ling, returning his attention to the protagonist, pointed a finger in his direction and, smirking, asked him to call his snake dragon. He also explained that the mentor specifically instructed him to come and monitor his development in order to report to him later. Hung became nervous upon hearing this, since he thought that he had forgotten about him as soon as he left the city, but it turned out that he had already sent his spy. Still, he obeyed and, waving his hand, told the snake dragon to come out. Lizard appeared above him, surrounded by magical energy, and Ling raised his head, froze in shock and looked at the dragon, crying out in amazement. He opened his mouth slightly, and the cigarette he had been clenching with his teeth fell out, while Lizard landed on the ground, raising small clouds of dust. Still amazed, Ling called out to the protagonist and asked if his dragon hadn't hatched a little less than a month ago. Hing stroked Lizard, who narrowed his eyes in pleasure, and then said that his dragon had grown very quickly since it learned to use dragon magic. He pretended to be a fool and did not understand anything, and touched his cheek with his finger, asking if something was wrong. Ling, sweating from excitement, smiled, exclaiming that everything was fine, and noted that his pet had grown even more in its time. Suddenly he became more serious and frowned, rolling his knuckles with his fingers, and said that the mentor asked him to find out how well Hung had honed his dragon's fighting skills. He also had his own tame dragon, so he was going to let it test Heng's dragon. The protagonist became slightly nervous, and Ling raised his hand, activated his ring, and told the dragon to come out and have fun with his opponent. He had a horned earth dragon, and when he shouted out the name of it, the monster appeared behind him and roared menacingly. Ling thoughtfully put his hand to his chin, noting that the horned earth dragon was a dangerous species with two bloodlines, earth and dragon, and the same racial rank as the snake dragon lizard. The horned earth dragon was bred by him to the level of a full-fledged dangerous species, and thanks to its thick skin and horns, it was able to resist second-rank beasts at the end of its growth for a short period of time. Hung and Lizard were excited when they saw the enemy, and Ling, winking, added that he had one of the main advantages, and the next moment his dragon was very close to the protagonist's dragon, and it trembled, closing its eyes, and then looked pitifully at Hung. Noticing the state of Lizard, he stroked it, and squinting, it barely held back tears, and Hung, excitedly looking at Ling, asked him to tell his dragon to be softer, because it could simply trample Lizard. Ling asked again in bewilderment, and then laughed, asking him not to worry, since his dragon knew the measure and would not harm Lizard. Saying this, he smiled relaxedly so that the protagonist would not doubt his words, and Hung confidently frowned, agreed, suggesting that Ling act in this case. He pointed his hand forward and addressed his horned dragon, noting that the snake dragon had not yet woken up and suggested waking it up with a small earthquake. The horned dragon struck the ground with its paw, and cracks began to spread in different directions from this, and fragments of earth began to fly into the air. Hung screamed, barely standing on his feet, and frowned, and then suddenly shuddered, opening his eyes wide, and noticed that Ling was hanging in the air, realizing that it was levitation. This was the advantage of being able to control spiritual power after training the power of the mind, but the protagonist was distracted from this, as he realized that now was not the time to think about it. He frowned in concentration and turned to Lizard, commanding it to use an evil attack and dodge the attacks. The dragon, placing its paws on his shoulders, began to rise into the air, and Hung carefully looked at the enemy. When they rose higher above the ground, Hung waved his hand, commanding Lizard to use an evil pearl against this horned dragon. Lizard, who had already released him by this point, released several magic projectiles at once, which were directed towards the dragon. However, this activated durability without damage, and no attack dealt damage to it. Hung, watching this, noted that counting on Lizard defeating the horned dragon was just a dream, and thought that even losing gracefully would already be great. All he could do was show the results of the dragon's cultivation, which he had achieved all this time, and not disappoint the teacher, who was so worried, being tens of kilometers away. He frowned excitedly, and then extended his hand to the side, reminding Lizard that the advantage of this is speed, ordering it to surround the enemy with evil pearls. It sped up, the aura of magical energy around it became larger, and moving quickly, Lizard sent attacks of magical projectiles towards the enemy from different directions. The Earth Dragon began to look around, but it did not have time to follow Lizard, and at some point it, having stopped, opened its mouth slightly, gathering a particularly strong attack near it, and sent a powerful volley straight into the back of the Earth Dragon, who cried out in surprise. A small wound appeared on its body, and Hung, frowning seriously, said that Lizard should now use the power of the earth to recover. It instantly fell to the ground, activating another magical energy, and closed its eyes, recovering, and the Earth Dragon raised its paw, ready to continue the battle. Hung shouted that it was time to use the dragon's power of the Earth Dance, and the lizard opened its mouth slightly, but then roared, and sharp stone spikes began to rise forward from the ground. These spikes reached the Earth Dragon, who froze, watching this. Suddenly, the dragon became even more angry and hit the ground with its paw with force, and the resulting shock wave threw the lizard to the side. It, with its eyes closed, flew off, hitting the ground hard, and Heng, excitedly calling out to it, went down the stairs from the high ground, running up to the lizard. Ling, who was watching this, crossed his arms over his chest, closed his eyes and laughed, and said that Heng's tactics were not bad, but the Earth Dragon's power was already at the 9th level, so the Earth Dance was nothing to it. Heng frowned, looked at Ling seriously and asked, didn't he say that he should use everything he could to avoid disappointing the teacher? He stroked Lizard, who was almost in tears from pain and disappointment, and Ling chuckled, admitting that he didn't mean to offend the protagonist, since it really looked like that, but he simply already understood what snake dragons lizards were capable of. He walked closer to him, finally landing on the ground, and said that all this was not bad, assuming that he would be very pleased. He placed his hand on the shoulder of the surprised Hung, and then, moving away with him, said that his snake dragon was developing much faster than Ling's own dragon. He also noted that he really took in a very talented young disciple. As they walked away, the Earth Dragon also placed his hand on Lizard's back in order to calm it down a little. Soon after the commander-in-chief left, winter came and it was very cold at the guard post. The walls were not as high and strong as those at the base, which could shelter from the winter cold, so the soldiers were shivering from the cold, even lying in special sleeping bags fully clothed. Awan, waking up, said in a trembling voice that it was very cold here, and it was only the beginning of winter. He was shaking violently, clenching his jaw, and, hearing his indignation, his comrade lying next to him said that in that case Awan should become a master tamer, since he had a spiritual cover and was warm. Suddenly, an alarm sounded, and abruptly getting up, the guy warned everyone about it, ordering them to move faster. Everyone began to get up, and Huang, running into the room, said that guard post number 3 in the northern part called, saying that a group of dangerous species had attacked plantation number 25. Everyone shuddered, and Huang, waving his hand, attracted the attention of Hung and Hu, announcing that they would now go in response to a call from the third post, and Yu and Awan were to guard the house. Waving his hand, he beckoned his comrades to follow him, and everyone, agreeing with the order, immediately stood up, starting to carry it out. Soon they were already in the car, and Huang said that according to Captain Li, the situation was really serious now, since almost the entire 25th plantation was completely captured. More than 20 individuals of the dangerous species and about 5 individuals of the less dangerous species had entered the territory. He frowned excitedly as he told this, and added that all the plantation workers were now locked in the staff quarters and they had about a dozen broken guns that they were somehow fighting back with. He imagined the destroyed fence of the tower, as well as the animals that ran into the territory of this one, and said that it was only a matter of time before the animals got inside. He imagined the angry look of one of these monsters and noted that they were going to gather support for all patrol base posts 3 and 4 in the northern sector, as well as the main force, which would almost entirely go out to defend the plantation. The gathering had to be completed by 4 a.m., since the attack would begin at exactly that time. Noting that it was now 4 hours and 30 minutes, he ordered Hu to drive faster, and he agreed to this, and soon they arrived at plantation number 25 at post 3 and gate 6. Several cars drove into the area, and Huang, putting his hand to his forehead, told someone to report that he, Hung, and Hu from post 7 on the northern border had arrived at the designated place. The man standing on the guard tower told them to drive faster, announcing that he would transmit information by radio. Huang agreed to this and they drove on, hearing the voice of one of the warriors come from the radio inside the car, saying that they had done some reconnaissance. The monsters had broken through the 6th gate on the northwest side and were now in the grain area, tearing pieces out of the dead bodies. All the survivors had been moved to the staff room and were now defending themselves, strengthening the defense. The cars continued to drive, gathering in one place, and the man said that all the fighting squads and all the vehicles were to line up in a spear shape, and the 2 armored vehicles would be used as the tips of the spears, directly attacking and firing at the dormitory mission in the plantation. The cars lined up as the soldier said and heard him advise them to be more careful, as the dangerous species that had invaded here were poison wolves, which were resistant to attacks and could easily bite off a person's head. The man who spoke ordered the soldiers who were heading to the plantation to immediately kill these monsters and free them. The cars, having reached the right place, began to shoot, directing attacks at the wolves, who, roaring furiously, jumped up, trying to dodge the attacks. Suddenly, one of the monsters, who was a little to the side, frowned, and then, raising his head, screamed, and a large number of wolves immediately ran to attack. Hung, frowning excitedly, ran up to Hu, who was sitting behind the wheel of the car, and shouted that something was wrong. He asked him to move back a little, and Hu shuddered when he heard this request, and Huang, also not quite understanding what was happening, attracted the attention of the protagonist and asked how he felt. Looking at him, Hung asked if it was true that he also heard that wild howl. He explained that he had heard from the teacher that a dangerous species like the poisonous wolf could evolve into the final form of an alpha wolf. Before he could respond to his explanation, Huang suddenly shouted that something was wrong, asking the protagonist to look at the wolves that were moving away. He looked through the front window of the car at the wolves, asking if the monsters were planning something. Hung clenched his jaw and assumed that the leader who was guiding them was to blame for all of this. In that case, it didn't seem surprising to him that so many individuals had broken through the fortification. Meanwhile, the larger wolf frowned, and magical energy began to spread from its body. This poisonous wolf activated the poisonous fog skill, and clouds of this magical energy descended downwards, flying between the cars. The people in the cars began to ask in fear, "What is this?" Finally, they realized that it was a poisonous fog and began to repeat it, and the man transmitted a message to them on the radio, ordering them to turn on the infrared sight, be alert and not to miss their teammates. Everyone listened to these words excitedly, and then Heng, looking towards Hu, warned that it was not that simple, and ordered him to move back. He promised that he would do it, and clenched his jaws, starting to fulfill the request of the protagonist, and suddenly Huang, screaming, asked Hung to look at it, and turned his head to the side, noticing a huge wolf, which, opening its mouth wide, jumped on a car that was very close. The monster, waving its paw, dented the roof of the car, and the driver of this screamed in horror, opening his eyes wider, when the metal of which the car was made was dented, and the glass cracked, flying into fragments to the sides. The monster, as well as several smaller wolves, continued to destroy the machine, killing the people inside it, and Hung, looking more closely at the monster, noticed that it was only a companion, which was called a shadow wolf. He said that this was a special ability of the poison wolf leader, called a shadow double, and he realized that this meant that there was another leader here. Frowning, Huang noticed that this monster was approaching, and took out his gun, pointing it at the huge wolf, who ran towards their car. When he reached the car, the wolf collided with it, and from how strong this impact was, the car windows broke, and Huang was unable to shoot, since he had to cover his face with his hand to avoid injury. The car almost flipped over, but it still remained upright, and the wolf ran away from it for a short time, and Hu managed to level the car. Huang, sticking his gun out the window, clenched his jaws, cursing. He noted it was very difficult. He began to shoot, and shouted that he could not even slightly penetrate the wolf's armor. The projectiles he fired at the wolf running next to the car did not cause any damage to the monster, and at one point, pushing off the ground with his paws with force, the monster jumped up, ending up above the roof of the car, and swung his paw to hit the car. The impact of this broke the roof of the car, pieces of metal flew in different directions, and Hen shuddered, opening his eyes wider, and suddenly noticed that the wolf appeared right in front of him, sticking his head into the hole formed in the car. The monster opened its mouth, sticking out sharp fangs, from which saliva was dripping, and the protagonist called Lizard. The next moment, a dragon, shrouded in a magical aura, appeared in front of him, furiously glaring at the wolf, and activated the power of the dragon shock and awe. Waves of magical energy began to spread from this, heading towards the wolf, who shuddered, feeling the power of someone else's magical energy. Not intending to stop, Lizard immediately after this attack activated the stream of evil thoughts, the pearl of evil, forming clots of dark strong magical energy, and directing these attacks one after another towards the wolf. The shells, crashing into the monster, exploded, causing damage to it, and in the end the monster, unable to stand, flew to the side, and Lizard rose into the air to strike again if necessary. But this was not necessary, since the wolf had already died, and the next moment Hung, taking the radio, turned to the commander, calling his name, and asked that the rest of the machine stop firing in order to avoid accidental injuries. He promised that he would deal with the leader of the poisonous wolves, and frowned in concentration, and the captain, watching him through binoculars, thought that all this was not surprising, because he was his disciple, and he already had such strength, although they were in the training stage. Taking the radio, he ordered everyone to stop firing to support the number 10 military vehicle in the northern area, and then, turning to Hung, he shouted that the leader of the poisonous wolves would be his responsibility, and they would take care of the other details so as not to interfere with his battle. Hung agreed to this and jumped off the destroyed vehicle, and the dragon flew after him. Soon, he, Wang, and Hu ran forward, and one of them cursed, drawing attention to the fact that the fog was very thick. This person was wondering where the leader was, and suddenly Huang, drawing Heng's attention, asked him to look at something that was off to the side. He turned around, and the protagonist, startled, also looked in the direction he pointed, and the next moment, he frowned, opening his eyes wider, as he saw a huge wolf that began to destroy the armored vehicle. Because it was hitting the car, explosions were happening, and one of the guys inside the car started begging for someone to help him. He was desperate and couldn't do anything, and the wolf raised its paw to attack him again, but it didn't have time to do so, because Hung, running towards the monster, ordered it to move away from the guy, and also shouted for Lizard to activate it with an angry attack. The dragon flew forward, opening its mouth wide, and very soon it was already next to the wolf, clinging to its neck with its fangs. Blood spurted out of the monster's mouth. It, unable to stay on its feet, fell on its back, screaming. However, the wolf quickly came to its senses and, growling, stood up, approaching the guy from behind. Meanwhile, he, not noticing the monster, thanked Hung, exclaiming that he saved him. He closed his eyes, smiling and laughing, admitting that he already thought he was going to die. However, the protagonist, who saw the monster behind the guy, ran forward, ordering him not to stand still, but to run. The guy looked at him in confusion, but before he started running, suddenly the sharp part of the tail pierced his body, and the guy's eyes widened in amazement. Hung froze, his mouth slightly open in shock, and the monster pulled the sharp part of its tail out of the guy's body. The warrior fell to the ground, blood appeared on his clothes, and Hung and the dragon looked at their dead comrade in horror. However, the protagonist quickly distracted himself from these emotions and, calling the wolf a name, he turned to Lizard, ordering it to use Earth Dance. He frowned deeply as he looked at his opponent, and Lizard slammed its paw down on the ground with force, causing cracks to spread out in different directions, and sharp stone spikes to rise up. Lizard spread its wings wider as it looked at its opponent, and the wolf frowned and activated the poisonous wolf's ability, which was called Sinister Strike. Just as the stone spikes, growing larger, reached the place where the wolf had been standing, the wolf used its ability to jump to the side, avoiding the attack. Noticing that this was a great opportunity, Hung called out to Hu and told him to shoot at the monster. Hu and Huang, who were hiding behind some rubble a little to the side, took aim, shouting that they understood, and began shooting. The bullets flying out of their guns flew towards the wolf at high speed, and it, noticing the attack from the other side, flinched, and then activated the attack again, quickly and jumping in different directions in order to avoid being injured by the bullets. However, when the monster once again tried to jump to the side, Lizard, blocking this path, flew into the monster's neck, opening its mouth wider, and the wolf was unable to stay on its feet and also unable to dodge this attack, and the dragon sank its teeth into the neck of this one, frowning seriously. Hung, pointing a finger towards the wolf, shouted that he knew that it would try to escape, and ordered Lizard to activate shock and awe. Flying a little to the side, Lizard froze, sending waves of magical energy at the wolf, who trembled, frozen in place. After that, Lizard activated the dragon's power by raising his paw, and streams of darker magical energy began to flow towards it. Having concentrated the required amount of power, Lizard swung his paw, striking the wolf's head with it, and this blow was so strong that the wolf's body was pierced through, and a large amount of blood flew out from the back of its head. Some time later, the half-destroyed car was driving between the rocks, and turning in his seat towards him, who was sitting behind him. Huang excitedly attracted his attention and asked how he was feeling. He noticed that he was in a bad mood, and asked if this was true. The protagonist, touching his ring with his fingers, said that everything was fine, explaining that he was just thinking. Huang smiled, closing his eyes, trying to lighten the mood, and announced that in the past, no one usually brought in the tamer masters for an invasion of this scale, but if it weren't for Hung, there would have been at least twice as many casualties. He also exclaimed that this time, Hung really saved them, and lifting up the sleeve of his shirt, he showed a scar that ran across most of his arm, asking the protagonist to look at it, that he had this scar from the first time he fought to save the plantation. That battle was much more terrible than this one, and more than 50 people were killed and wounded. He remembered the ruins, as well as a large number of wounded dead warriors lying on the rocks in their own blood. He also said that the armored car was smashed to scrap metal by a huge steel gorilla in its mature form, which turned the entire crew into mush. He also recalled the moment when the monster crushed the armored vehicle with its fist, and then declared that in the end it was Chow, who was then the commander-in-chief of the Northern Front, who personally killed the beast and ended that bloody battle. He recalled how the warrior, raising his weapon, stood on top of the body of the slain man and the monster, and, at that moment, taking a small flask in his hands, Huang handed it to Hung, telling him to drink a little, since, according to his assumption, it should become easier. The protagonist first looked at him in surprise, and then, taking the flask, thanked him and said that he understood him. Huang declared that this was inevitable, since they, ordinary people, live here like floating leaves, without roots and support. He knew that no one could guarantee that they would sleep tonight and wake up tomorrow to see the sun, and only if they were master tamers like him would they truly have the ability to control their own fate. The protagonist looked at him in shock and said his name, and then, placing his hand on his shoulder, he said that there was no need to think about such things, suggesting that they return home. He admitted that he wanted to eat the food that Awan had prepared for them, and Huang laughed, closing his eyes, agreeing with this, and suggesting that they eat more so that Awan would even get tired of cooking for them, and Hung also smiled. The battle to save the plantations was the first time that the protagonist had faced death face to face, and he seemed like a real fighter who, after this nightmare, finally realized that only constant effort could help him preserve himself and protect others in this chaotic world. And realizing this, he pressed his lips tighter, frowned, and clenched his fist. Over the next month, Hung began special training for himself and Lizard according to the rituals of the ancient dragons, and achieved remarkable results. During one such training, he stretched out his hand with a concentrated frown, and Lizard, opening its mouth wide, flew in the direction Hung pointed. Not only did Lizard grow in size, its mastery of these three elements increased by 100 times, it learned new skills, improved it, and also strengthened the effect. The dragon now looked more threatening, and just when Heng was deep in training, an old acquaintance of his arrived at the 7th post. Ling, who was riding on a super dangerous-looking fire magical lion, waved his hand in greeting as he entered the post, and smiled as he greeted Heng. He, without responding to the greeting, froze, his eyes wide open, and looked at Ling with delight, mentally noting that this was very cool, and wondered with interest if he would also be able to ride his dragon. Jumping down from the lion's back, Ling attracted Heng's attention and, coming closer to him, frowned, smiled, and placing his palms on the protagonist's shoulders, he began to shake him from side to side, exclaiming that he heard that last time he participated in the battle for the plantation and showed himself very well on the battlefield, and he was even praised by the commander. He noted that this was simply wonderful, and declared that this was how the burgomaster's apprentice should behave. While he was saying all this, Hung simply remained silent with his mouth slightly open in astonishment, and did not resist when Ling shook him. However, the moment he stopped, the protagonist smiled slightly excitedly, raising his finger up, and remembered that Ling had said that he should come here every month, and asked if it had already been a month since he was here last time? Ling asked if it hadn't? Without waiting for Hung to answer, he exclaimed that it made no difference, and said that he simply had a few free days, so he decided to visit Hung now in order not to ruin his plans later. He finally removed his hands from the protagonist's shoulders, and then told him to now call his snake dragon Lizard to train it and make up for all the time he had missed. Hung closed his eyes, frowned slightly in excitement, scratched his head with his palm, but still agreed, and in the next moment, he smiled confidently, frowned, and raised his palm, activating the ring, summoning his snake dragon. The monster, whose size was already several times larger than Hung himself, appeared behind him, surrounded by magical energy, and frowned in concentration. Looking at Ling, Ling was very shocked when he noticed the size of the dragon, and sweated from the tension, frowned and shouted that the dragon was growing very quickly. He asked, "Did Hung really have the perfect formula?" He, with an excited smile, said that he always used the formula that he gave him, and guessed that it just suited his dragon very well. Ling didn't know what to say to this and simply froze in shock, and then waved his hand and turned away, asking Hung to put the dragon back, as he was sure that he didn't need to experience this anymore. Hung looked at him in confusion, and Ling waved his hand and explained that according to he, once the lizard reached the middle stage of growth, the protagonist's training on the northern front would end. Hung shuddered upon hearing this and asked, "Is it really happening so soon?" Huang and Awan, who were nearby and heard this, hugged each other and burst into tears, just like their other comrades who were nearby. Hung shuddered and looked at them in confusion, sweating from excitement, and Huang, wiping away his tears with a handkerchief, tried to calm down and exclaimed that they couldn't empty the protagonist so quickly. One closed his eyes and added that they wouldn't be able to sleep anymore if he left, and Heng asked with a smile if they were serious about that. He suggested that in that case, he should ask Lizard to sit with him, and hearing this, Huang suddenly calmed down and asked why Heng was telling him that. Pointing his finger at Awan, he declared that he was the one who said all that, and hearing this accusation, Awan flinched, frowning indignantly, and then asked so what if he couldn't sleep. The protagonist laughed and said that now they wouldn't be able to get away or run away, but would run around before going to bed with his little lizard. The next day, in Blacklight's training room, Heng fell to the floor and screamed, noting that he couldn't do it anymore. Lin Fu smiled as he looked at the small watch in his palm and thought that the protagonist was a good man to have lasted this long. This meant that he had truly not been lazy this month, just as he had said. Fu was his chief steward, the castle master's assistant, and his loyal servant. He had once been his father's servant, and he was also an expert in the field of spiritual cultivation of the mind and a professional in coin processing. Soon, Fu bowed slightly and closed his eyes as he approached and congratulated him on taking on a good disciple. Although Heng was not as talented as his first sister, he was still very persistent and had used the spiritual hammer method this month, laying a good foundation for their training. He crossed his arms and looked at Heng with a smile, admitting that he did not think that his internship would end so quickly, that is, in just 1 month. However, he supposed that it was still a difficult experience and an exciting event for the protagonist. Heng awkwardly held his hair with his hand, smiled with his eyes closed, and said that he worked hard. Thinking back to when he was meditating, he thought that the growth and spiritual development of the lizard was so vividly felt through cultivation and training, and it was much better than when he sat for 3 years waiting for even the slightest progress from his egg, experiencing failure after failure. Thinking back to the moments in his past, he asked himself, could such an experience be called difficult? After that, he smiled confidently, clenching his hand into a fist, and he noted that the fact that Heng's snake dragon lizard was trained and raised to such a high level exceeded his expectations and gave him more confidence in Heng's future success. The protagonist looked at him with hope and admiration and asked if he had already arranged to transfer him to another military post. However, he said that this was not the case and explained that he wanted Heng to participate in the Six Lands tournament next month. Heng shuddered at this proposal, and he explained that the Six Lands tournament was held once a year and was a dual tournament held in each of the 6 major bases. Some people thought that it was just an ordinary tournament, but in fact, it was held for the sake of the opportunity to enter the Blood Forest ruins. Heng asked if he really needed these ruins. He wondered if there were any other ruins near their base, and he smiled excitedly and explained that these Blood Forest ruins were naturally very different from the ordinary ruins that could be found throughout their wilderness. He said that the outside of these very ruins is separated by a hidden energy barrier that makes it impenetrable, and the ruins themselves are occupied by an extremely powerful and terrifying race of beasts, and the owner of this mysterious place is a being of terrifying strength and power. As he said this, he imagined a forest surrounded by an energy barrier, as well as the silhouette of a monster that was inside these ruins. After that, he noted that when 6 representatives from each base joined forces against this monster, the beast was forced to come to an agreement with the discoverers, and only then did it promise to open the secret lands once a year on its own initiative, allowing 3 master tamers to enter the secret lands and explore it, holding a tournament. He introduced the portal while talking about it, and Heng called out to him, pointing out that this was a very rare opportunity to enter the secret lands, and asked if that meant that he would have many very strong competitors. He asked if he had the slightest chance of winning. He was very excited and sweating slightly from the tension, clenching his palms into fists, and he laughed and called him stupid, asking him not to worry. Heng looked at him puzzled, and he explained that the area opened to people by the master of the Blood Forest ruins was also only the outer part of the ruins, and the inner perimeter and core were not fully opened, and it was indeed a treasure for new masters like Heng, and it was less attractive to true experts. He held his chin with his hand, and the protagonist smiled resolutely and exclaimed, if he said so, then he would definitely try. He smiled, exclaiming that this was the way it should be, and added that in addition to Heng, there would be 4 other participants competing this time, announcing that he would arrange for him to meet and get acquainted with them tomorrow, after which he would begin a new special training. Heng asked with interest, where would he undergo this training? He winked, and announced that he would undergo it in the Grizzly Forest, and upon hearing this, the protagonist asked again, startled, and frowned with excitement. In the southern section of the defense line south of the vast wilderness, there was a large black forest that occupied an extremely large area, and this place was called the Grizzly Forest. There were an astonishing number of bears with a body length of 4 meters and a weight of a ton living there, and these bears were not listed among the dangerous creatures only because these monsters were unable to use energy. However, sometimes bears would appear that were astonishing in their fighting power, and these monsters were such that even the masters were afraid of them. Such bears fully deserved the reputation of being able to stop children from crying at night, and when such monsters attacked people, they did not try to fight, but simply ran away in panic. Recalling all this, Hung, with a trembling voice, attracted his attention and asked if the grizzly forest was not a dangerous place. He said that he would understand it himself when he got there, and advised him to clean himself up beforehand. He and Fu began to leave, and Hung, still scared, called out to him, but he no longer paid attention to it. A little later, as the evening gradually approached, Hung returned home, pressed his lips tighter and looked at the 2 coins lying alone on the table, thinking that the allowance of 250,000 steel coins was almost used up, and the next allowance payment would have to wait more than half a month. In order to maintain the current growth rate of lizard, there should be no shortage of food, and after thinking about this, Hung turned around, looking excitedly at his dragon, who was eating food with his eyes closed. Postponing the advance payment every time was not a long-term solution, and so Hung realized that he needed to find a way to make money. He frowned seriously, pressing his lips tighter, and thought that there were actually many ways for a tamer to make money. He sat straight on the table, starting to thoughtfully roll the coins, and noted that the tamers of healer pets were able to heal illnesses and wounds, and they had a good income. He imagined a girl who was using her pet to heal a sick man, and also noted that pets related to vegetation could increase crop yields, and they were also paid well for this, and he imagined a similar situation, and then he turned his attention to the tamers of water and electric pets, who also collected resources, but with the help of an ancient dragon, a more effective way could be found, and while thinking about this, Hung closed his eyes, putting his palm to his forehead. Some time later, at the trading market, which was a gathering place for black lanterns, the vendors were asking customers to come to their stands quickly, advertising only the latest and best products at a low price. Someone was trying to entice customers by selling an item for only 2 coins, and Hun walked among the people who were looking at the offered goods, and excitedly thought that he originally wanted to take advantage of the opportunity, but he did not find anything all day. Suddenly, one of the men began to attract the attention of the customers by announcing that they would buy black fat at a high price. Hearing this, Hun shuddered as he approached the store and tapped his finger on the tabletop, asking seriously if these people were buying black fat. Another man who was also in the store frowned, looking seriously at the protagonist, and confirmed that they were buying black fat, and then said that they were doing so at a high price, and asked what Hun wanted. He assumed that he had the goods, but the protagonist said that he did not, explaining that he just wanted to ask these men what they needed it for. He smiled, showing his good intentions, but the man waved his hand, noting that he shouldn't care what he needed the black fat for, and said that he would buy the product if Hung had it, and if he didn't, he should leave and not interfere with the man's business. When the man lowered the edge of the newspaper he was holding, the paper folded, and Him was able to read that 1 milliliter of black thick fat was equal to 83 coins. This meant that 1 liter would be equal to 83,000 coins, and he didn't even expect that someone would buy the black fat at such a high price. Smiling faintly, he stepped aside, adjusting his hood, and noticed that he had found a way to strike it rich, because according to the ancient dragon's records, the slime from the surface of the black octopus, the resin of the dark oak tree and the thickener were mixed in a ratio of 3:1:2 at a high temperature for 75 minutes, and thus a black thick fat was obtained. Although the records also said that the dark tree that produced the black resin had long since died out, however, such a thing was not uncommon on the black market, and the protagonist resolutely clenched his fist, realizing that he only had to figure out the thickeners, and in this case he could make money. Soon he was back home and, having set the necessary devices on the table, he began to cook, and, having waited for the right moment, he asked Lizard to press the pedal twice. It obeyed, following the order, and the fire burned brighter, and after a while, everything was finally ready and Hung poured the last ingredients into the cauldron, thinking that among the 13 departments of the 5 bureaus where the Black Lanterns were assembled, there was one institution with a special status, which was called the Dangerous Biological and Energy Research Department. The function of these departments was to study dangerous creatures and strange energy phenomena, and the research department managed 3 institutes that purchased black thick fat in bulk. Opening a small tap, Hung began to pour the finished black fat into special flasks, noting that although selling it could bring in a lot of money, but if he immediately flooded the market with so much black fat, he would have to be very careful so that the secrets of the ancient dragon were not discovered. He frowned in concentration, pressing his lips tightly together and putting the flasks he had made into one box. Not only was the black tree a rare species, But it also grew extremely slowly, and some herbivorous species like to eat the young branches and leaves of black trees, making it very rare to find plants taller than a meter. No more than a few dozen milliliters could be harvested from a single meter-tall black tree per year, so the sudden appearance of a large quantity of goods on the black market would definitely attract other people's attention, and Hung frowned even more, realizing that it would be best to find a store, sell the black fat, and run away. Some time later, he, wearing a cloak and hiding his face with a hood, had already gone out into the street and carefully looked around, passing between other people, and finally noticed the Hong trading house, realizing that he needed to go there. Entering, he dumped several flasks on the counter, announcing that there were 30 liters, and calculating that the price of this would be 250,000 coins, he asked the saleswoman if she would buy it. The woman shuddered, noticing the flasks, and smiling excitedly, she exclaimed that of course she would buy it, and asked where Heng got so much from. He, taking out a dagger, leaned sharply towards her, pressing the blade of the knife to her throat, and seriously said that she had better not ask about it. The woman, looking at the weapon with horror, promised that she would not do this, and soon Heng had already left the store, slamming the door behind him, and throwing a few coins in his palm. He noted that this money cannot be spent now, but it is better to go to the fortress and exchange a small amount of ingredients, and also wait until everything calms down. At the same time, he was going to meet his teammates, and headed towards the castle. Around this time, in the castle, Wang Sun said that he knew Heng, saying that they had participated in special training together. He was an average person with no taming talents, so no one could even imagine that the castle master himself would pay attention to him and take him as a disciple. He assumed that it was luck. Sun was a tamer and participated in special training with the protagonist, and was also the first among all the participants to successfully hatch an egg. His controlled beast was an adult mid-danger level mountain lion. Luo Chong, dissatisfied, slammed his hand on the table and said that Heng was very lucky, because the castle master wanted him to be the captain in the competition. He was a tamer from a rich family, had good talent, and had several controlled beasts, including a mid-danger level red scaly dinosaur, as well as a mid-danger level blood ox in its final stage. Reina came closer and said that last year Lu Han was the captain. Even though he only ranked 4th and couldn't enter the secret room, he was still very strong, and before him Su was the captain, and she became the champion in the 6th competition. Reina was a tamer, and she was currently the strongest. She also had several beasts under her control, namely the iron magic trees of the middle danger level, as well as the sleeping butterflies of the middle danger level. Lin Yusin smiled and asked, "Is there anyone among them who doubts the master's decision?" She pointed out that not to mention them, even their teacher would not dare to disobey the master, and said that they were all familiar with him, but they had to admit that they underestimated him, since his main pet is the snake dragon lizard of the highest danger level. None of them had a pet of even a high danger level, and she asked if that was not enough to explain their breakup with him. Indignant, Chong stood up from his seat, looking towards Yusin, but before he could say anything else, Fu opened the door and invited Heng into the hall, saying that he was busy, but his comrades had already arrived. He asked that he meet them, and leading Heng to the table, he told them not to be shy, introduce themselves to each other and chat, and he himself decided to leave so as not to disturb the young people. Everyone present in the hall stood up, bidding Fu farewell, and soon he left, closing the door behind him. Sun, smiling, soon sat back down and said that their captain had arrived. Reina, laughing, agreed with this, noting that their captain only had one beast. Heng, hearing these ridicule, pressed his lips tighter, lowered his gaze, but did not say anything, and because of this, the atmosphere in the room was quite oppressive. Suddenly, Yusin attracted the protagonist's attention and, with a kind smile, she said her name, saying that she became a tamer a little over a year ago, and now she is officially a tamer. Currently, she only had 2 pets, namely, a mid-danger level flower ghost tiger and a mid-danger level electric swallow. She stood up from her seat, stretching out her palm towards Hen, and he, also saying his name, said that he became a tamer 2 months ago, and now he is officially a tamer. He only had 1 pet, namely, a snake dragon, which is a top danger level lizard. He shook Yusin's hand, and Chong, who also stood up from his seat, suddenly apologized, saying that it was cool to officially become a tamer in 2 months, and especially if his first pet was a snake dragon of the highest danger level. Heng looked at him, and admitted that Chong was right, because Heng himself was much better than him. Chong got angry when he heard this, and clenched his jaw, asking if the protagonist was really saying that he was stronger than him. He offered to test it, and stretched out his hand forward, calling out a red-scaled dinosaur. The monster appeared in front of him, turning over several chairs and a table, and placing his palm on the monster's back, Chong looked at Hung and asked if he was really scared. The protagonist grabbed his chin with his hand, clenched his teeth, and thought that compared to this huge monster, the snake dragon lizard really has little chance of winning. However, according to the ancient laws of the dragon, in competitions, if a person cannot crush the opponent, then he must kill himself against the wall. Relaxing a little, he looked at Chong and admitted that his pet's cultivation was quite good, but it seemed that it was not a species of the highest danger level. Shrugging his shoulders, he asked, "Does Chong not have the same?" Yusin laughed with her hand over her mouth, and Chong furiously shouted Heng's name. But before he could do anything else, Reina came closer to him, stretching out her palm in front of him, saying that this meeting was arranged by the master of the castle, and advised him to think about the consequences. Chong flinched, frowning in displeasure, and Hung, smiling, told them not to worry, since the owner of the castle would not scold them. However, because Chong summoned the beast directly into the castle, he did not know what the garrison would do to him, and crossed his arms over his chest, smirking. Chong only cried out in displeasure, putting away his pet, and then, looking furiously at the protagonist, he said that he had better not face him in the competition in a month. Hung looked at him seriously, admitting that he did not even have the desire to unite in order to fight for the honor of the Black Lanterns. Turning around, he opened the door, leaving the room, and admitted that it would be better if he did not offend such teammates. He slammed the doors behind him with a bang, and frowning in displeasure, Chong asked, "What was that?" Sun smiled and told him not to worry, noting that they would have another chance to deal with the main man. Hung meanwhile climbed the stairs, remembering that he said that they would go to the grizzly forest tomorrow. These disgruntled comrades, as far as he could tell, were also part of his test for him, and the protagonist was a little worried about this. He realized that he needed to take full advantage of this special training, and decided that once he returned, he would become a captain. After climbing to the very top, he sat on the edge of the fence, thinking. The next morning, some people approached Heng's house, one of whom knocked on the door and announced that he was the head of the Black Lantern Guards, Zhang Qing, who would be accompanying him on a special training in the grizzly forest. Hearing this, Heng asked Qing and his comrades to come in, and after entering, Qing spread a map on the table, telling him that this was where their black fire was located. Heng, looking intently at the map, listened attentively to the information, and Qing, pointing to one of the places on the map, said that this small settlement near the Himalayan bear forest was called the Iron Village. The distance to the Iron Village was only about 150 kilometers, but only half of the way was on a repaired road, so in fact, the route was quite winding. In addition, they could encounter troubles along the way, and therefore, most likely, the road to the desired place should have taken 1 or 2 days. The protagonist, frowning, put his hand to his chin, agreeing with this information, and Cheng, smiling, asked if he had any questions. Hung said that he had no questions and said that he was ready to go. Soon the car was already driving along the desired road, and the protagonist, continuing to study the map, thought that the black fire was in the Grey Desert, just like the Iron Village and the Grizzly Forest. It was a vast area with dozens of large settlements, as well as many smaller settlements and nomad camps. After a while, they stopped near a tower, and Qing asked him to wait for a while he himself was going to go and report their arrival to the tea house, since they were going to rest there in the evening. The protagonist happily agreed to this, and the next moment, using a walkie-talkie, Cha-Nam, who was sitting at the top of the watchtower, contacted Qing, announcing that the deputy mayor of the tea house was speaking to them, and asking if they were a team from the Black Lantern. Qing, also taking the walkie-talkie, said that he was the commander of the 5th Tactical Group of the bodyguards of the 1st and 3rd Squads of the Black Lantern, gave his name, and seriously explained that they needed to enter the city in order to rest and recuperate. Cha-Nam asked him to say the last password, and taking a small piece of paper, Qing read out a combination of numbers and letters, which was the password. Soon the gate opened and Cha-Nam came out of the tower with 2 warriors and praised Qing for his good work. Qing smiled when he saw Cha-Nam and noted that he was in a good mood. He also said that he had brought a dear guest with him this time, and asked him to arrange a good place for them to stay. Cha-Nam asked him to rely on him and asked them to enter, pointing his hand towards the entrance. Soon they were already inside the castle, and pointing to the large chests, someone said that these were items for taming animals, prepared especially for him. After that, Cheng, closing his eyes, pointed to Chinhan, calling his name, and explained that he would be a private for the protagonist. Hung agreed with this and thanked them for their work, and then told Lizard to come out. The dragon appeared behind him, and, noticing that it was already waiting, the protagonist stroked the dragon, telling it to go already and have something to eat. Cheng and Han were equally amazed, covered in sweat from excitement, and at the same time asked themselves, is this really the animal that Hung tamed? Turning to the side, they noticed that the protagonist did not open the canned food, and assumed that Lizard would eat it along with the box. However, the next moment, they suddenly shuddered, opening their eyes wider, as they noticed that Lizard, having opened its mouth, released magical energy, and the cans filled with food rose from the box, opened, and the food went towards the dragon. Lizard raised its head to more conveniently eat the food falling into its mouth, and having taken enough food, it slightly narrowed its eyes, looking at Chang and Han who were watching this, who, noticing this look, looked at each other and excitedly asked themselves if it was true that Lizard despised them. In the end, distracted from these emotions, Han attracted Heng's attention and said that the tea house was different from the Black Lantern, since there was no curfew here, and the nightlife was quite rich. Some of the tea house companions invited them to have fun with them at a bar on the mountain, and he asked what Heng thought about it. The protagonist told them to have fun, but he himself decided not to go, but asked them to find him a guide if possible, since he wanted to walk around the city. And suddenly Lena, opening the door, entered the room and smiling, asked if Heng really needed a guide. Everyone in the room shuddered, looking at her in amazement, and she, looking back at them in fear, cried out, apologizing, and explained that she did not intend to eavesdrop on their conversation, noting that it was Chanam's grandfather who asked her to bring them souvenirs from the tea house. Han, also apologizing, said that he could confirm that Lena was indeed Chanam's granddaughter, and added that if the protagonist needed a guide, then she was the best one. Coming closer to Lena, he put his hand on her shoulder, and smiling and closing his eyes, Heng said that it was wonderful, thanking her for her help. She confidently frowned, smiling, and also agreed with this. Soon the two of them were already out on the streets of the city, and while Heng walked, thoughtfully holding his chin with his hand, Lena smiled, walking next to him, and pointed her hand in different directions, telling about the city. Such architecture as in the tea monastery could not be seen anywhere else, and it was very different from what was in the Black Lantern. Most of the roofs of the houses were in the shape of a triangle, and the houses themselves could be square or rectangular, and this created the impression of volume. According to tradition, the residents of the tea monastery painted the walls of their houses in black and brown, and according to Lena, there are hundreds of such buildings. All the houses and shops in the town were located on the slopes, and a little higher up in the mountains there was a tiny castle made of stones and earth. It was the first building in the tea abode, and the local government met here. Heng imagined this castle, and was suddenly distracted from his thoughts, as Lena, pulling at the edge of his cloak, attracted his attention, remembered something, and told him that they would be holding animal fights tonight, asking if he would like to watch. The protagonist smiled a little enthusiastically and asked if she was talking about animal fights. Lena explained that soldiers and civilians sometimes caught wild animals and then held fighting competitions in the arena with the participation of these animals, and this attracted many spectators. She imagined two monsters that fought against each other in the arena, and added that if an animal was injured or died in the fight, then its meat did not go to waste, and it was used as food for the people of the town. She smiled enthusiastically as she told this, and remembered that today they would bring a special beast that no one had ever seen in the tea house before, and this monster would fight an adult tiger. She knew that many people would come to watch the fight, and pointed with her palm at the men and women who were already approaching the gate of the arena. Heng thought about it, frowning and holding his chin in his hand, and noted that although the tiger was an ordinary beast, it was incredibly ferocious, so watching the fight would be useful for Lizard. In the end, he agreed to go and watch, and Lena was very happy to hear these words. They went to the ticket office, buying 2 tickets to enter the arena, and Balrena, who handed them the tickets, looked at Heng and, attracting Lena's attention, asked if this was really her boyfriend. She didn't know who he was and called him a cute boy, asking if he wasn't from around here. Besides, she wondered why she hadn't seen him in the tea house before. Lena got angry when she heard those words and frowned, asking Balrena not to say stupid things. Taking the protagonist's hand, she began to drag him away from the cash register, asking him to hurry up. Balrena looked at them with a smile, and Heng awkwardly put his hand to his forehead and smiled, closing his eyes. Soon, they arrived at the arena itself, and the people they passed recognized Lena, happy that she had come too. Someone gave up their seat for her, intending to sit somewhere else, and Lena thanked the person with a welcoming wave and closing her eyes, but said that it would be inconvenient for her to take that seat today, so she decided that she would take advantage of the offer next time. Heng looked at her with a smile, thinking that she was a celebrity here. Suddenly, Lad appeared in front of them, smiling and asking who he saw. He said that Lena had taken the time to visit him, and she, frowning seriously, said that she had only come to escort an important guest, so it would be good if he found a better place for them, otherwise she would complain to grandfather. Heng smiled excitedly at this seriousness, and Lad looked at the protagonist and asked if this was really the young man. He smiled, nodded and placed his hand on Lena's head, and Lad, noticing Heng's hand, opened his eyes wide, startled, because he noticed the ring of the Lord on his finger. He realized that it was better not to quarrel with such a person, and greeting him, invited him to the arena of the tea monastery. The main character greeted him, and very soon several guys blew a horn, and the girl host, coming out into the arena, attracted the attention of the spectators, announcing that their animal fights would begin right now. She was glad to see everyone and greeted everyone here, raising her hand to the side. The spectators in the stands rejoiced, shouting, and the girl, pointing her hand towards the cage located to the side of her, said, as everyone expected, the city guard brought a tiger from the jungle, whose body length was more than 3 meters, and weighed more than 600 kilograms. The huge tiger was really behind bars, and roared, frowning furiously. One of the guys, seeing this, assumed that this tiger was in excellent fighting shape and was eager to start the fight. His companion sitting next to him looked at the arena with enthusiasm, saying that the traps created by the Ase trapper were the most powerful weapons in the tea house. One of the guys frowned in displeasure, asking when the fight would start already. Lena also joined in the shouting, waving her hand, wishing everyone good luck. Hung simply stood next to her, holding a cup of hot drink in his hands, and watched her, and at that moment, the host, frowning in concentration, asked the audience to be patient and allow them to introduce today's participant. Pointing her hand to the side, she said that this was the second fighter. She admitted that she had never seen such a strange arena, and expressed her hope that this captured beast would surprise everyone. One of the assistants threw forward a small metal box, the sides of which were a grid, and when the box fell to the ground, the top lid of it flew to the side, and from it stuck out its head a small monster, who practically cried and froze, disoriented. At that very moment, the doors of the cage in which the tiger was sitting opened, and the animal, coming forward, focused on its opponent, who, shuddering, cried, noticing the tiger. Instantly jumping out of the cage, the monster tried to climb the wall to climb up. The spectators watching this laughed, and one of them drew attention to how this monster ran, confessing that he saw such a strange creature for the first time. Unlike the rest of the spectators who were laughing and smiling, the main character suddenly froze, frowning, and shuddering, wondering if this was really what he was thinking. At this point, the tiger growled, preparing to start the fight, and jumped into the air, heading towards the small beast to attack it, and in response to this action, the monster, crying only harder, could only scream and try to run away. The monster pressed itself against the bars of the closed cage in fear, trying to escape somewhere, and closed its eyes in despair. However, when the tiger ran closer to it, the beast jumped away at high speed. The tiger, because of this, only became more angry and prepared for the next attack, slowly approaching the beast frozen in place and trembling with horror. The spectators were tense when they watched the fight, and one of them was shocked at how fast this beast moved. His companion sitting next to him was amazed at what had happened, as he thought that the tiger would smash the beast like a fly on a table. The boy sitting next to his mother exclaimed that it was cool and asked her what kind of beast it was. His mother simply placed her hand on his shoulder, continuing to watch the battle, and Hung thought that according to ancient legends, there were 4 incredibly dangerous rare species of dragons, and because of their power, these species were called the 4 gods. He thought about it, pressing his lips tighter and recalling the information he needed, and noted that these species included the mysterious species, the fairy species, the miraculous species, and the mythical species. He imagined the monsters that could represent each of these species, and leaning forward a little so that he could see the beast better, he thought that such speed and reaction were definitely not typical of an ordinary beast. He noticed the golden mark on the animal's forehead, the rounded shape of its body, and realized that this beast belonged to a mysterious species, and dragons of this species were natural-born treasure hunters. The dragon at this time, with its eyes closed and crying, tried to escape from the tiger that was chasing it. Hung continued to think and noted that treasure hunters were extremely dangerous, but almost not aggressive, and these beasts had a rare ability of a mysterious species. In addition, such dragons were quite rare, and as the name suggested, these monsters were born to search for treasures, which they fed on. Traces of such dragons could only be seen in very dangerous places, so Hung found it unexpected to see such a dragon here. He decided that he could not miss this opportunity, and seriously attracting Lena's attention, he admitted that he wanted to know something, and asked if he could buy this beast. He pointed his finger at the arena, and Lena told him that Lad had bought the beast from the head winemaker of the Chan Naim Tea Monastery. She also added that Lad was the owner of the tea monastery arena, and all the battle beasts there belonged to him, so he could try to negotiate with him. Hung smiled upon learning this information, and asked Lena to take him to Lad. Soon they arrived at the office and went inside, and Lad, with Lena standing next to him, holding his hand, admitted that he was afraid that it was impossible, and even if the protagonist was her friend, he could not agree to this request. He understood that she knew that the rules of the battle could not be violated, since it could not be stopped until one of the opponents was defeated. Lena continued to look at him pleadingly, asking him to agree after all, and Lad, sweating slightly from excitement, looked at her and waving his free hand that Lena was not holding, he said that it was not about money at all. She frowned, noting that she knew he had bought the beast from Naeem for 1,000 steel coins, and said that she would pay 4,000, asking if that was a good deal. Lad closed his eyes, smiling, and did not argue further, but noted that Lena should understand that no one in his family had ever broken the rules of the arena for fighting beasts. Hung finally chimed in and asked if it was true that Lad was worried about the bets already made and the tickets sold. Lad looked at him seriously, noting that as far as he knew, the beast was not that valuable, and asked if he really cared about getting this one. The protagonist asked Lad not to misunderstand him and said that he really wanted this beast, but he did not want to break the rules, and that was why he had a proposal, and he, smiling enthusiastically, asked if Lad would listen to this. Very soon, a voice came from the loudspeakers located in the arena, attracting the attention of the spectators and announcing that due to an emergency, they were forced to stop the fight. The spectators immediately began to be indignant, shouting that they bought tickets, enjoyed the spectacle, and someone even threatened that he would not come again if the fight did not continue. Lad, holding a microphone in his hands, asked the spectators to calm down and listen to him, noting that firstly, the cost of the tickets would be returned to all those present 3 times the amount, and the bets made would be returned in full. Secondly, there was going to be an incredible battle in the arena today, and Lena, who was sitting next to him, smiled enthusiastically, and Lad invited the audience to welcome the new disciple Hun. The protagonist walked out of the corridor leading to the arena, and noticing this, the audience immediately became happy, and one of the guys asked, "Is it really possible for a man to fight a beast?" He tried to remember how many years had passed since the last such battle, and his comrade, who was sitting next to him, was amazed at what Lad was able to do. The tiger, noticing the new opponent, growled furiously, narrowed his eyes, and looked at Heng, and then ran forward, ready to attack him. The protagonist stood still, not moving, and the audience became worried, assuming that Heng was about to die. The mother closed her child's eyes, excitedly watching what was happening in the arena, and Lena, also worried, clenched her fists, shouting that Heng would definitely win. He remained calm and smirking, extended his palm, ordering his snake microphone to come out. Lizard, wrapped in magical energy, appeared in front of him, threateningly opening its mouth, and noticing a new opponent, the tiger froze, frightened, and slightly pressed itself to the ground, trembling, and the spectators only rejoiced even more, realizing that Heng is the master, and noticing that he has a dangerous type of dragon. Many were delighted with what they saw, since the last time they saw the master was in the Tea Monastery 3 months ago, and now they understood that they came here today for a reason. Lena greeted Heng with her arms raised in joy, and Heng, hearing her cry, smiled, looked in her direction, and made an approving gesture with his finger. While Lena watched him with admiration, Lad froze, his eyes wide in amazement, and noticed that the protagonist was so young, and already controlled the most dangerous creatures. Taking out a small handkerchief, he wiped the sweat that appeared on his face and smiled excitedly, glad that he was polite enough to Heng. After that, he thoughtfully and smilingly looked at Lena, who began waving her arms again, and assumed that this time she had a new friend. Lizard, meanwhile, appeared next to Heng, spreading its wings wide, showing its power, and the protagonist himself ordered it to attack. Lizard opened his mouth slightly, and streams of magical energy began to gather next to it, gradually heading towards the tiger, who, shuddering, sat down, cried and trembled, opening his mouth wide in horror. Closing his eyes, the tiger suddenly found a tablet on which he admitted his guilt and mistake, and asked that no one kill him. It held the tablet in front of him, trembling only more, and then, not feeling any attack, the tiger shuddered, opening his eyes wide, and looked with surprise at the fact that Heng and Lizard's attention was not directed at this, but at the other dragon, who began to run from side to side, closing his eyes in despair. The tiger looked at the other dragon in bewilderment, and Heng, holding his chin with his hand, drew attention to the speed and rapidity of this one's reaction, assuming that this is due to his physical form, and noted that it is not for nothing that this dragon is called a mysterious creature. He urged Lizard to attack the dragon and extended his palm forward, frowning in concentration. Lizard flew forward, and the other dragon, noticing this, first froze, shuddering, and then began to run faster, crying in terror. Heng, smirking, told Lizard to use the second stage of acceleration power, and Lizard also accelerated, looking intently at the enemy in front of him. Clouds appeared in the air around it, and Lizard only flew forward faster, stretching out its paws in order to be able to grab the dragon. The distance between the two dragons was closing, and the monster screamed in terror, continuing to run. Having caught up with it, Lizard tried to strike, but the monster managed to dodge and jump to the side, avoiding this attack. Hung did not give up and, clenching his fist, activated the dragon's power of the second-level strike. A huge amount of magical energy appeared around Lizard, which began to twist around it in a spiral, rising high into the air above the arena. The spectators froze, opening their mouths, and admitted that they were very scared. Many were amazed at the power of the ruler, and someone noted that if the beast Hung met in a fight with a detachment of soldiers, there would be nothing left of the soldiers. The dragon, also frightened by Lizard's attack, cried, screaming pitifully, and Lizard stretched out his paw to it, and this time the dragon did not run away, since it could not move. Lizard, despite its threatening appearance, carefully lifted the dragon, and Hung, stopping next to it, asked, "Can it really not run away?" The dragon screamed again, and then doomedly closed its eyes, lowering its head. Soon, in the office of the owner of the beast fighting arena, Lad, in front of whom Hung and Lena were standing, admitted that it was amazing, calling the protagonist a lord. It was the first time he saw such a young person tame fierce beasts, and Hung tried to refuse this praise, smiled, apologizing for his tactlessness, and asked how Lad managed to catch such a fast animal. He placed his palm on the small cage in which the dragon was sitting, and Lad, closing his eyes, also pointed his finger at the animal, asking if Hung really meant this. He explained that for the Black Lantern, the tea monastery was not only an important supply point in the south, but also a major supplier of wine products, and it was due to the skill of their residents in winemaking that the tea monastery attracted the attention of the Black Lantern, after which it was accepted as a vassal. The one who caught this beast was an old winemaker from the monastery, whose name was Naim. Lad remembered someone saying that this beast had gotten into the wine cellar and ruined several barrels that were meant for the head of the Black Lantern. He imagined the dragon, having overturned a barrel from which wine began to spill, starting to run away, as an angry Naim noticed this disgrace. For a week, Naim and his apprentices did nothing about the dragon, but one day the winemaker, having already lost all hope that everything would resolve itself, found a drunk and peacefully sleeping beast in a barrel. He imagined Naim, frowning furiously, approaching the barrel on the edge of which the sleeping beast hung, and frowned. Telling this, Lad smiled, pointing with his palms at the cage, and said that after this incident Naim sold the beast to him. Slightly worried, Hung said that despite its own mysterious power, the beast was so stupid that it got drunk, and therefore it was no wonder that it was caught. The dragon was ashamed, hearing these words, and bowed its head, closing its eyes, and a little later, near the threshold of the house where Hung now lived, it stopped, smiled and said that Lena had helped him a lot this time, so now he was in her debt. She, embarrassedly closing her eyes, said that she did not need gratitude, since she thought that all this was nonsense. She also added that she heard that the protagonist would continue his journey tomorrow, and therefore noted that now he needed to have a good rest. Hung promised that he would do so, and said that next time he would bring Lena something interesting from the Black Lantern. He went up to his room, putting the cage with the dragon on the table in front of him, and, looking seriously at the monster in the box, he asked with displeasure, "What does all this mean?" Having burst into tears, the beast shuddered, looking at Hung with horror, and he, continuing to maintain a serious expression on his face, warned that if he had not saved the dragon then in the arena, then it would have been dead long ago. The beast's horror disappeared, and it simply looked sadly at the protagonist, hugging the bars of the cage with its paws. Having looked closely at the structure of the cage, Hung noticed that the bars of this one were no thicker than a little finger, and if it had been a snake dragon, then it would have easily broken the cage and escaped. Now he realized that aggression was indeed alien to representatives of the mysterious species, and stuck his fingers between the bars of the cage, stroking the dragon's cheek. It, although still crying, did not resist, and the protagonist thought that now he would have to take care of it, and then noticed that in the ancient dragon books there was no information about what this beast ate. However, he thought of something and, smiling, put his finger to his chin, deciding that the dragon would starve with him for a few days, and in that case it would no longer care what exactly it ate. The dragon shuddered in horror when he heard this, but Hing did not pay attention to it, and turned a little to the side, smiling smugly. Suddenly, the ring on his finger began to shine, and noticing this, Hung cursed, frowning, because he realized that he had been so busy that he had completely forgotten to feed the lizard. Stepping aside a little, he picked up one of the boxes filled with cans of food and, inhaling from the effort, put the box on the table near the cage where the dragon was sitting. After that, taking a large bowl, he began to pour food into it, and noticing this food, the beast frowned enthusiastically, stretching its paws to its face. Having finished pouring the food, Hung began to stir it, smiling faintly, and from how much the dragon liked the sight of it, even saliva flowed from its mouth. The protagonist, smiling even more, turned to Lizard, noting that if it ate 3 times more than usual, then they would be able to get enough iron to reach the village by tomorrow evening. The beast continued to look at the food with delight, and Hung, activating the ring, called Lizard, who appeared behind him and, narrowing his eyes contentedly, immediately began to eat. The dragon was disappointed, realizing that the food was not meant for it, and burst into tears, and Hung, hearing the plaintive sounds it made, shuddered, looking at the dragon in surprise, and noticed that it turned its back to him with resentment, hiding its tears. Leaning closer to the cage, the protagonist smiled and asked if it really wanted to eat too. The beast nodded, and Hung took the spoon with which he had previously mixed the food, and putting it in the bowl, scooped up some food. Lizard, noticing Hung's behavior, shuddered in bewilderment, opening his eyes wider, but the protagonist did not pay attention to this and brought the spoon to the beast, telling it to eat. The dragon began to eat the food with pleasure, closing his eyes, and Lizard was horrified, noticing this. It even looked up from its food and, shuddering, opened its mouth and opened its eyes wider, watching the dragon eat the food. Hung, smiling, also watched this, admitting to himself that he did not even think that the treasure hunter would like the same food as the snake dragon. Now he understood that the beast would definitely not remain hungry, and very soon the spoon was already lowered, and the beast looked with delight and hope at the protagonist, who, assuming that it wanted more, asked it to wait a little, and turned towards the bowl where the food lay, but froze, shuddering, and frowned, since Lizard, having eaten everything in an instant, froze next to the plate, sighing smugly and closing his eyes. Hung warned Lizard that if necessary, it would eat less so that there would be enough for this and the other dragon. Lizard was angry when he found out about this and frowned in annoyance. However, Hung was not impressed and lightly hit Lizard on the head, warning him that it was now the older brother and therefore should behave appropriately. The dragon closed its eyes when it received the blow, and Hung asked it to behave more calmly, exclaiming that both dragons would have a good time today. The next morning, Lena, standing on one of the towers, waved goodbye to Hung, who went to the Iron Village. This village was much larger than the tea monastery, and there was an ironworks where people mined iron, copper, and aluminum. Hung sat in the car, studying the information he had, and remembered that it seemed like someone had said that the village was somehow dependent on the grizzly forest. However, because of the law, Ching could not say this directly, so all Hung could do was wait for him to arrive and figure it out for himself. During the journey, he looked at Ching several times, trying to get him to explain, but he just smiled excitedly, saying nothing. Finally, they approached the village, and upon entering it, Hung immediately felt the smog. The air was filled with the smell of burnt steel, smelted from coal, and upon arriving at the village, Ching sent Hung to the center of the village for a leadership meeting. He led him to a tall building, pointing to one of the towers of it, and at that moment, the protagonist finally understood what Ching was silent about. The Iron Village turned out to be a backwater city with a civilian population of 1,000 people and 150 soldiers. On paper, it was an independent settlement in the Grey Desert, but in reality it was subordinate to the Black Lantern and supplied it with metal and agricultural products. However, there was something more important, because the minerals here were mined in the Grizzly Forest, which was an impossible dream for ordinary people, and the reason why the Iron Village could freely mine the minerals from this place shocked him, because the forest turned out to be his property, or more accurately, his pet's territory. Thinking about this, the protagonist imagined he, whose silhouette towered over the forest, and noted that he was even able to control all the bears in the forest to some extent with his pet. Soon, he went up to the conference room of the committee management, and drank wine with Chang and another man. While the men were talking, he walked over to the window and looked out into it, thinking. He sighed, noting that he had assumed that he was unusually strong, but he did not think that he was this strong. According to the management committee, there were 4 overlords in the Grizzly Forest at the moment, and the strongest of these overlords was the old Black Lantern fighter, the so-called professional commander. But the other 3 overlords were not so simple either, because their strength level was higher than that of an experienced fighter. Hung pressed his lips in concentration, thinking that although all of these people belonged to the Black Lantern, he still felt uneasy. After a while, he went to his room, and the lizard, lying on the floor, soon fell asleep with its head on its paws, and Hung sat at the table, stroking the beast that sat opposite him. He thought that pets were no less important than money and power, and noted that it would be stupid to go to the Grizzly Forest and ask the Overlord to recognize the treasure hunter. He knew that the best way to do this was different, and while attracting the dragon's attention, Hung smiled, asking if it would be his companion. The beast looked at him in confusion, screamed, and looked down uncertainly, and the protagonist became nervous when he saw such a reaction, and laughed, asking the dragon to forget about it, offering to eat first, and then talk some more. Hearing about food, Lizard woke up, raising his head sharply, and noticing this, Hung even shuddered in surprise. Soon they started eating, and noticing the behavior of the two dragons, the protagonist indignantly asked what they were doing. He suggested that they do without talking, ordering both dragons to eat properly. Having received an interesting beast, Hung, who was planning to immediately go to the grizzly forest, eventually decided to stay in the tea town for another 3 days. The reason was simple and was that he needed to find a way to establish a mental connection with the beast looking for treasure, so that it would belong to him. Hung imagined a dragon surrounded by a magic circle and positioned next to the ring. However, it was not as easy as it seemed at first glance, and every time Hung tried to establish a mental connection, he was repelled by the beast's consciousness. He tried several times, enclosing the dragon in a sphere of magical energy and concentrating with his eyes closed. But even after rummaging through the old dragon codex, he could not find any relevant records. Therefore, Hung came up with one stupid way and, sharply raising his hand forward, he addressed the animal sitting in the backpack behind his back and asked, "Isn't this a treasure hunter?" He confidently shouted that he would take it with him to search for treasure. However, unfortunately, everything was not as simple as Hung thought, and closing his eyes, he soon irritably called the dragon a name, asking, "What about searching for treasure?" He placed it on the boxes in front of him and, clenching his jaws, looked at it with displeasure, and noted that it had been chasing butterflies and beetles all morning, asking if it was a child. The beast, clinging to the box, also frowned with displeasure, and the protagonist, looking at it threateningly, said that if he found out that it was an ordinary animal, he would feed it to Lizard, and asked if the dragon agreed with this. The beast screamed in fear, and then, closing his eyes, activated magical energy, and concentrated, and then, dispersing the aura around himself, it pointed a finger to the side, screaming to attract attention. Hung was delighted, assuming that the dragon had found the treasure, and turned to look in the direction it was pointing. But noticing that the beast was pointing to the advertisement for the Surabaya hormone drink, he cried out indignantly and asked if the dragon really wanted to say that it had caught the scent of treasure here. He looked at it with disbelief, and the beast, closing its eyes, nodded confidently, crying out. The protagonist put his hand on his chin, thinking, and noticed that this time magical energy was seething in the dragon's body. He grinned faintly, and then suddenly said that he did not want to go to that place, since it could be another setup, and so he decided to go home and feed the lizard. He picked up the dragon in his arms, starting to move away, and it cried out in protest, closed its eyes and began waving its hand, pointing to the side. Hung assumed that the beast wanted to go there, and also thought that there was a treasure there. The beast confirmed this, and Hung asked why he should help it get this treasure. The dragon shuddered in bewilderment, looking at the protagonist, and then looked down pitifully, almost crying. Hung suddenly added that he liked to do good deeds, but said that the beast should promise him one thing. The dragon screamed, raising its head and listening to him, and imagining a collar and a whip, it only became more upset, and Hung, laughing, asked if the beast was really worried about this. Closing his eyes, he said that this was just a mental connection, not submission, and the beast looked at him in bewilderment, and then, frowning decisively, screamed, putting forward a paw clenched into a fist. Hung in response lightly hit the beast's fist with his fist, declaring that they had agreed. Soon they walked towards the desired establishment, and Hung thought that without the foundation of affection, it was impossible to establish a mental connection overnight, and if he simply offered it to the dragon, it would refuse. However, establishing a mental connection when the beast did not resist changed everything radically, and the protagonist was happy about it. At the same time, in the establishment, opening a special bottle for mixing, the bartender placed a filled glass in front of the girl and said that this was their signature drink that she ordered. The girl smiled, pleased with this, and soon Hung entered the establishment, opening the door. The guy greeted him, asking if he would like to drink their signature drink hormone? But the protagonist said that he just came to look around, and the bartender looked at him in confusion, and then frowned in anger, asking himself, did Hung really come to the pub in the middle of the day just to look around? He looked suspicious to him, and leaning towards the guards, he warned that he was seeing the protagonist for the first time, assuming that he could be a foreign mercenary or a relative of one of the soldiers. He ordered the guards to watch Hung, and in the meantime, he went to a stone standing a little to the side inside the building, and asked if this was a treasure. The beast screamed, pointing its paw towards it, and Hung, squinting his eyes in displeasure, looked at the dragon and asked if this was a treasure hunter or a garbage collector. The beast indignantly closed its eyes, and the stone suddenly began to mutate, and the shape of it completely changed. Noticing this, Hung shuddered, slightly embarrassed, and mentally exclaimed that this could not be what the old dragon code said. However, he realized that it was a shape-shifting stone, and noted that the dragon beast transformation path was full of difficulties and unnecessary, and the demand for evolutionary materials was even higher. Transformation stones were the main material needed to transform a very strong dragon species on the dragon transformation path. He put up a huge monster, and admitted to himself that he never thought that he would ever encounter something he had never dreamed of. Stroking the dragon sitting on his shoulder, he thanked it in his mind, asking if it was true that this was a real treasure-hunting mage. He even cried with happiness, and suddenly the bartender, coming closer to him, displeasedly attracted his attention and asked why he was standing. He was wondering if Hung was a guest or a troublemaker, and upon hearing his voice, the protagonist startled, turning his attention to him, and then smiled, turning towards the bartender, and warning that he wanted to buy this stone. He asked how much it cost. The dragon on his shoulder also smiled, and the bartender startled, surprised by such a request. Frowning in confusion, he asked, did Hung really want to buy this piece of stone? He lowered his head slightly, thinking that this stone was found by the boss in the ruins of the wilderness. However, even after several experts looked at this stone, they all found it useless except for the curvature, and the stone was not used for any other purpose, so it was used here as a decoration. However, if that was the case, he didn't know if other customers would think that their bar lacks style. Finally making a decision, he closed his eyes, started waving his palm, and said that it was a very expensive stone, offering Hung a treat to drink and leave, since he didn't think he could afford it. But the protagonist, smiling, simply told the bartender to tell him the price, and pointing his finger at the stone, he shouted that Hung could have the stone right away for 10,000 steel coins. The protagonist took out a few gold coins and threw it on the table next to the bartender, saying that this would be enough. Pressing his lips tightly, the bartender even became slightly embarrassed, and his cheeks turned red, and he mentally exclaimed that this was a lot. The guards, who were also sitting nearby, shuddered, amazed by the number of coins, and Hung, looking seriously at the bartender, extended his hand forward, saying that he had given them more than what he had offered, but they still had to deliver the stone for him. Looking closely at his hand, the bartender noticed the master's ring, and shuddered in fear, and then, kneeling down with the guards, began to bow, apologizing for not realizing that it was the master tamer who had visited his bar. He was sure that the stone would be delivered, and exclaimed that he had simply indicated the wrong price, since in fact the price was only 1 gold coin. The protagonist, still frowning seriously, said that the masters were making every effort to protect it, and expressed the hope that such a thing would not happen to him, or anyone else again. The boys promised that this would never happen again, and Hung soon left the bar, thinking that there were 2 ways a master could tame a beast in a short time. The first way was for the master to take control by force if the beast was of a lower level than the master. He imagined the tamer towering over the trembling and empty-headed beast, and then thought of the other type of taming, where the animal itself agreed or even wanted to be tamed by the master. He imagined this type of connection as well, and noted that at this point, the beast looking for treasure fell into the second category. He smiled, looking at how it happily embraced the treasure it had found. For 3 days, the protagonist racked his brains over how to tame the new beast, and they went on a treasure hunt in the tea house and ate all sorts of delicious food. Hung even acted as the beast's mother and told the beast a bedtime story, lying next to it in bed. Of course, it was not that simple, and Hung used a trick and deceived the beast, saying that after finding these treasures, it could collect all of them in one place. Now the dragon treated it like an angel, and couldn't wait for Hung to take it to himself. The beast looked at the protagonist with sincere admiration, but Hung trained it like a dog, training in the training ground in the backyard of Hung's house. In order to speed up its dependence on himself, the protagonist also trained the speed of the treasure-seeking beast, and every day he set aside time to train the beast in the training ground in the backyard of the management committee building, so that the lizard could train the treasure-seeking beast. The lizard, roaring furiously, flew, trying to catch up with the beast, who ran away with his eyes closed in fear. The lizard was still faster than the beast, and frowning in concentration, it once again caught up with the dragon, pressing it to the ground with its paw. The monster burst into tears, unable to do anything, and the protagonist held his chin with his hand, watching what was happening, and when the beast was being mistreated, he, like an angel, intervened and stopped Lizard's violence. Once again, he stretched out his hand forward, ordering it to stop, and Lizard looked at him in bewilderment, shuddering, while Hung, frowning, seriously ordered it to let go of the treasure hunter, asking why it was mocking it again. He was unhappy that the dragon could not calm down, and Lizard, covered in sweat from excitement, still looked at him uncertainly, since he himself just recently told it to chase the beast. However, Lizard finally raised his paw, and the beast, jumping to its feet, ran forward, and the rescue of the treasure hunter from the dragon's claws caused the beast to grow a storm of trust and gratitude towards Hang. Still crying, the beast ran up to him, screaming desperately, and smiling. The protagonist asked that it not cry, but calm down, and promising that he would accept it and listen to it. Lizard, standing a little to the side, narrowed his eyes, looking at them sadly, but thanks to Hang's actions, his plan came to fruition. Some time later, they arrived at the edge of the grizzly forest by car, and eventually the car stopped, and Chin, getting out of the car with him and Han, said, if the protagonist crosses this river, he will cross the outer boundary of the grizzly forest and reach the inner boundary, and there will be a person who will pick him up. Hung smiled and frowned decisively, thanking Ching for this information, but before he could walk across the bridge over the river, suddenly a huge monster ran forward and jumped up, jumping from one bank to the other, and Chang and Hung, noticing this, flinched, and the tiger landed on the ground in front of them. Hei Ju, sitting on the back of a particularly dangerous red fire tiger, smiled as she looked at Hung and guessed that it was him, and then told him her name, noting that she was the master of the grizzly forest, and telling him what he could call her. Chang and Han, placing their palms on their temples, frowned seriously, greeting her, and Hung, smiling affably, waved his hand greeting her as well. Ju, jumping off the tiger's back, said that the mayor had already informed them through the communicator that Hung was arriving in the grizzly forest for a month's training. She thought that he should have arrived a long time ago, but she admitted that she did not expect him to arrive until today. Hung, closing his eyes, apologized for the forced delay and grabbed his hair with his hand, and Ju, coming closer to him, said that Chang and Han could go back. But before leaving, Chang asked what to do with the luggage. Ju, touching the pendant hanging on her neck with her palm, told the monkey to come out and smiled, and the next moment a huge monster appeared behind her back, and Hung, noticing this, even shuddered in surprise, learning that it was a silver-backed gibbon, a very dangerous species. He put his hand on his chin, frowned and remembered that this beast was at least up to the full stage, and from its appearance it was hard to tell whether its power had broken through the shackles of the race, and whether it had advanced further. Ju, meanwhile, waved her hand, attracting the monster's attention, ordering it to deliver the things to the base. The monkey nodded, and Ching, pointing to the car, asked it to come here. Ju at this moment jumped on the tiger's back, noting that the base was still far away, and asked if Hung wanted to ride her tiger there. The protagonist thanked her for this offer, but he still had to refuse, since he was going to fly the lizard. He shrugged, and then, stretching his hand up, told the snake dragon to come out. Lizard appeared behind him, and Ju shuddered, and then, slightly opening her mouth in amazement, covered it with her hand, shocked to note that Hung really is worthy of being his disciple, since his first beast is a supreme dangerous species. She soon controlled her emotions and, smiling, offered to see what Hung is capable of, and warned that riding and fighting are two completely different things, rushing forward on the back of her tiger. The protagonist, climbing on the back of Lizard, said that they need to catch up with Ju, and pointed a finger in her direction, frowning in concentration. Lizard's eyes shone, it frowned in concentration, and then began to emit magical energy from itself, and noticing the aura that appeared around, Hung was horrified, shuddering, and asked what Lizard was going to do. The next moment, the lizard ran forward so fast that the protagonist could hardly stay on its back and closed his eyes, clenching his jaws. He screamed, and the lizard, spreading its wings, rose into the air, and Heng admitted that Ju was right in asking the lizard to stop and not hurry so much. Some time later, they reached the desired place and, getting off their animals, approached a large door, near which Ju stopped and knocked, seriously ordering the guard to quickly open it for them. Shuiyu, slightly opening a small window on the door, smiled and asked if Ju could not be a little more feminine. He said that because of her, the gate was collapsing, but in the end he opened the door, and then, closing his eyes, asked if she could not take the key with her next time? He said that he was already busy and complained that he still had to open the gate for her. Crossing her arms over her chest, Ju looked at him with displeasure and frowned, asking if he was busy. She assumed he was busy hibernating, and asked how dare he sneak into the base to hide and rest while the commander was away. Yu awkwardly grabbed his hair, admitting that he had made a mistake, and announced that he was ready to open the gate for Ju. She did not respond, but simply hit him on the head, and Yu screamed, closing his eyes, tears forming in the corners. Ju, meanwhile, pointed to the side, ordering him to go and take care of Heng's luggage and accommodation. The protagonist smiled excitedly, closing his eyes, and noticed the strange way of communication that Ju used. He was not able to think about it for long, as she told him that currently only she and Yu were in the grizzly forest at the base, and noted that initially there were several sergeants in the squad who did menial work, but later these sergeants could not stand the harsh conditions and applied for transfer. The work was entrusted to their pets, and Ju smiled and also told them that the head of the Grizzly Forest base and the main master of the base, Lord Suku, had gone to hunt down a dangerous creature in the Grey Wasteland and left a few days ago. Another master, Linjin, was waiting for Hung to arrive at the base, intending to take him along for part of the special master training, but they didn't know that he was a few days late, so Jin started by himself. The protagonist froze in shock upon hearing this, and then awkwardly grabbed his hair, closed his eyes, and admitted that he himself didn't expect that he would be late. But Ju said that everything was fine, and suggested that they go to her room first. Hung shuddered upon hearing this suggestion, and froze with his eyes wide open, but soon followed Ju, and they found themselves in a room with heads of destroyed animals hanging on the wall. While Hung was looking at the stuffed animals with a shocked frown, Ju sat on the bed, watching him with a smile, and finally, dissatisfied with his long distraction, she called out to him, asking him to turn around, and asked if he was an idiot. The protagonist, however, turned towards her, closed his eyes, saying that he was not an idiot, and admitted that the decor was just a little unusual. Ju, smiling slightly, asked if he thought she was the maid here who did nothing but clean. Finally, distracted from this topic, she patted the bed next to her with her palm and asked why Hing didn't sit down. He flinched, astonished by this suggestion, and began waving his arms, trying to refuse it, and noticing his embarrassment, Ju laughed, deciding that she would not tease him. She guessed that he didn't know about the special training program for masters in the Grizzly Forest before coming here, and she said after getting up from the bed that this could also be considered a rule. Usually, when their masters with black light received their first special training, they were only informed of the specific contents of it after arriving at the base in the Grizzly Forest. The special training was not only to hone their combat experience, but also the benefits that came with it, and Ju smiled and admitted that she didn't know if Hung had heard of energy fruits. The protagonist shuddered in shock, asking if there were energy fruits in this Grizzly Forest. Ju said that it was naturally so, explaining that the Grizzly Forest was rich in bear fruits, which were energy fruits that their blacklight castle used very often. These fruits increased the strength, endurance of dangerous creatures, and were also useful for evil, beast-like, and attack pets. Stepping aside a bit, she pulled the curtains, revealing a map hanging on the wall, and pointing it out to Hing, she warned that getting such fruits was not so easy, since all the trees with this fruit in the Grizzly Forest were occupied by warrior bears. With a token received from the owner of the Grizzly Forest, the Grizzly Chief, the Master Tamer could challenge the owner of a certain fruit tree, and with the token, these grizzlies usually did not refuse to fight, and after defeating them, you could get the bear fruit. Hung listened to this, frozen in amazement, and Ju suddenly became serious and, frowning, said that if someone who was not associated with Castle Blacklight dared to steal the fruit, all the grizzlies and even their masters would definitely attack him, and they would chase the thief until he died. Some time later, a loud cry was heard in the forest as the grizzly frowned and looked at the lizard standing in front of it. Jin, who was sitting on a tree branch next to Hing, noticed that the grizzly was ready to accept the challenge and explained that if the lizard could defeat his opponent, the bare fruit of the fruit tree that was over 30 years old would end up in his hands. Hung, looking at the lizard excitedly, sighed, admitting that he did not think it was that simple. Jin slightly bowed his head and explained that each grizzly would only accept a challenge from an opponent whose aura he thought was weaker than his own, and naturally, there would be risks involved in getting the bare fruit. Meanwhile, the grizzly activated its bear roar and opened its mouth, growling loudly, and gusts of wind were directed towards the lizard, who frowned in concentration, looking at the enemy, and then suddenly shuddered, becoming less angry, since the attack launched by the grizzly did not bring any damage to it. Noticing the behavior of the lizard, the bear froze, angry, and the protagonist, worried, thought that he did not even expect that the lizard had the talent to mock. Sitting down on a branch, he called out to Jin and, frowning, asked if it was true that the grizzly accepted the challenge. He said that it was indeed so, explaining that the lizard simply did not deal with this dangerous kind of animal, so it might be very difficult for him. He pointed his hand towards the beasts, and the next moment, the grizzly and the dragon ran forward, preparing to attack each other. During the movement, Lizard activated the power of the dragon, and a magical aura immediately appeared around it, so that by the time Lizard and the bear collided, Lizard was able to stop the bear's paws that were about to strike it. However, the bear quickly got its bearings and, breaking free from this grip, swung its paw, striking Lizard, and it, closing its eyes, flew far back. The grizzly, taking advantage of the fact that Lizard fell, came closer, hanging over it, and Lizard flinched, and noticing this, Jin frowned, crying out, as he realized that Lizard was in danger. He stood up, intending to go to its aid. However, Hung, stretching out his hand in front of him, stopped him and asked him to wait a little, as he thought Lizard needed to gain experience. He smiled confidently, and Lizard, frowning, activated suppression, which caused the bear to freeze, trembling, and Lizard managed to get up. Very soon, the grizzly had already escaped the effect of the magic of this, but by the time it struck, Lizard had recovered and managed to jump to the side, avoiding the attack. The bear looked after it furiously, and Lizard, changing the direction of movement, raised his paw, activating the power of the dragon of strengthening. Jumping back, the dragon rose into the air, putting forward a paw, which was surrounded by magical energy due to strengthening, and struck with it, which caused several deep scratches on the bear's shoulder. Without stopping, Lizard flew to the side, and the bear looked after it furiously, and Jin, who was watching the fight, relaxed, noticing that Heng had trained Lizard well, and this one had already developed an instinct to strike after strike. It was a rare thing, but the desire to break through the grizzly's defense was not enough, as strength was also needed. The protagonist admitted that the grizzly's defense was truly incredible, and Jin explained that this was the effect of the bear fruit, reminding that if Lizard won, he would receive this. Heng, in order to encourage Lizard, began to shout, telling it to attack, and the dragon became slightly nervous, and the bear at this time, taking advantage of the pause in the battle, activated beast healing, and the wound on its shoulder was healed. Noticing this, Lizard frowned, activating the breath of evil thoughts, the bomb of evil thoughts, and opened its mouth, concentrating a cloud of magical energy near it. Lizard rose into the air, directed this projectile towards the grizzly, and when the magic collided with the bear's body, an explosion occurred, dust and smoke rose into the air, due to which nothing could be seen for a while. However, when the dust cleared, Lizard and the others noticed that there was not a single scratch on the bear, and the tree behind this one was damaged. The bear picked up one of the fallen tree parts, and raised it above his head, using it as a weapon. Swinging, the grizzly threw this thick branch forward, and without stopping, also threw several more parts. Noticing this, Lizard shuddered, and began to jump to the side, dodging attacks, and the broken trees thrown by the grizzly, meanwhile, stood in front of him in a dense wall, not allowing him to pass, and Lizard shuddered, and then, sweating from the strain, turned, doomedly looking at the grizzly, who came closer to him and growled threateningly. Jin let out a startled cry, noticing that the bear had grown even larger, and explained that this was a natural skill, a berserker attack, realizing that this grizzly had initially pretended that it was weak. Still frowning excitedly, he looked at him, telling him that this technique was not something that every bear could master, and after using it, one could instantly increase one's own strength and defense. He understood that the current Lizard was unable to defeat an opponent of such strength, so he said that it was time to end this test. Heng was silent for a while, thinking, and then said that up until now, he had not received any calls for help from the Lizard in the spiritual world, and so he believed in it and clenched his fist, watching the battle unwaveringly. Lizard, cornered, began to look around excitedly, and the grizzly, coming closer to it, swung its paw to strike, and at the same moment, Lizard, frowning, activated an angry attack second speed, and when the bear struck, it flew to the side, and the trees that had previously formed a wall flew apart due to the force of the bear's strike. Dodging the blow, Lizard sank to the ground, but despite the successful maneuver, Jin still shouted that at such a speed, Lizard would not be able to brush off the bear and would be hit. Grizzly at that moment used a bear throw to drive Lizard away, and watching the bear running towards this, Lizard suddenly thought of something and waved its tail, lowering the end of it to the ground, and then activated the second stage of the earth dance. Stone spears began to emerge from the ground, heading towards the grizzly, and upon reaching the bear, these stones blocked the grizzly's path, slightly pushing it back. The grizzly was unable to stay on its feet and fell, rolling to the side and crashing into the trunk of a nearby tree. Lizard smiled contentedly, noticing this, and closing his eyes, walked closer to the defeated bear, and Jin, smiling enthusiastically, called the bear stupid, asking why Lizard did not defeat it earlier. Heng said that it was just luck and began to wave his palm, and Jin suddenly noticed that he was hanging on a tree branch, holding on with one hand, and apologized to him, admitting that he forgot that he did not have enough spiritual energy to stay in the air right now. He brought his fingers to his mouth and whistled, calling for a flying pet blood-tailed black-billed hawk. The hawk appeared in the air, flying closer to the protagonist, and placing its paws on his shoulders, the monster flew into the air, gently lowering him to the ground. Heng was surprised, and after the hawk flew away, Jin, landing next to the protagonist, confidently said that he was his best disciple, suggesting that he had done a good job with the snake dragon in today's battle. He extended his hand forward, commanding the Lotus Hatter to come out, and the Lotus Hatter, which was a grass-type medicinal animal that rooted in the soil to absorb nutrients, appeared in front of him, shrouded in magical energy. He explained that one of the rules for summoning a grizzly in the forest was that after the battle was over, the bear's wounds had to be healed, otherwise they would be attacked by the bears. Lotus began to heal the bear at this time, and Hun, smiling, grabbed his hair with his hand, thanking Jin for helping. He crossed his arms over his chest, declaring that it was easy, and the grizzly, whose wounds were healed, opened his eyes slightly, noticing the smiling lizard and the hatter's Lotus in front of him. Abruptly jumping to his feet, the grizzly frowned angrily, but suddenly Jin appeared in front of it, and, holding out his palm forward, warned that if it wanted to fight again, this one would have to add another fruit. The bear froze, continuing to frown, but less furiously, and in the end, just sighing, the grizzly walked away, hanging his head in disappointment. Hun, watching this, pointed his finger to the side, noticing that it just walked away, and he asked, "Where is the fruit?" Jin smiled, and then told him to follow him, promising that in that case he would see everything. Together they followed the bear and soon found themselves near the desired tree, and noticing this, Lizard came closer to it together with the grizzly, who, carefully taking one of the fruits with his teeth, tore it off the tree and, closing his eyes, laid it on the ground. The lizard frowned at the drool-covered fruit and froze, sweating from disgust, but nevertheless approached the fruit, although he did not take it in his teeth, but began to roll it with his paws. Grizzly, watching this, laughed, and Jin, some time later, when he noticed that Lizard, who had nevertheless taken the fruit in his teeth, came out from behind the trees, noted that Jews should have mentioned to him that each grizzly bear guarding the territory will have a small tree growing that bears fruit, and asked if this was true. He explained that right in the center of the bear's den is the main treasure of this forest, and when Lizard came closer, it, squinting its eyes, spat out the fruit, throwing it into the hands of Hun, who was surprised, asking if this was really a bear fruit. It turned out to be less than he thought, and then, distracted from his surprise, the protagonist looked at Jin and asked how to use it. He explained that the pet simply needed to eat it, telling that after collecting the mysterious energy contained in the fruits, after a few minutes, it begins to evaporate, and the sooner Lizard ate it, the better, especially since they do not have special items for preserving the fruit. He even envied Hun a little, who at that moment, approaching Lizard, waved his hand towards the fruit, telling it to eat. Lizard screamed, looking at the fruit with horror, and froze, squinting his eyes and covered in sweat from excitement, when he remembered how the grizzly gave this fruit to it. Clenching his jaws tighter, Lizard turned away, frowning, and noticing this, Hun indignantly asked, "What kind of nonsense is this?" He didn't like the expression on Lizard's face, and exclaimed that it was a good thing. Finally guessing what could be the reason for Lizard's behavior, Hun turned to Jin and asked if he had any water. Jin smiled mockingly and asked if the protagonist was going to cut up the fruit later. They washed the fruit after all and threw it to Lizard. The protagonist closed his eyes in a bit of annoyance, and told it to eat. Lizard caught the fruit in midair and chewed it, and Jin put his hand on his chin and told Hun to get ready, suggesting that Lizard absorb the bear fruit here and said that they would leave after it absorbed the energy of the bear fruit. He explained that otherwise it would cause a lot of energy loss, and Hun scratched his head in confusion and asked if that was really the case. Jin extended his palm forward and ordered the lion and python to come out, and Hun looked in surprise at the mature dangerous species rock-web python and the mature dangerous species king of beasts lion that appeared. Jin ordered the pets to guard the area, and the protagonist froze, excitedly watching as the python and lion began to move a little to the side to carry out the order, and then thought that it would take a little more effort to absorb the bear fruit. Looking towards Jin, he smiled, thanking him for his help and protection, and he waved his hand and said that he was always ready to help him, explaining that the fruit cannot be preserved in any way, so after collecting it, it usually needs to be taken and digested in the dense forest before returning to the base. Focusing on the lizard that had laid down on the ground in the middle of the magic circle that had appeared, as well as the lion and python that had started to walk around, ready to fend off any danger, Jin then continued to explain, noting that if one did not have a strong enough companion animal, it was best to stay in hidden and safe places such as caves or trees. He also noted that after a few times, Hun would get used to it, and the lizard suddenly frowned, and noticing this, Hun attracted Jin's attention, wanting to say something, but guessing what he wanted to say, Jin explained that the mysterious energy of the fruit would transform the body and cells of living beings at an extraordinary speed, so that the body would be able to produce a stress response, and in the end, this is how the effect of the fruit is revealed. He frowned seriously as he said this, so that Hun would not doubt his words, and Lizard suddenly stood up, its body began to change, and it raised its head and roared. It had been 13 days since Lizard ate the first bear fruit, and in these 13 days, the dragon had not only grown in size, but had also approached the beginning of adulthood, and in strength, endurance, and physical ability, it was no weaker than a late-stage snake dragon, and in terms of cultivation, it even surpassed a late-stage snake dragon. After all, in the past 10 days, it had eaten 8 or 9 bear fruits. Lizard was born with the talent of mockery and provocation, and its success in fighting grizzlies was such that even Jin was shocked and ashamed. He frowned in amazement when, after another battle, Lizard extended his fist forward with a smile, and Hun, also smiling happily, lightly hit the lizard's paw with his fist. In 13 days, Lizard had fought almost 10 grizzlies that had occupied the bare fruit trees, and the winning percentage of this one was almost 70%, except for the first day, when Lizard took a risk and defeated that stupid bear. The reason for the high success rate after that was the hero standing behind the scenes, namely, the beast seeking treasure. During another journey deep in the forest, Hung patted the beast on the head, and soon it, frowning in concentration, pointed a finger of its paw forward, choosing the bear. Almost all the bears that Lizard had challenged were chosen by this beast, and Jin had only been able to collect one bear fruit during this time. The treasure-seeking beast was the real reason why the lizard was able to collect so many fruits, and this was a secret that Jin couldn't guess yet. At this moment, the protagonist, riding the lizard, went into the forest again, and it suddenly screamed, and holding his chin with his hand, Hung asked, "Did it say that it sensed that bear from the first day that knew the berserker attack technique again?" The lizard nodded, and Hung suggested going to meet it, and with a jump, the lizard flew, heading towards the right place. Hiding behind the bushes, Hung slightly parted the branches, wondering to himself, was this really a battle again? He looked at the monster that jumped on the bear, clinging to its body with its fangs, and learned that it was an armored wolf, a dangerous mid-level species that usually lived in dark caves and mines. The forest was a foreign area for this, and Hung realized that in this case, this wolf must be a pet. The man in charge of it admitted that he underestimated the bear, and noted that the armored wolf was not an opponent for this, and then, stretching out his hand forward, ordered the heavily armored wolf to come out and finish off this bear. Hung shuddered, paying attention to the man, and mentally repeated the name of the heavily armored wolf, recalling that this was the evolution of the armored wolf, which had virtually no weak points in the first echelon of the most dangerous species. It was comparable to a weak dangerous species of the highest level, and was much stronger than the fire tiger Ju. The wolf, surrounded by magical energy, almost immediately after appearing, went on the attack, and when it passed by the bushes where Hung and Lizard were sitting, the protagonist noted that looking at the body of this wolf, one can understand that the level of this is perfect, and the beast itself is very strong. The wolf, pushing off the ground, began to run and crashed head-on into the grizzly, throwing it aside. Blood splashed out of the grizzly's mouth, and the bear itself fell into the nearby water. Lizard and Hung were amazed that the wolf defeated the grizzly so easily, and the protagonist remembered that Huanga once said that the Blacklight Castle was created hundreds of years ago, and in the process of its development, the members of this castle were naturally forced to fight and even enter into military conflicts, which means that they made enemies. He imagined several people hiding their faces with masks and put his hand to his chin, noting that the powerful rival force was comparable to Blacklight, and seemed to have a large number of masters who could control these armored wolves and heavily armored wolves, since they controlled the habitat of the armored wolves, just like Blacklight controlled the grizzly forest, and they had the same situation. It was just not as big as the grizzly forest. He imagined the forest where the armored wolves lived, and noticed that now these people appeared in the grizzly forest and actually came for the fruits. He didn't understand how he could save that bear, since even Blacklight couldn't figure out how to preserve the fruits. He watched excitedly as the man and this one's pet approached the tree with the bear fruits. Stopping next to it, the man took out a syringe and, moving the needle into one of the bear fruits, he began to draw juice from it, and Hung froze in shock, watching this, and then suddenly noticed a monster hovering in the air above him, and cursed, realizing that it was a scout. He frowned, and Lizard next to him threateningly opened his mouth, looking at a possible rival. The guy had only managed to collect juice from one fruit by this point when he heard his assistant scream and shuddered, frowning, and then angrily noted that he hadn't known there was someone hiding there. He didn't understand what kind of nonsense it was, and hiding the syringe in the bag hanging on his belt, he offered his wolf to look at who was there and jumped on the wolf's back. The wolf ran through the forest in big leaps, and a few minutes later Hang appeared in his field of vision, sitting on the back of the running lizard. Turning back, he frowned in concentration, pressing his lips tighter, and noted that it was possible to escape from a heavily armored wolf of a particularly dangerous type, deciding that he needed to penetrate the forest, hide his identity, and set all the grizzlies on this guy. But he took out the radio that was hanging in the bag on his belt and announced that he had found the poacher, asking for someone to send reinforcements. He also asked the people to hurry up, but suddenly froze in horror, noticing that the radio was dead, and asked himself, was that really true? He remembered that he had indeed lived quietly for a long time and had not charged this radio, and besides, there were always people nearby. Cursing, he decided that no matter how hard it was, he would spread the news about this poacher, and he frowned stubbornly. While Lizard continued to run, already rising into the air, Hung called the beast seeking treasure, and it landed on his shoulder, and the wolf continued to pursue them. The dragon activated magical energy to speed up, and noticing this, the poacher looked at the protagonist, and then stretched out his palm forward, commanding the heavily armored wolf to use its skills, catch up and kill Hung and Lizard. The wolf stopped, looking back, and then used the 5th stage of the evil attack of the Shadow Tread, greatly increasing its speed. The protagonist and Lizard turned around and were horrified, noticing that the wolf was already catching up, and frowning. Hung told Lizard to use the evil attack of the 2nd speed and remember that they need to head towards the giant trees. Lizard roared and spread its wings wider, and although the acceleration and sustained effect of the evil attack of the 2nd speed were not as good as that of the Shadow Tread, however, the advantage of the speed attack was that it could change direction unlike the Shadow Tread. Since the wolf could not change direction, Hung thought that it would have great fun crashing into the trees. In this manner, they moved quickly through the forest, and Hung, smiling slightly, decided that it would be better to lure the poacher to Shin. The wolf, once again unable to change direction, crashed into a tree, breaking it, and the poacher shouted that the protagonist really knew how to run away, but then summoned another beast, which turned out to be a thunder tiger with 3 attributes. This was the most dangerous species, and leaving the wolf behind, the poacher jumped onto the tiger to continue the pursuit, this time on its back. He extended his hand forward, giving the tiger an order, and it rushed forward, catching up with him quite quickly. Leaping into the air, the tiger used a thunderclaw attack. However, Lizard managed to dodge this attack, although he received a small injury. The protagonist frowned, realizing that this was an especially dangerous species, a thunder tiger, which was definitely in its prime. The beast sitting on his shoulder closed its eyes in excitement, and Hung, putting his palm on Lizard's wound, realized that at this rate, even if the tiger did not catch up with them, it would kill them. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wider, thinking of something, and asked the treasure hunter to take them to the nearest territory of the bear leader. Nodding, the beast closed its eyes, and Hung suggested that his pets act, since they needed help. Lizard turned sharply, turning into a canyon, and the protagonist, attracting its attention, said that the dragon should not just run away, but use the dance of the earth to try to kill the pursuers. At this time, the beast closed its eyes, using its magic, and Lizard growled, and stone spikes began to appear behind it, blocking the path of the wolf and the tiger. The poacher ordered the heavy armored wolf to clear the way and extended his finger forward, directing the monster to run, breaking through the stone spikes with its body. The poacher then ran along the cleared way on top of the tiger, and looking at Hung, he asked smugly, did he really think that he could escape? Hearing the stranger's voice, and also noticing the stone fragments flying into the air, Hung frowned, turned around, and looked at the pursuer. The poacher and the tiger suddenly stopped, as the guy noticed that Hung had disappeared, and ordered the thunder tiger to find him. The tiger roared, and then sniffed the air, shuddered in horror, sweated with excitement, and trembled slightly. The poacher, noticing this behavior of his pet, looked at it with bewilderment, and, attracting the tiger's attention, asked what happened. Looking in the direction the monster was looking, he noticed the glowing eyes of a beast in a cave near where they were standing, and was so shocked that he could not even form a sentence, but guessed what exactly could be hiding inside the cave. The next moment, with a thundering tread of paws, a huge bear came out of the cave, who, frowning in fury, growled, and the poacher was horrified, cursing, because he realized that it was the leader of the grizzly. Turning the tiger, he ordered it to run away, and the animal, looking at the grizzly with horror, began to run to the side, while the bear chased them, opening his mouth and showing terrible fangs. Hung and Lizard, who had moved a little to the side, froze when they heard the screams, and the protagonist thought that the leader could call the pack to attack this. But it didn't even call anyone, and he realized that even if that poacher was strong, he couldn't handle all the bears. He frowned, looking in the direction where the screams were coming from, and then, sitting more comfortably on Lizard, he suggested that they return to the base, because if they were late, it was unknown how many fruits would be stolen from the grizzly forest. Lizard, starting to move forward, accelerated, and then, jumping up, began to fly, using an evil attack, a speed attack. Soon they began to descend to the ground, but Heng shuddered in horror, opening his eyes wider, as he noticed a magic projectile flying in their direction. He ordered Lizard to quickly jump, and it bounced off the ground and rose into the air, and the next moment, the projectile that hit the place where they were standing exploded upon contact with the ground. Lizard jumped onto the branch of the closest tree, and the guy who came closer said with regret that Hung was lucky and dodged. He called him a name, and the protagonist shuddered, looking at the poacher, and clenched his jaw, asking how he found him. Shrugging, The guy called Hung a name again, explaining that his Thunder Tiger had a skill called Star Mantle. That's why he could find him even if he was 10 times further away, and the protagonist got angry thinking about this skill, while the poacher continued to speak, smirked, and noted that Heng's tactics were clever, recalling that he wanted the grizzly chief to hold the poacher back while he tried to escape back. However, the guy also warned that Heng should know that it was easy for a master of his level to escape from a stupid bear. Unlike the protagonist, he was able to use a scaly lizard as a pet, and pointing towards Heng and Lizard, the guy ordered the Thunder Tiger to kill them. The tiger jumped up, appearing in the air in front of Lizard and Heng, but suddenly it froze, its eyes wide in fear, as they used the evil attack of the second stage of enlightenment. Because of this, the dragon seemed to be a weaker species, but when Lizard used a different type of attack, its true appearance became clearer. Heng smiled and thought, if they used the mystical gift of the treasure-seeking beast, namely illusion, the poacher would mistake the snake dragon for an ordinary scaly lizard, and then suddenly the dragon's power would burst out, and although it would not be able to scare away the poacher and his pets, it would be enough to buy time. He mentally imagined the outline of his plan, and then was glad that he had managed to make a smoke screen from the waste from the secretion of black fat, and now it came in handy. Clenching his jaw, he frowned, swung the hand in which he was clutching a small bomb, and when he threw it, and the bomb collided with an obstacle, it exploded, blocking the view of everything with a bright flash of light and smoke. Some time later, when the smoke gradually cleared, the poacher, who had been squinting, opened one eye, noticing that Lizard was already flying away. Heng, stretching out his hand, shouted that they should leave, noting that this was their last chance. Lizard activated magical energy to speed up, and the poacher, suddenly smiling, asked if the protagonist really wanted to escape again. He offered to see how he could do it, and ordered the Thunder Tiger to chase him and use its technique to strengthen it. The lizard had fallen to the ground by this time, starting to run, and the tiger was rushing after it, and the poacher added that it would first kill Heng and then his useless pet. The protagonist shuddered in horror when he heard this order, and the tiger suddenly caught up with them, jumping up, raising its paws to strike, and the poacher on its back smiled smugly, anticipating victory, and Heng cursed, frowning. Suddenly, the ring on his finger began to shine, activating a 6-tier technique called Fire Shield, and noticing the magical energy released, the protagonist raised his hand in bewilderment, looking at the ring in surprise, and the shield that appeared stopped the tiger's paw, and the energy of this threw the monster and the poacher aside. Heng, who was crying, turned to he in his mind, asking if he couldn't have told him earlier that the ring could be used as a defense. He had been on the verge of death many times before, yet the ring only worked now, and while he was thinking about this, the poacher stood up, surprised that Heng had sealed this ability, which was usually only possessed by the highest dangerous species at the mature stage, into the ring. This ring was first class even among strong masters, and even this guy didn't have one, so he was curious about who Heng was, and frowned as he looked at him. The protagonist didn't answer this question, and simply began to lightly hit the frozen lizard on the head, asking what was waiting for him. He asked it to run away, but the dragon continued to stand still, and the poacher, hearing Heng's words, was indignant that it was still running away, and shouted that he did not care who he was, ordering him not to even think about reporting what had happened. Stretching out his palm, he waited for the ring on his finger to shine, ordering the white mountain lion to come out. The monster appeared in front of him, and Heng, closing his eyes, cried, screaming, and asked how many beasts this poacher had. He was sure that it was wrong to mock a man like that, and the poacher, smirking, called him names, shouting that he did not care who his master was, and promised that he would kill him today. He sat on the lion's back, and Lizard turned around at that time, but did not start running, and the guy grinned and asked, "Are they really not running away?" Heng, turning towards the guy, suddenly grinned, showing the monster that flew closer to him, and asked if the poacher recognized this animal. Realizing that it was a green hummingbird, the poacher shuddered, shouting that it was the pet of the scout Jin, and sweated with horror, opening his eyes wider. The next moment, a huge monster jumped out from behind the trees, on whose back Jin was sitting. When the beast landed, Jin, frowning seriously, asked who dared to offend Heng. In the grizzly forest, the poacher frowned, looked at him and asked, "Is he really brave enough to stop him?" Jin smirked as he nodded, and exclaimed that not only did he dare to stop him, he also dared to kill him, calling him names and noting that he was from the Fire City. The boy shuddered when he heard this, and Heng mentally repeated the name Fire City, recalling what he had heard of them, and exclaimed that the city's full name was Sinfire. He imagined several men as well as a wolf within the walls of this city, and thought that as one of the deepest and most prominent among the large gathering places, this city had always been a rival of Blacklight Castle, and unlike the Grizzly Forest, It seemed that their leader had a deep connection with the wolf-type pet subclass of animals. Hung frowned, and then, recalling one of the poacher's pets, he realized that it was no wonder that the main pet of the people of this city was a wolf. His face was covered in sweat from excitement, while the poacher shrugged and admitted that he was afraid that Jin was asking too much, as he was sure that he did not have enough strength. He laughed, stretching out his hand and using magical energy to rise into the air, then sent his 3 pets to attack, ordering them to tear Jin apart, and he himself was going to see if he would still be cool when he died. The beasts opened their mouths, baring their fangs, and headed towards Jin, who laughed shortly, frowning confidently and grinning, and offered to see how good he was when he beat the poacher to death. He concentrated magical energy near his palms, and then summoned a mountain python and a moon leopard. The python entered into a fight with the tiger, the leopard attacked the lion, immediately injuring it, and Jin himself grinned again. Suddenly, the wolf, trying to attack him, swung its paw, growling threateningly, but he managed to dodge and hang, excitedly stretching out his hand towards him, turned to him, intending to help, but suddenly the fist of another pet, enveloped in fiery magical energy, hit the wolf, throwing it aside, and the wolf fell, hitting the ground with force. The poacher froze, covered in sweat from the tension, clenched his jaws and opened his eyes wider in amazement, as he realized what exactly he was seeing in front of him. The fire avatar, possessing poisonous, combat, fire, magic and light attributes and belonging to an especially dangerous species, stopped next to Jin, who crossed his arms on his chest. Hung looked at him in shock, realizing that the moment he first released the python, an avatar had appeared, and it was simply using the magic stealth skills to wait for its turn. Frowning, the protagonist pressed his palm to his chest, mentally exclaiming that this was the master of the 5 attributes pets. The wolf, part of whose fur had caught fire, meanwhile stood up and roared, attacking towards its opponent. The poacher at this moment, having slightly controlled his emotions, asked, "Is this a fire avatar?" He admitted that Jin had a rare pet, and realized that in that case, it was no wonder that he dared to challenge him. Although their intelligence knew about Jin's pets, however, he had never received information that their blacklight castle had such a rare pet. Jin exclaimed that if he knew about it, he should be killed, and smiled, and the guy asked if he really thought that his fire avatar could kill him. He assumed that Jin was daydreaming, and shouted that the heavily armored wolf was one of the strongest in the especially dangerous ranks of beast species. He declared that it would kill the avatar. When he stretched out his hand forward, the wolf began to concentrate magical energy around itself, and at the moment when the poacher ordered it to activate Shadow Tread, the wolf ran forward, looking intently at its opponent, and the fire avatar took a fighting stance, strengthening the fire aura around itself, and smirked, and at the moment when the wolf ran closer to it, striking with a clawed paw. The avatar managed to dodge and clenched his hands into fists, waiting for an opportune moment to strike. When it struck once, the wolf flew a little to the side, but the avatar did not stop there and struck the wolf from below in the jaw, and this blow was so strong that the monster flew far back. When it fell to the ground, clouds of dust rose into the air, and the protagonist, clenching his jaw, opened his eyes wider, covered in sweat from excitement, and asked himself, how could Jin be so strong? The poacher, meanwhile, walked up to his wolf, placed his palm on its body and asked, "What kind of incredible strength is this?" He guessed that Jin thought that this was a strong blow to his heavily armored wolf, and concentrating magical energy around himself, he clenched his palms into fists, activating the weighted armor on the heavily armored wolf. The monster's physique slightly changed, and Jin pointed his finger at the wolf, attracting the fire avatar's attention, commanding it to roast the enemy, and sending it forward. The avatar smirked, clapping his hands, and then tightly pressed his lips, concentrating, and clenched his palm into a fist, concentrating a powerful flame next to it. The poacher ordered the wolf to activate Shadow Step, and it ran forward at high speed, but Jin did not give up either and used Firestorm, so the fire avatar also accelerated, dodging all of the wolf's attacks. The wolf responded with claw-tearing and crushing spells, increasing the number of magic flows around itself, and thanks to this, reflecting the blows that were dealt by the fire avatar. The avatar also increased the amount of fire streams around itself, and soon, when the wolf and the avatar collided, their magical energy merged and turned into a powerful explosion. When the fire dissipated, everyone saw that the wolf, frozen in place, was trembling, looking at the avatar, who was covered in magical energy. The poacher's mouth dropped open in shock, admitting that the avatar was worthy of being such a rare pet, and this one even had 2 abilities of the 6th level of enlightenment. He supposed that in that case, it was no wonder that it had injured his heavily armored wolf so much. He activated the ring again, summoning a fire scale beast of a particularly dangerous type, and Jin smirked and asked if he really thought that he could deal with it by summoning some nothing. However, the guy smirked back and said that he didn't need to fight it, but only delay it, and explained that he was very tired and had spent a lot of energy. And then, taking the radio, he asked if anyone wanted to help him kill a few people. For a while, everyone was silent, standing in a cloud of dust that had not yet cleared from the recent battle, and Hung, calling out to Jin, wanted to tell him something, but Jin, having guessed what exactly he wanted to talk to him about, crossed his arms over his chest, frowning seriously, and confirmed that this was indeed what the protagonist thought. He also said that he had informed Ke, so it all depended on who came first. Hung guessed that Jin had another plan for this, and he looked at him with a slight smile and asked what he meant. The poacher was curious about what kind of riddle they were making and, turning his attention to his pet, he suggested going and trapping Jin and Hung. The monster walked forward, jumping up to strike from above, and the fire avatar prepared to counter this attack. Jin exclaimed that he could delay these beasts for a little while longer and activated the avatar's fire enlightenment. The monster swung its hands and hit the ground and it cracked, and immediately after that, the avatar used firestorm and a large number of streams of flames were directed towards the monster, who looked pitifully at the attack rushing towards it. However, the poacher was not going to give up and ordered it to use fire strike and fire exit. The monster began to concentrate magical energy around itself, stretching the air currents in order to stop the attack, and suddenly a lizard flew through it, which, sticking its head out of the dense wind right in front of the monster, bared its teeth, looking at it furiously. The monster was scared, and the poacher, frowning in displeasure, asked how dares such a worthless thing approach him. Heng, stretching out his hand forward, ordered the lizard to use an evil bomb and a bullet of evil thoughts. Having fallen to the ground, it released a dense magical attack towards the enemy, and also activated the dance of the earth, and the ground underneath it began to crack, lifting up fragments of stones into the air and directing it towards the poacher, who cursed, noticing this attack. The next moment, from the collision of several attacks with an obstacle, a large amount of dust rose into the air. However, when it began to dissipate, everyone noticed a dark large silhouette among it. It was the most dangerous type of fighting chimpanzee that stood above the poacher, protecting him from the blow. The boy laughed, putting his hand to his head, and suddenly Luo Yu came closer to him, and noticing him, the poacher grinned, noting that Hung and Jin were unlucky, since his people arrived faster. He suggested that you get rid of these two and leave, since he was sure that they could not be allowed to linger here until that person arrived. Yu, who was riding a particularly dangerous type of manticore, came closer, and stopping, the manticore waved its tail, directing several needles wrapped in magical energy towards the lizard. Hung cried out in excitement, stretching out his hand towards the lizard, and this one put its tail in front of itself to take the attack on this one, and when the spikes pierced the body of this one, the tail of this one was cut into several pieces. Lizard let out a pitiful cry, almost crying in pain, and the protagonist only became more terrified, while the chimpanzee roared, then ran to attack and jumped up, swinging his paw to destroy Heng, Jin, Lizard and the fire avatar standing next to each other. Lizard looked at this in horror, but was unable to do anything, and Jin, noticing that the main blow of the chimpanzee was aimed at Heng, warned him to be more careful, and sent forward his fire avatar, which took the blow of the chimpanzee. Blood spurted from its mouth. The chimpanzee frowned in fury, and then used the giant leg combat technique. It raised its leg to deliver another blow, but before it could damage the fire avatar, someone used the power of the red fire tiger, and this attack threw the chimpanzee aside. Turning happily to the side, Hung realized it was Ju and Yu and declared that they were saved. Yu and Ju were standing nearby, their beasts next to them, and Yu, looking at his opponents with fury, called them names and asked if they really thought that they had no one in blacklight. Ju, standing next to him, simply frowned, and Yu, looking at him, asked if he shouldn't be in the city? He didn't understand how he got here so quickly, and he, clasping his hands together, smirked, noting that if he wasn't here, then they, the bastards from the City of Fire, would have gotten what they wanted. Calling them names, he promised that today would be the end for them, and the poacher, calling him names, noted that if he was here, it meant that he was prepared, so it would be better if he didn't come. Yu beside him simply frowned in concentration, and then, putting his palms together, noted that this was a secret weapon against Master Ke, but this time it was meant to bury them. He called Ju and the others names, adding that because of this monster, a large number of masters had died, so even their master from Blacklight would be shocked to see it. He ordered the steel-armed monkey to come out, and a huge monster appeared behind him, raising its head and roaring furiously. Streams of magical energy began to flow towards it, swirling in a spiral, and Ju said in shock that it was a very dangerous, and also a mature specimen. She knew that this was very bad, and the monkey meanwhile ran forward, intending to destroy them, but before it could land a single blow, someone's magical attack threw it aside, and noticing that the monkey had flown into the trees standing even behind them, Yu, the poacher, and their beasts widened their eyes in amazement and shuddered in horror, and then turned around, starting to run in the direction where the monkey landed on the ground with a crash. Hung was also shocked and did not understand what kind of nonsense this was, and Ju, with her mouth slightly open in bewilderment, looked to the side a little, saying that this was one of Master Ku's strongest pets, namely the nightmare green dragon, which was currently standing not far from them. Yu, frowning, said that this was undoubtedly the strongest mature super dangerous species, belonging to the terrorist species. The golden-backed steel monkey was destroyed by 2 blows from this monster, and the dragon meanwhile, roaring, rose up, and Hung froze in shock, and then opened his eyes wider, covered in sweat, and asked, "Is this the power of a super dangerous species?" Yu cursed, realizing that Ko was already here, and warned that he was a Grand Master. But before he and the other poacher managed to escape, a bright flash of light suddenly appeared in the air, which then began to quickly fly from place to place, transforming into a powerful attack. Yu tried to dodge, and he did so, and the poacher was attacked and, screaming, began to fall along with his pet, and then dissolved into a powerful light. Yu took advantage of this and began to run away, and Ke, who had come closer, standing on the head of another monster, stopped his pet next to Hung and the others, and then smiled, admitting that he did not expect that these guys would sneak into the grizzly forest while he was gone. He exclaimed that the protagonist and the others had done a good job, and Hung and Ju, raising their heads, simply froze, their mouths slightly open in shock, and were unable to say anything. Ke suddenly shuddered, turning to the side, and saw that Jin, kneeling down, was sitting next to the severed head of his python, his head bowed in sorrow. Yu sat down next to him, comfortingly placing his palm on his back, but both of them remained silent, and in the end Ke seriously asked who did this? Hung answered him, frowning, shouting that it was the manticore of that vile man from Sapphire City. Ke thought for a while and then said that they should return to the base and rest, and Ju expressed her agreement with the order and frowned in concentration, and Ke, turning his dragon, began to walk away, declaring that he would act on his own from now on. At this time, Yu and his other comrades gathered in the forest, talking, and he cursed, noting that the plan was correct, but one little rascal had ruined it. Someone noticed that Lei Ge, Lin Tu, Ma Jing had not arrived, so most likely they were killed by Ke. Another guy, frowning, clenched his fist, shouting that it was because of these stupid scouts that they had such problems, and decided that they should be killed. They did not even know that Yu and Hung were in the grizzly forest, and they could only evade those two, namely Yu and Jin. Another bandit, raising his hand, said that it was too late now, since Ke caught them in the act. The mission had failed, and he decided that it would be better to inform their comrades first so that they could prepare. He assumed that Blacklight's men were so cowardly that they would chase them for revenge anyway. 2 of the team members raised their hands in agreement, and then, turning to Yu, the boy asked what about him? He crossed his arms over his chest, telling them not to fool him and to decide for themselves. But before the poachers could make a final decision, the ground beneath their feet suddenly shook, causing the frightened birds to fly into the air, and the poachers, startled, asked what was going on. Suddenly, from behind the trees, the silhouette of Ke, riding a dragon, appeared, and recognizing him, the girl screamed in horror, her eyes widening. Her comrades frowned, and eventually they all decided to run away, turning around and heading deeper into the forest. Some time later, the enemy pets were piled up in a grizzly forest base, and Ke, who was at the table with the rest of the team, said that this time most of the invaders had been destroyed by them, and there were still 2 poachers who did not need to be chased. Ju closed her eyes, frowning, and noted that it would be dangerous if they caught them by surprise. Ke said that he had inspected all the areas, and this time the damage was not too serious. Of the hundreds of bare fruit trees in the grizzly forest, only a few dozen had been collected, which was less than 1/10 of the total fruit. As he spoke, he checked the documents in his hands and added that about 100 bears had died, which could be considered a heavy loss for the entire grizzly pack. The chieftain of the bear warriors who owned the grizzly forest would be furious when he learned of this, and Ke knew that it would be so, and added that the rest was not in their power, for the people of Blacklight would take revenge, and the poachers would answer to the chieftain of the bears. With a wave of his hand, he pointed it towards Jin, noting that his loss was not small, and announced that he would report this to Blacklight and try to make up for it by giving him an unusually skilled and dangerous young pet. What seemed to Ju and Yu, he said that their timely support was also considered a merit, and promised that he would report it, and the castle master himself would decide how to reward them. They smiled, and Yu was glad that he was not asked why he was in the grizzly forest. He sighed in relief, but the next moment, Ke suddenly threw a stack of documents at him, frowning and noting that he almost forgot to ask him something, and asked if he wasn't supposed to be in Rivet Town. He wondered what Yu was doing in the forest, and Ju, who was sitting next to him, laughed, and Yu, putting away the documents, smiled excitedly, asking if he didn't come to support Jin and Hung. But Ko was still angry and frowned, ordering him to stop pretending, shouting that he didn't care about him, and ordered him to go back to Rivet Town. Yu stood up, scratched his hair, smiling awkwardly, and said that he was on his way, and Ko, smiling, looked at Hun, exclaiming that the plot of the people of Sinfire was foiled thanks to him, so he deserved a reward. He was sure that the burgomaster would be pleased and reward him, and added that since he was in his territory, he could not turn a blind eye to his merits, noting that they had many good things in the base's warehouse, so he could choose a few. Hung awkwardly closed his eyes, putting his hands in front of him, and said that if it were not for Jin's timely appearance, even if he had broken through to them, he would most likely have died. Putting his hand on Jin's shoulder, he suggested another option, deciding that it would be better to give this reward to him. He looked at the protagonist with a puzzled look, and Ko was glad that they were getting along well, and asked them not to worry, promising that they would both receive a reward. He believed that the decision on the reward and compensation for Jin would be made by the castle master, so he said that Hung did not need to worry. Standing up, he called him to follow him, deciding that he would take him to the warehouse, and he awkwardly grabbed his hair and smiled, asking if Ko could wait until tomorrow to choose. He explained this question by saying that he had not had the best day today. When night fell, the protagonist sat in the room with a book on the table in front of him, and noted that after a long time of work, he could finally rest. If he wanted to choose treasures, he supposed that it would be very bad not to check it in the Dragon Code. The final direction of the evolution of domestic animals was the same, which was to turn the animal into a real dragon, which meant that it would become the top of the food chain. While Hum was recalling this, Lizard lay on the floor nearby, asleep, and the beasts looking for treasures settled down on the table nearby, and the protagonist, looking at this, said that turning into a dragon was fraught with many dangers, and in order for it to happen with a probability of 1 in a million, countless treasures and materials were needed. Therefore, the cost-effectiveness of transforming a treasure-seeking beast into a dragon would be higher, because with a treasure-seeking dragon, the probability of obtaining evolutionary materials should be much higher. He closed his eyes, smiled and stroked the beast, and then said, like the snake dragon, the treasure seeker has several ways to transform into a dragon, but compared to the dozens of ways for the snake dragon to transform into a true dragon, the treasure-seeking beast had far fewer transformations into a dragon, namely only 9. But in 8 of these ways, the treasure-seeking beast's ability to obtain treasures should be weakened, and it would at least become a mixed-type dragon, and the only way to maintain the treasure-seeking beast's ability to obtain treasures was to transform it into a treasure-hunting dragon beast. To Hun, this was a mystery, and he carefully read the book, turning the pages. Finally, he stood up, closed his eyes, and decided that he would then have to wait until dawn to go treasure hunting in the warehouse. When morning came in the grizzly forest base, the protagonist went outside, approaching Ju, asked if he could go to the warehouse. Ju, who was cleaning her tiger's fur, smiled, noting that Ko had asked him to tell him that yesterday evening, one of their forward observation posts accidentally discovered traces of a supply convoy from Sinfire, and without delay, Ko had already gone to destroy the convoy yesterday evening. Because the protagonist had not gone yesterday, he would now have to wait for his reward until Ko returned. Hearing her words, Hung froze, thinking, and then suddenly shuddered, turning to the side, and calling out to Lizard, he admitted that he had suddenly come up with a great idea. Lizard shuddered, fearfully pressing his head to the ground, but then straightened up, looking at Hung in confusion, who smirked but did not explain anything. In the end, the two of them ran towards the exit of the base, and Ju, watching them, put her hand to her chin, worriedly noting that the protagonist had been acting strange all day. Meanwhile, Hung and Lizard reached the forest, and Hung thought that Ju washing the red flame tiger reminded him of the fact that the bears in the grizzly forest were not taken care of, let alone given special food, and after the invasion of poachers this time, the bears in the grizzly forest also suffered great losses. The ancient dragon codex had just the right recipe for bear fighters, and besides, Hung could use the beast to find treasures in order to find the right bear. As he continued to run forward, he suddenly asked who said that in order to get the bear fruit, you have to fight? He suggested that Lizard make the most of the last days in the grizzly forest and take another step forward. Lizard tilted his head slightly, still not understanding what exactly the protagonist wanted, and in the end, under Heng's guidance, with the help of the treasure-seeking beast, Lizard and a special formula contained in the old dragon codex, they made very delicious dishes by roasting them over a fire and feeding them to the bear. Hung treated and cupapped the bear, and the grizzly was very pleased. In addition, the protagonist also collected a lot of crops in addition to the 3 bear fruits and now had several rare bird eggs, all to make lizards stronger. Having received the new ingredients, Hung even jumped for joy, squinting his eyes and raising his hands up. It wasn't until the evening that some changes occurred, and the bear glared at Lizard, used the 4th level bear roar energy technique, and swung its paw, ready to fight. Hung opened his mouth slightly, watching this, and then attracted Lizard's attention, noting that the bear said that their recipe was very delicious, and that was why it rewarded the dragon with a fight, so the protagonist said it would work. The bear then charged, and the lizard frowned in displeasure, while the bear jumped up, activating the beast energy technique, the rupture claw. It was about to attack the lizard, and it, swinging its tail, was about to use its own attack, but Heng noticed with horror that the lizard's severed tail had not yet recovered, so nothing happened. The bear crashed into the dragon, and it closed its eyes in pain, and the grizzly, grabbing it by the neck, loomed over the lizard, and Heng, noticing the sad state of it, ordered it to give in, warning that they would not fight anymore, since it was still wounded. However, Lizard growled back at the bear, and the grizzly only became more angry, and then raised its paw to attack, but Lizard managed to intercept this one's paw, stopping the attack, and then closed its eyes, and a flash of magical energy appeared near this one's body, and it used the dragon cry, and the attack power of this one was so great that the bear flew back. The protagonist cried out in joy, asking if this was a new technique. The grizzly, scared, began to run away, and Lizard sat up, wagging its tail happily, and smiled, narrowing its eyes, and Hung asked in amazement, did this really open the ability of the 4th level? Coming closer to this one, he stroked it, and Lizard closed its eyes happily, and Hung, smiling, admitted that he did not think that this, after all, it seems talented in the power of a dragon. He couldn't believe that Lizard had the power of the 4th level, and this one suddenly began to change, and scales fell off this one's body. Heng removed his hand from this one's head, frowned in confusion as he looked at this one, and then turned to this one in shock. But before he could say anything, an aura of magical energy suddenly appeared around Lizard, and the bandage that was previously wrapped around this one's tail disappeared, the tail was restored, and when the magic gradually began to dissipate, Hung realized that Lizard had reached the late stage of growth. He looked at this one in amazement, and then, hugging this one, he was happy that Lizard was finally at the late stage of growth. This one closed his eyes contentedly, smiling, and soon in the forest, the grizzly Ka, who was standing next to the smiling Jew, asked in amazement, Lizard had already grown to the late stage of growth. Jumping off his horse, he asked, is she telling the truth? Jew admitted that it was true, noting that she herself couldn't believe it, and she added that Jin was checking on Lizard. Ka asked if they were at the training grounds. She confirmed that they were, and soon Ka returned to the base in the grizzly forest, calling out Heng's name. Jen, noticing him, smiled and asked if he had returned. Ka noted that it took a little time to take care of the supply convoy, and also added that he heard that Heng's snake dragon had grown to the late growth stage, and Jin confirmed that it was quite up to the standards of the late growth stage. Ko admitted that it was amazing how far the protagonist had advanced, and added that he was just hoping for him to get a little stronger, and thought it would be great if his pet entered the late growth stage. In his opinion, it was truly incredible, since in a month, the snake dragon's strength should have increased significantly in order to handle the competition. He didn't even know that Hung had exceeded the plan, and he noted that it was not bad, exclaiming that this was how the guys from Blacklight should work. He came closer, putting his hand on his shoulder, and then, drawing Jin's attention to himself, he asked him to make arrangements with the protagonist and go to Rivet Town in the morning, and also ordered someone to send him back to Blacklight Castle, because he had already finished his special training. After that, he returned his attention to Hun, saying that he would now take him to the warehouse to choose something. The protagonist, looking at him excitedly, reminded him that he had just returned from a long journey, and said that it was not too late to take a break and get down to business tomorrow. Ignoring his words, Ka turned around smiling and warned that now, delaying until now would be considered breaking his promise, and since he had promised Hung 2 things, he decided to make up for it by noting that he could choose one more thing. Soon, they were already in the warehouse at the base of the grizzly forest, and they began to walk up the stairs of it, and Heng excitedly asked if he could really choose what he wanted. Ka, with his hands outstretched at his side, warned that he would wait here and told Hung to choose. He agreed and ran inside the warehouse, starting to look around, and asked in shock if this was really the warehouse of the grizzly forest. The treasure hunter, who was sitting on his shoulder, looked around excitedly, and the protagonist noted that the grizzly forests were extremely vast and covered not only forests, but also lakes, rivers, valleys, and even mountainous areas. There was a wide range of materials from different regions, so if he could only choose 3 materials, he had to think about it, and after telling the beast to wake up, Hung smiled, lightly tapping it on the head. The beast shook its head, distracted from looking at the treasures, and the protagonist advised it to remember what he told it last night. Removing the beast from his shoulder, he said that if there were such things in this warehouse, then it should find these things, and noted that in that case, he would help it turn into a treasure-seeking dragon beast. The beast frowned decisively, cried out in agreement, and raised its hands, and then quickly began to move through the mountains of treasures. Hung, watching this, noted that everything depended on luck, and if he could find these items, then it would be good. But suddenly he was distracted from his thoughts, his eyes widening, as he noticed that the beast searching for treasure had jumped onto the statue standing in the center of the warehouse and was hanging on it. Pointing his fingers at the beast, the protagonist warned that if it did not behave well, he would make the lizard eat it. He ordered it to go and find the treasure, and the beast looked at him with disappointment, and some time later Ko was already holding a large piece of evil fibrous root in his hands, as well as a dried magical flower, and noting that it was good material, he asked what Hung would do with it. He asked if he was sure that he did not want to ask for one more thing. The protagonist thanked him for the reward, and said that he remembered his sister mentioning a fertilizer that improves the soil on plantations, which was produced right here. He was referring to the bag of mud he was holding in his hands, and as soon as he finished speaking, the doors of the warehouse closed, and Ko said that the door was closed, so he congratulated Hung for getting the root and the magic flower, as well as the drilling mud, into his hands. Hung smiled with his eyes closed and thought that this thing was the core material of the essence of the dragon treasure, and this mud could be changed into something valuable and sold. Some time later, in Rivet Town, the man supervising the actions of his wards warned them to be careful when putting the boxes in the car, telling them to be careful with the master's treasure. Jin, who was standing nearby next to the protagonist, warned him that Ko had recently destroyed many of the gathering places of the people of Sapphire, and so they might do something in return, noting that he should be careful on the way. Suddenly Yu came closer, placing his hand on Hang's shoulder, greeting Jin and asking what he meant by that. He wondered who he was looking down on, and already hugging Hang's shoulder, he noted that when he arrived at Rivet Town, he had entered their territory, and he promised to bring him back safe and sound. Hung smiled, and Jin agreed, deciding to return in that case, since Ko had business for him. After saying goodbye to Hung, he shook his hand, exclaiming that they were always waiting for him in the grisly forest, noting that they would always welcome him. The protagonist promised that he would definitely return, thanking him for taking care of him all this time. Yu, looking at them with displeasure, ordered them to stop being affectionate, and turning to the soldiers, told them to check the fire-extinguishing installations again, since they were leaving soon. Their objective was to get to Blacklight's gathering place, and the soldiers, agreeing with the order, began to do so, and at this time, a group of poachers gathered in the forest near the city, and the girl exclaimed that everything was confirmed, announcing that she was talking about a message from their informant in Rivet Town. Today, a group of city guards from the city were supposed to escort an important person to Blacklight Castle, and according to the information received from their informant, it was this important person who most likely interfered with their operation, and it was the guy with the Fire Guardian ring. Yu was happy to hear this, and clenched his hand into a fist, noting that he had also received news that Jin had left the base. They decided to wait for the convoy for the one escorting the protagonist, and kneeling down, Yu spread out a map in front of him, pointing to a place on this one, and said that the convoy would pass here, and they would be waiting for them in this valley. Hiding behind some bushes, they arrived at an important location, using binoculars to get a clearer view of the passing convoy, and calling Hung a name, Yu noted that he had arranged for him to be hunted so that he could taste death. He asked him not to worry, promising that he would make him pay for his brother's death. Suddenly, an explosion sounded behind him, and he turned around, startled, asking excitedly what had happened. Jin, standing nearby below, accompanied by a fiery avatar, said that Yu was in a tree, and ordered him not to hide. Smiling, he added that his 2 companions had been killed, and as for him, he could handle him on his own. Yu said that was impossible, and Jin asked him to take another look at Hang's team, noting that they had stopped near the entrance to the valley. Yu scowled and shouted that it was disgusting, asking how dare they use this information as bait. He was about to take matters into his own hands, and laughing, Ko, who rode closer on his pet, threw Yu's 2 dead comrades to the ground, noting that Yu was not as brave as he was in the forest. He added that he himself was only here to protect their master from Blacklight, and noted that this was why Yu was being targeted. He told Jin to take action, and he shouted that he understood, and his fire avatar immediately began preparing a magical attack, and Ko, pointing a finger at Yu, told Jin to avenge his pet. The convoy soon continued on its way, and Hung, watching what was happening a little to the side, noted that judging by the level of damage, it must be a particularly dangerous species. Jin told him to leave half an hour later, but he suddenly flinched, distracted from his thoughts, as he noticed Jin and Ko ahead. They flinched, stopping, and the protagonist, getting out of the car, thanked them for their protection, and noted that if Ko returned to Blacklight Castle in the future, he would definitely repay him. Ko simply suggested that they go, noting that it was not worth keeping the burgomaster waiting. 2 days later, they arrived at Blacklight Castle, and he, sitting opposite Han, noted that he heard that it was a long way. He asked him for permission to see what had changed during this time, and the protagonist promised that he would not let him down, and then summoned the lizard, and noticing this, he stood up, and then began to examine the lizard, even opening its mouth. Hung was astonished when he noticed this, and then closed his eyes, mentally saying that lizard had better not move, because if he was upset, they would both get it. After finishing his inspection, he said that many of his subordinates had been destroyed in the city, and even in the places where people tamed armored and heavily armored wolves, and because of this, even Jin had suffered from them. Hung asked if it was true that these people would not take revenge on the grizzly forest again. He noted that Jin and Ju were there, but he told him not to worry, because the master of the grizzly forest had secretly returned, and everyone who came except for the top members of Sinfire would die. After that, he turned his back on Hun, admitting that he was very pleased with his success this time. Sitting back down in his chair, he said that the protagonist had not only exceeded the training requirements, but had also played a major role in investigating the Bracon incident in Grizzly Forest. He asked him to tell him what exactly he wanted as a reward. The protagonist raised his index finger up with a smile on his face and turned to Zhou and asked him if he still had the scale of the Supreme Dragon that he had awarded him. The protagonist then asked him if he could have more of it. Zhou sat on his throne with a surprised expression and asked him if he only wanted this. After that, Zhou noticed that he had made a great contribution and asked him why he did not want a normal reward and if he wanted anything else. The protagonist looked into Zhou's eyes and addressed him as a master and asked him if he could ask him to help with the reward for Linjin. After that, the protagonist began to talk about how at that time in the Grizzly Forest, if it were not for Linjin who sacrificed his main beast to save him, he might not have returned. Zhou touched the wooden cover of his throne with his finger and spoke to Linjin, after which Zhou said that he was indeed a good candidate and his spiritual cultivation had reached its peak. Then Zhou said that the matter was that after the Chinese New Year ended, he would send him a young green flame tiger since it was not in vain that he saved his life. The protagonist thought with a smile on his face that this was a green flame tiger, and it was a dangerous species. In addition, the protagonist understood that teacher Liu had won, after which the protagonist mentally turned to Linjin thinking that he had been blessed. Zhou noticed with a smile on his face that in addition to this, he had prepared a villa for him in the inner fort, so he advised him to use this time to go to his sister's home and arrange for him to move there since the Six Lands tournament would soon begin, after which Zhou recommended that he not be distracted from business. The protagonist quickly bowed thanking Zhou for this. After that the protagonist shouted that he would live up to his expectations. The protagonist turned around and walked in the opposite direction. Zhou silently watched him go, then addressed him by name and told him that he had something to teach him and that he always paid too much attention to morality, and this was not good. Exhaling air from his lungs, Zhou shouted that in the world of masters, strength should be held in high esteem, and when there is a fight, you need to fight and show your full strength. After that, with a confident expression on his face, Zhou said that on the second floor is his treasury, and in addition to the dragon scale, he can choose 2 more items, and he must remember that the one who survives is the one who is absolutely not weak in spirit. With a serious expression on his face, looking ahead, the protagonist thought that the one who is stronger is the one who survives. After that, the protagonist clasped the palms of his hands in front of his chest and bowed to Zhou. He told him that he understood him. On the way home, Zhou's words made the protagonist think for a long time, because after experiencing the incident with Sapphire, Su-hung realized that he could make a choice for himself in favor of moral principles. The protagonist thought about this while flying on his dragon over the high mountains, surrounded by thick clouds. The protagonist understood that moving towards moral principles implies that a person must decide everything with his own strength and prove his place through his own strength. When the protagonist thought about this while looking ahead with a tense expression on his face. Some time after that, approaching the house, Su-hung heard loud laughter coming from inside the house and a voice saying that at one time Su-hung had been there for so long. The protagonist, looking at the house, asked himself, who is his sister talking to again? After that, opening the front door, Su-hung turned to his sister, but soon his eyes widened in surprise. His sister rushed into his arms and tightly squeezing his torso, joyfully shouting that he had finally returned. Because his sister rushed at him, Soo-hung lost his footing and fell to the ground. Lying on the stone paving stones, he stroked her head while his sister complained to him, saying that she heard from the guards that he was attacked on the road. When the protagonist realized his head, he looked behind his sister with a surprised expression on his face, and saw that there were 2 girls inside the house. The protagonist, with a confused expression on his face, looking at these girls, turned to his sister and asked her, "This?" His sister, with a smile on her face, pointed her finger behind her back and explained to him that these were her colleagues from the General Services Department of the Plantation Management and the Materials Processing Department of the Resource Management Bureau. After that, she pointed her finger at one of the girls and said that her name was Lin Mengwan and the second girl's name was Jean Meili. The protagonist's sister told him that they were all her close friends. The protagonist, with a smile on his face and red cheeks, began to greet them in a friendly manner by waving his hand. After that, Soo-hung turned to his sister and asked her if she wanted to. The sister turned around abruptly and poked her finger at the protagonist's head, insulting him about their parents. After that, she said that he should fight for his life. His sister, with an irritated expression on her face, shouted that he needed to start a family and a business, and that he needed a better life. After that, she continued to tell him that she had selected for him the best girls with an excellent figure who also knew how to cook and clean. After that, crossing her arms over her chest and exhaling heavily, the sister told him that a hard worker like him was constantly away from home and therefore, as she assumed, he was looking for a person who could do all this. The protagonist, with a confused expression on his face, turned to his sister and told her that he was a little tired and would like to go back to his room and take a nap. After that, he asked her if it was okay if he didn't eat. The sister started to yell at him expressively, soon after which the protagonist sat at the table with the girls. Although Soo-hung refused to go on this blind date, he could not go against his sister's wishes. So the entire dinner passed in an awkward atmosphere. The 4 of them sat at the table with an abundance of various foods. Soon after, the protagonist showed the girls his treasure-seeking beast, which made the girls look at it with extreme interest. Only when the protagonist took out this treasure-seeking beast, he was able to attract the attention of 3 girls, and the treasure-seeking beast made them all laugh as it tried hard. After the dinner ended, Soo-hung with Lin Mengwan and Jean Meili walked down the street while Su-ching stood at the front door of the house and asked the protagonist to take them home, after which she asked him, "Okay?" The protagonist answered her affirmatively and said that he understood her. When they were walking down the street, Jean Meili addressed Soo-hung as a lord and noted that he did not need to see them off since they lived not far away. After that, Jean Meili raised her index finger up with a smile on her face and said that they needed to cross the road and they would be almost home. Lin Mengwan confirmed these words by telling him not to worry. After that, she told him that they had a good time today and she did not know that he was so formal. The protagonist listened to what she was telling him with a sad expression on his face. But suddenly his face distorted with tension, he frowned and looked ahead warily. Immediately after that, he abruptly stretched out his hand to the side, shielding the girls from what was in front of him. They saw that from around the corner of one of the buildings, a dark monster with a wide open mouth was coming out. It was a huge rat with brightly glowing eyes, and this rat with a mad muzzle looked at the girls and the protagonist in rage. Jean Meili asked with a worried expression, "Is this a rat?" After that, Jean Meili wondered how something like this could get in here. The protagonist stepped forward in front of the girls and explained to them that this was an adult low-level dangerous species that was a ferocious rat. Lin Mengwan, standing behind the protagonist with a worried expression, asked, "Could a rat really become that big?" At that moment, the rat headed towards the protagonist and the girls, opening its mouth wide. The protagonist clenched his jaw and suggested that perhaps this rat had mutated after accidentally eating the corpse of some animal, after which the protagonist said that storm rats live in packs. So he asked the girls not to come closer. A moment later, the asphalt in front of them began to break into pieces and new rats began to crawl out of the holes that appeared in the asphalt and hissed menacingly, heading towards the protagonist and the girls. Suddenly, the protagonist opened his eyes wide and noticed the vapors coming from the basket that Jean Meili was holding. The protagonist looked at the basket and realized that it was definitely chicken, because chicken is the rat's favorite food. After that, the protagonist put his hand in front of him and turned to his snake dragon and asked him to come out. A moment later, the lizard spread his wings wide and rose into the air above Soo-hung and the girls and looked at the rats with his brightly shining eyes. After that, the lizard with a menacing expression on his face rushed after the rats, who were incredibly scared of the lizard and soon after began to run away in fear along the streets. The protagonist, looking at this, shouted, "Forward." After that, turning to the rats, he asked, "Do the rats really think that they can escape from the snake dragon?" After that, the protagonist directed his open palm forward, exuding energy from his palm, and the lizard with an aggressive expression on his face headed after the fleeing rats. The rats made frightened sounds and tried to run away, but the lizard quickly caught up with these snake dragon with its claws and tore their bodies into many pieces, causing abundant bloody splashes. The protagonist said with a smile on his face that an adult low-level dangerous species, that is, an assault rat, which the lizard dragon would have had to seriously face 2 months ago, was able to kill these rats today as easily as he would kill a chicken. Soon after these events, several men noisily approached Suhung. One of the guys clutching a sniper rifle in his hands looked ahead in surprise and asked, "Are they already dead?" After that, this guy said that 4 ferocious rats were killed in a matter of seconds, and this is worthy of a master tamer. The bodies of the wounded rats lay in the center of the street, while a huge snake dragon hovered over the protagonist's head. The protagonist addressed the guards and said that at this time of year the rats do not have enough food, so the rats dig the ground in search of food. He ordered to request a bloody-tailed cat from the security bureau, after which the protagonist explained that otherwise such an intrusion into a civilian building would be on a large scale. The guards pressed their clenched fists to their bodies and answered him affirmatively, after which they said that they would follow his instructions. Then the protagonist noted that he also wanted these 4 rats to be sent to the chambers of the inner fort. The protagonist put his hand on the back of his head and asked the guards to say that Villa 73, that is, Suhung takes these rats. The villas located next to the Blacklight Fortress are rich and famous, and it is mainly a complex for masters. The villa number 83 that Zhou He gave to Suhung was originally Zhou He's residence, and therefore he was very envied. The one who expressed his dissatisfaction the most was Lu Ling, who lived in the house opposite. But when he saw the protagonist's sister, he fell silent. The protagonist doubted that this old man could have any thoughts about his older sister, and he always thought that this senior comrade was a little flashy and shy. Soon after, one of the people serving in the city turned to the guy who was carrying a box in his hands, inside of which was the killed protagonist monster, and turned to him, after which he asked him to be careful and not to dirty the courtyard of Master Suheng. The protagonist, as a master who owns 2 pets, had other plans to process the corpses of these ferocious rats, especially because the snake dragon has such a big appetite that, combined with the transformation into a dragon and the opening skills, the transformation of consumables requires a lot of money. Many young guys who served in the city carried various things from military equipment and brought them to the protagonist's villa. The high cost was explained by the fact that the black thick liquid that was used to make strange items is a strategic material, and it is not worth selling large quantities that can be traced. The mutated ferocious rats that the protagonist encountered this time made the protagonist remember another thing from the old Dragon Code. This thing is the incense of the bloodline. This is a kind of perfume, and the principle of this perfume is that it is able to imitate the illusion of a blood connection between the owner and his pet. It also provides the ability to briefly immerse the pet and the owner in itself to speed up the creation of mental connections. The protagonist carefully examined the liquid inside the vessel that he held in his hands. Even for those people who have not yet become a master of taming, this will also speed up the establishment of a spiritual connection with a young animal that is still in the egg, and the incense of the bloodline will become a hot commodity. The protagonist, while putting a lot of incense into the box, understood that according to the recipe of the old Dragon Code, after extracting incense from the corpses of ferocious rats, one must add the poison of bladderwort called dreamworm and the hairs on the back of the lower leaves of the moon orchid. The protagonist realized that the combination with the next substance would lead to the stage of distillation and purification. At this moment the protagonist poured incense from one glass vessel to another. Looking at this perfume, Suheng asked, "Did it work?" After that, he suggested that if it really worked, it was a great way to make money because after all, the cost was quite low, and he didn't know if it worked. After that, the protagonist raised his head up and looked at the treasure seeker beast sitting on the table in front of him. The protagonist addressed the treasure seeker beast, thereby attracting its attention. The treasure-seeking beast looked questioningly at the protagonist, who was holding an open container of perfume. At this moment the scent of the perfume began to spread throughout the room. The treasure-seeking beast's face distorted because under the influence of the bloodline incense, the protagonist and the treasure-seeking beast simultaneously entered an illusion. In this illusion, the protagonist seemed to have become the old father of the treasure-seeking beast, that is, an adult treasure-seeking beast who, after the birth of the treasure-seeking beast's cub, took it with him to search for treasures every day and found a huge mountain of treasures, and the treasure-seeking beast was moved to the point of numbness. After the illusion dissipated, Suheng with a tense expression began to press his palm to his forehead, making painful wheezing sounds. After that, the main character, with the movement of his hands, waving the scent of perfume in the air, decided that this was a very strange thing and he would better hurry to turn the treasure-seeker beast into a dragon, since tomorrow he was going to the teacher's treasury. At that moment, the treasure-seeker beast, still in the illusion, was cheerfully waving its paws, after which the treasure seeker looked intently at the main character and with a sharp movement of his whole body began to jump on him, screaming loudly. The main character, frightened, turning to the treasure seeker beast, shouted that he was not his father. Sometime after these events, in the building of the Burgomaster's treasury, the main character stood opposite the Grand Master. The Grand Master, crossing his arms over his chest, addressed the main character by name and told him that if he did not come next time, he would find him. The protagonist put his hand on the back of his head and apologized to the Grand Master, and explained that he had been so busy moving these days that he had forgotten. The Grand Master laughed and said that he knew that he had work to do. After that he told Soo-Hung to follow him. After that the Grand Master approached the massive gate. From behind these gates tentacles began to appear that enveloped the body of the Grand Master. Unknown dark tentacles began to squeeze the hands of the Grand Master. The protagonist watching this thought that this was a parasitic guardian beast that is an especially dangerous species, that is, a squid crocodile crab. He knew that this was a mystic and a guardian of the double line, and the natural skill is solid gold that can enhance the strength of the entire treasury. The protagonist understood that whoever opens the door must receive a verbal agreement from the owner, otherwise this person will be eaten in one gulp. The protagonist, who was watching this with a surprised expression, understood that compared to these treasures, the treasury of Chief Su-Ku could not compare. Soon after these thoughts, the Grand Master was able to open this gate. He turned to Soo-Hung with a smile on his face and pointed his palm towards the open doors, telling him that the second floor of the treasury was also considered a reserve, and he had been watching the master of the fortress for many years and for the first time saw him promise a low-ranking master to take 3 items at a time. After that, the Grand Master addressed the protagonist by name and asked him not to let the Burgomaster down. The protagonist, looking at the Grand Master with a smile on his face, pressed his fist to his chest and answered him affirmatively, after which he thanked him for his concern. The protagonist said he understood that unlike the cluttered storage of the treasures of Mr. Su-Ku, the treasury of the second floor of Blacklight is a huge and complex place inside which it seemed like a huge library inside which all the treasures were neatly arranged. The main character was among many different cells with artifacts. On top of the treasures there is a box that looks like glass, which also glows. The main character with an interested expression looked at the things that surrounded him and understood that there is no such thing as letting down the Burgomaster, and this is just a hint for him not to take more, but he is not a fool. The protagonist looked closely at the huge eye with tentacles that was levitating in the air. This hovering eye was a dangerous species called the Evil Eye Monitor. Looking at this, the protagonist understood that this substance had a racial energy skill called a flash of light and shadow, and if you look at it, everything can be seen even more clearly than on an X-ray. In addition, the protagonist understood that the entire treasury, he had no idea how much longer the world of safety existed. Inside this, after that, the protagonist stretched out his hand in front of him and looked at the ring that was on his finger. After that, the protagonist said, "Treasure hunter." He said that this time he would have to look for treasures through the seal. After that, turning to the treasure seeker beast, the protagonist said that the beast should lead him to the dragon's scales and 2 materials that are needed to transform into a dragon. At this time, the treasure seeker beast made a displeased expression on its face, characteristic sounds of this while inside the ring. With the help of the treasure-seeking beast, the protagonist managed to find scales from the hidden treasure as well as 100 grams of spirit essence, but strangely enough, the floating secret stone was nowhere to be found. Soon after the unsuccessful search, the treasure-seeking beast, while inside the ring, began to scream loudly, raising its paw high in the air. The protagonist replied to the treasure-seeking beast that it was not there, and that it was definitely not a floating secret stone. Some time after that, the protagonist stood in the corridor with a wooden box on the floor between him and the Grand Master. The Grand Master pointed his finger at the wooden box and said that this was a high-grade dragon scale and this was spirit essence. After that, the Grand Master, clutching the stone in his hand, asked Soo-Hung, why did he need this stone? The protagonist, hiding his gaze, said that he was missing 1 brick at home. The Grand Master threw the stone into the box and asked Soo-Hung not to make him laugh. After that he said that this brick contained a secret levitation stone. But the secret floating stone was a treasure that could only be found on the 3rd floor, and he had a very attentive eye. The protagonist understood that it was not his eye, but he was just very good at searching for treasure, and besides, he could find treasures in the ceiling. At that moment the protagonist looked at the Grand Master with a nervous smile on his face. Soon after these events the protagonist sat on the sofa with a book in his hands while the treasure-seeking beast sat on the sofa next to him. The protagonist looked at the book that was lying on his feet and said that now all the materials needed to conduct the dragon transformation ceremony had been collected and the words of the dragon transformation ceremony had been prepared. The protagonist was looking at a book that depicted a treasure seeker with wings, When the protagonist saw these images, a smile appeared on his face, and the treasure seeker with an apple in its paws looked at him questioningly. The protagonist, looking at the pictures in the book that was in his hands, was surprised to notice that the treasure seeker would look like something like a snake dragon. But after that he asked, "Is it really that simple and crude?" Then the protagonist grabbed the treasure seeker by the collar and carried it to the side. He put the treasure seeker beast on the table surrounded by artifacts obtained from the treasures and said that now they would begin the ceremony of turning into a dragon. In total, the Lord of Blacklight Castle Zhou He has 9 disciples and the protagonist is the youngest disciple. 8 brothers and sisters Su Heng occupy important positions in Blacklight Castle, and it can be said that they are the core and foundation of Blacklight Castle, and they are also very strong masters, real masters. A meeting was planned, however. It was originally between Bai Su Su and the elder sister Chu Na, and they are going to meet Lu Ling to discuss the hunting guard. The third brother took this opportunity for Su Heng to meet the 2 elder sisters, and hence all the thoughtlessness that occurred from the very beginning. In a luxurious room on the carpet there were 2 sofas and 1 chair. Su Heng was sitting on the chair holding a teapot in his hands, and next to him on the sofas were Chu Na, Bai Su Su and Lu Ling. They were all sitting around the table located in the middle. The protagonist poured drinks from a teapot into cups with a friendly smile on his face. Chu Na turned to Bai Su Su and told her that she heard that the master intended her to create the 8th hunting guard. After that Chu Na asked her, "Has she already gathered everyone into the guard?" Bai Su Su, holding a cup of tea in her hands, answered Chu Na and said that almost everyone is already there, but she is still picking the last member. The protagonist looked at Bai Su Su, who said these words in surprise and mentally repeated, "Hunting guard." Soon after that Chu Na, drinking a drink from a cup, addressed Su Heng as a junior and asked him, "Does he not know about them?" The hunting guard is a special unit of Blacklight Castle, and not only the Blacklight settlement but also other settlements usually form a hunting guard. The hunting guard hunts down young specimens of all possible dangerous creatures in the vast wild lands, and also searching and collecting various materials and treasures is their main goal. Chu Na began to tell that the hunting guard consists of 4 warriors and 12 escorts, and in the territory of the Blacklight meeting there are 7 existing guards. Chu Na, with a smile on her face, told that in Blacklight, the eggs of beasts brought by the guards are used to select masters, and therefore it is a very important organization. Then Chu Na clasped her hands between her thighs and turned to Bai Su Su and offered to introduce her to a good newbie. After that Chu Na began to tell her that there was a girl named Reina who became a master 2 years ago, and she has a mature specimen of ironwood and a mature sleeping butterfly. Bai Su Su listened to what Chu Na was telling her with a surprised expression, while Chu Na continued to say that all of these belong to the dangerous mid-level species with good direct combat power. And then Chu Na noticed that in addition to this, Reina recently had a young especially dangerous species of blood lion. Putting an open palm in front of her, Chu Na stated, saying that this girl has great potential. The protagonist, who was attentively listening to what Chu Na was telling, asked himself, "Reina?" Then he began to mentally question, "Ironwood and sleeping butterfly?" The protagonist asked himself, "Isn't this his teammate from the tournament of the 6 lands?" Then the protagonist remembered what she said about the blood lion and thought that it seemed like they were all constantly working very hard. Bai Su Su held a cup of tea in her hands and said that she still couldn't figure out who she should take, and it would be hard for her to distract a newbie to recruit him into the guard. Lu Ling interrupted their hesitant conversations by lightly tapping his spoon on the porcelain cup. After that Lu Ling drew attention to himself and turned to Bai Su Su and pointed at himself with his thumb and asked her permission to introduce her to a newbie with great potential and an older brother. After that Lu Ling said that he definitely meets her needs. Bai Su Su answered him affirmatively, agreeing with his words. Lu Ling abruptly put his hand in front of himself and pointed his finger at the protagonist and then shouted, "Here!" Bai Su Su looked at this in surprise and said that it seemed to her that this was her junior comrade. After that Bai Su Su asked Lu Ling to tell us who the newbie was. The protagonist asked them again with wide eyes, puzzled. Chu Na addressed Lu Ling as the third brother and asked him to stop, then noticed that Su Heng had only become a master a few months ago. Then she asked him, he doesn't want to send someone else to such a dangerous place. Bai Su Su asked again with a surprised expression, then assumed that he was saying that the newbie was the younger brother. Then she asked if that was true. Lu Ling with a confident expression said that it was true, and he recommended their super newbie, that is, the younger brother named Su Heng. Then putting his cup on the table, Lu Ling turned to Bai Su Su and explained to her that he was not putting on a show and that he had only been a master for 3 months. Besides, he only had 1 pet. However, he noticed that it was a very dangerous species. Putting his hand on the shoulder of the confused protagonist, Lu Ling continued to say that the snake dragon that the protagonist had a month or so ago, by the time he dealt with the northern defense section, this snake dragon was already in mid-growth. Then laughing, Lu Ling remarked that after he was in the grizzly forest, perhaps The protagonist, with a nervous smile on his face and beads of sweat running down his cheeks, listened to what Lu Ling was saying. After that, he asked, couldn't this be almost late growth? Lu Ling then turned to the girls and asked them, isn't a person with a very dangerous species in the mid-growth stage a super rookie? The girls listened to what he was saying in bewilderment. But after that, Bai Su Su put her palms together and turned to Su Hung and asked him if his snake dragon would grow up soon. Chu Na at that moment impatiently turned to Su Hung and asked him to show them his snake dragon. The protagonist with a confident smile on his face stretched out his hand in front of him, after which his ring began to glow brightly. He turned to Lizard and asked him to come out. Immediately after his request, a huge snake dragon appeared in front of him, which took up almost the entire room. The protagonist in sincere bewilderment with a pale face looked at his snake dragon and mentally cursed, realizing that its size. Lu Ling said in surprise that this is the body and aura. After that, turning to Su Hun, he confusedly said that he did not doubt his talent, but at a late stage of growth. The protagonist explained, saying that the snake dragon became like this just recently. Chu Na, with a wide smile on her face, squeezing the palms of her hands, turned to the main character and told him that she thought he needed practice now. After that, she asked him to come to her hunting guard and she would show him everything, after which he would be able to practice his fighting skills. Bai Su Su, with an uncertain expression on her face, turned to Chu Na as the seventh sister and noticed that her hunting guards were in full force and that she was missing one. Chu Na abruptly grabbed Bai Su Su by her cheeks, thereby closing her mouth and not giving her the opportunity to say anything else. With an expressive expression on her face, she agreed with Bai Su Su and said that she would not tease her anymore. After that, Chu Na turned to Su Hung and noticed that he would be hers in the future. The main character watching the girls' competition thought that it seemed to him that he should decide for himself. Suddenly there was a knocking sound on the door. Lu Ling turned towards the door in surprise and asked, "Are there so many customers today?" Soon after, a man named Tim entered the room. The protagonist looked at Tim and realized that this was a man who was the son of Father Jolly, who was also in the pharmacy where the protagonist was trying to sell the bloodline incense. In order to cope with the Six Lands tournament, the protagonist planned to sell everything and raise the snake dragon to a new level as quickly as possible, because the bloodline incense was a new drug that had never appeared in blacklight and the price of it reached 100,000 per bottle. So sales could not be opened and the protagonist could only send the medicine to the pharmacy for free, but the result would not be very good. So he did nothing, but today Tim mysteriously came to Su Hung and said that he wanted to buy a large amount of incense. Soon after these events, Father Tim clasped his hands in front of his chest and respectfully turned to Su Hung and told him that this time he wanted to buy more than 10 bottles of bloodline incense from him. The protagonist, holding a large box with many incense in his hand, replied that he had been selling samples for 10 days and he was asking for 10 bottles. The protagonist noticed that this was a bit strange, after which he noticed that he would not be able to pay for it. The shopkeeper noticed that he was mistaken, after which he said that he would pay in cash and, generally speaking, he wanted to buy as much as possible. Tim, holding out a wooden object to Su Hung that he had been holding in his hands before, said that on this card there was 1,000,000 prepared by his father to pay for the bottles. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise and asked himself, why did everything suddenly work out so well? In the store owned by Tim's father, the owner of the store, with a smile on his face holding in his hands many bottles that Su Hung gave him, said that in this case they clearly decided on the payment and the goods. After that, holding in his hands many different cards, the owner of the store turned to Su Hung and said that the next time he had something new, he asked Su Hung not to be shy about contacting him. Soon after that, the main character, with the cards received from the owner of the store, went towards the front door and agreed with the words of the owner of the store, after which he waved his hand and thanked them for this. As soon as Su Hung came out of the store, the owner of the store looked at his son angrily with a frown. Then the owner of the store sharply hit Tim on the head, ordering him not to act like a fool. Then the owner of the store, with a furious expression, ordered him to start helping. Tim, with a painful expression on his face holding his bruised head, turned to his father and asked him why he told Su Hung that one of his bottles was sold. After that, Tim pointed out that it was obvious that he simply asked him to put the bottle under the counter. The father listened to him with his arms crossed over his chest while Tim continued to talk about how they had so many goods that they would be in a stalemate if they couldn't sell it. The owner of the store pointed his finger at his son, calling him a worthless person, and then shouted that he was still too young. After that, the owner of the store, with a thoughtful expression on his face, began to reason that if we don't talk about new masters, even veteran masters will use this to tame new pets. Then he said that once this became known, the demand for this product would exceed the supply. Tim, with a wide smile on his face, turned to his father and noted that he was not a master and he did not know if this would work. The father again looked menacingly at his son, after which several sounds of blows were heard. The owner of the store in rage shouted at his son, shouting that he was disgracing him. Then he asked him if he knew who the Suhung was. The owner of the store began to expressively speak about how he was a genius student of the burgomaster, and also a supreme master, and he was able to produce this incense. While Tim with a bruised head sat under the counter with tears in his eyes, his father screamed that they should establish relations with a person like him. Then the father, filled with rage, asked his son how it is possible to conduct business focusing only on the near future. Tim, frightened, turned to his father and then noticed that he was just talking. He suggested that his father just talk and then asked him, can't they talk so that he doesn't hit him? Sometime after these events, Liu stood in front of 5 masters. These masters were the protagonists, Wang Sun, Luo Chong, Reina and Lin Yusin, who were standing in front of several combat vehicles. Lu Yu put her hand in front of her, solemnly said that in this tournament, the honor of Blacklight is at stake, and for them personally, this is a great opportunity. Lu Yu loudly said that if they can get a good rating, their career path will be even wider. The protagonists listened attentively to what Lu Yu was telling them, while Lu Yu reminded them not to forget that they are a team. Luo Chong and Wang Sun listened with surprised expressions as Lu Yu shouted that they should help each other together. Reina and Lin Yusin also listened attentively to Lu Yu's speech with their eyes wide open. Lu Yu opened his mouth wide and asked them loudly if they understood her. The masters answered affirmatively in unison, after which Lu Yu remarked that it was good and ordered everyone to get in the car and get ready to go. After that, Lu Yu turned to Wang Sun and told him that he and Luo Chong would be riding in the 3rd armored car, and Reina and Lin Yusin in the 2nd armored car. After that, Lu Yu pointed her finger at the protagonist and told him that he would be riding with her in the 1st armored car. When the masters began to sit in their designated armored cars, Wang Sun and Luo Chong sat in the same car and began to talk. Wang Sun crossed his arms over his chest with an irritated expression and asked why they weren't sitting with Lu Yu and why was Su Heng getting all the best. Luo Chong waved his hand with a smile on his face and turned to Wang Sun and explained that he had only recently become a master and that he was probably just afraid of them. After which he asked Wang Sun not to be angry because he would have many chances to show him where his place was. Compared to the Grizzly Forest, the 6 Lands tournament is much further away from Blacklight Castle, but thanks to the good roads, the actual time to complete the route is much less and it can be covered in just 2 days. The column of armored vehicles moved along the mountain slopes on which there were roads intended for these vehicles. This time, in addition to Blacklight, the Red Scorpion City, Lianian Castle, the Wensha City and Lian City are also participating in the tournament. Although Blacklight Castle is very strong, the other 5 places also have their own specialized equipment, and it is not yet clear who will win. The column of armored vehicles stopped in a field where a temporary camp was assembled, inside which there were many tents, and between these tents there was a fire around which people had gathered. Lu Yu, who was sitting on the bench near the fire, addressed the masters around her and said that the 3rd group should stay awake during the first half of the night and check the fortifications around the camp, and the 1st and 2nd groups should cook food for themselves and their pets. The masters around her obeyed her command. Soon after that, the protagonist, slicing carrots with a knife into a huge pot, turned around to look at Lu Yu, who was commanding the people, and thought that the general preparation would take some time, so he needed to cook more. Suddenly, he looked ahead in surprise with a questioning look. He saw that his ring began to glow with a bright golden color, and the protagonist, with a happy expression, thought that this was the treasure-seeking beast. After that, he turned to the treasure-seeking beast and asked to come out. Soon after, the treasure-seeking beast appeared above Su Heng's palm while being enveloped in energy. Then the treasure-seeking beast looked ahead with a surprised expression on its face. The protagonist touched the treasure-seeker beast's newly appeared wings with admiration and shouted that these were the scales that were on it. The protagonist shouted that this was the dragon bloodline that was granted by the scales that they had taken from the treasury. After that, the protagonist looked at the treasure-seeker beast's new appearance with a thoughtful expression. The protagonist asked out loud if the treasure-seeker beast had gained the ability to fly after swallowing the secret floating stone. After this assumption, the protagonist abruptly spread his arms out to the sides, leaving the treasure-seeker beast in the air, causing it to look ahead with an incredibly surprised expression on its face. The protagonist abruptly hugged the treasure-seeker beast and, holding it close, shouted that he was incredibly lucky. Soon after, Lu Yu loudly clapped her hands to attract attention and ordered everyone to feed their pets first and keep these in good condition for the tournament. After that, Lu Yu turned to Wang Sun and Luo Chong, who were next to her, and asked them where Su Heng was. Luo Chong asked her again, "Su Heng?" After that, he irritably cut carrots into a large pot and shouted that he summoned his beast and was talking to it. After that, Luo Chong continued to say that he was an ordinary person with a scaly beast with mixed blood. The protagonist, along with the treasure-seeking beast, turned to Luo Chong, who said this. The treasure-seeking beast had an indignant face and looked defiantly at Luo Chong. After that, the treasure-seeking beast began to rebel, menacingly looking at Luo Chong, who insulted him. The protagonist knew that the scaly beasts were a collective term for dangerous creatures such as various scaly beasts, as well as scaly beasts and fire scaly beasts, and so on that were born with scales. The protagonist also knew that regarding the mixed-blood scaly beasts, they were the offspring of scaly beasts and other dangerous creatures, and usually all mixed-blood beasts were very weak. The protagonist looked at Luo Chong with a calm expression and thought that they only needed to give a reason to make a noise. At that moment he was calming the indignant treasure-seeking beast by stroking its head. Wang Sun leaned his hand on his thigh and looked at the protagonist and asked him, "Isn't it true that a mixed-blood beast is the same as its owner?" After that, Wang Sun shouted that a great battle awaited them and it would start soon, and he didn't even know how to feed the pet in time. After that, Wang Sun started to laugh defiantly at Su Han. Then Wang Sun turned to Luo Chong, who was standing next to him, and remarked that, however, what kind of power could he have with this mediocre little beast? Wang Sun suggested feeding the beast first, and then forgetting about it. At that moment, Wang Sun released his beasts. A sand mountain lion appeared on his right and a steel beetle on his left. An iron demon tree appeared near Reina, as well as a sleeping butterfly with a blood lion, a ghost flower tiger, and an energy swift appeared near Lin Yusen. Lin Yusen looked at the other masters and their beasts, and said that in the special training, Lu Yu said that this time they all represent Blacklight Castle. After that, Lin Yusen with a worried expression began to remind that they are a team and they are one whole. After that she suggested that it is not good to gossip like that. Then she asked if that is true. Luo Chong, demonstrating his big red beast levitating in the air, remarked that in a team you only need to listen to the one who is stronger, and if he is weak, he will drag the team down. Then Luo Chong demonstratively shouted that they still have to count on Su Heng. Suddenly, his huge red monster began to look ahead in fear and shake with fear while looking forward. Luo Chong's beast was scared because Su Heng released his snake dragon, which roared menacingly, spreading its wings wide, standing behind the main character. The snake dragon began to threateningly approach the beast Luo Chong. Suddenly, with a sharp movement of its entire body, the snake dragon hit the beast Luo Chong on the head with its tail, which caused the beast Luo Chong to fly to the side as if it had no weight at all. Luo Chong watched this in a shocked state with his eyes and mouth wide open, after which Luo Chong furiously asked, "What is he doing?" The protagonist looked at Luo Chong in surprise and pointed his finger at himself, and asked if he was talking to him. At this moment, the protagonist began to turn around looking for someone to whom Luo Chong could turn. Luo Chong looked aggressively at the protagonist, suggesting that he wanted to start a fight, after which he asked him, "Is that so?" At this moment, Luo Chong raised his hand up and summoned a bloody wolf, which threateningly began to bare its teeth while looking at the protagonist. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, began to explain that this was not so and this was not a misunderstanding. He shouted out confirming that this was all a misunderstanding. Then the protagonist, with a nervous smile on his face, began to explain that he did not even give the snake dragon an order, and it seemed to him that the snake dragon was not in a very good mood, after which the protagonist asked if someone had said something bad about the snake dragon. At that moment, the snake dragon, being behind him, looked menacingly at the steel beetle belonging to Wang Sun, which made the steel beetle feel uncomfortable. A moment after that, the snake dragon, with a sharp movement of his mighty body, leaned his massive paw on the head of the steel beetle, after which the snake dragon pressed the beast into the water. The protagonist turned around at the noise and shouted loudly in surprise, after which he turned to the snake dragon and asked him how he could behave like this. Then the protagonist said with an irritated expression that he was ashamed of himself. Wang Sun looked at this in bewilderment with an irritated expression, shouting, "He!" Luo Chong turned to Su Heng in a rage and asked him what he was doing. After that, Luo Chong began to remind him that they were a team, and didn't he know that they should stick together? The protagonist turned to the master standing next to him and remarked that it was normal for them to make offensive remarks about people and their pets with mixed blood. After that, the protagonist quoted Luo Chang's words, saying that the team would listen to the one who was the strongest, and if they were weak, they would drag the team down. After that, the protagonist crossed his arms over his chest with a confident smile on his face and asked, "Isn't that so?" Wang Sun frowned and shouted, "Su Heng." The protagonist approached Wang Sun and assumed that they would have to count on him. Then he asked them if that was true. The protagonist clenched his fists and turned to Wang Sun and asked him if they could have a training session. At this moment, the snake dragon standing behind the protagonist roared furiously, opening its mouth wide. Wang Sun, with a confused expression on his face, crossed his arms over his chest began to hide his gaze and said in confusion that he was talking about his scaly beast and not about the snake dragon, after which he said that he had misunderstood everything. The protagonist stared into Wang Sun's eyes and asked him if he was afraid. Wang Sun, with a frightened expression, assumed that they were a team, then he asked if that was true. The protagonist, with an ominous smile on his face, shouted that if he did not want to be alone, then let him be with Luo Chong. After that, the protagonist began to say that they could choose 4 opponents for the snake dragon. Lu Yu, who was present at the brawl all this time, looking at the protagonist, began to think that Su Heng was a good person in the training camp, and she did not know that he had such a strong side. She decided that it was interesting for her. Soon after, the protagonist, along with his snake dragon, stood in front of Wang Sun and Luo Chong, next to whom were 4 of their beasts. The protagonist, with a confident smile on his face, told them that he would not mock them, and then suggested that they begin. Wang Sun cursed loudly, noting that he considered himself the elder and was advising the younger. Soon after, a sharp voice ordered them to fight. The beasts began to surround the protagonist and his snake dragon from all sides. The protagonist, with a confident smile on his face, looking ahead, said that a simple and effective tactic, but so naive in the face of absolute power. Turning to his snake dragon, the protagonist asked him to do this, but warned him to be careful, otherwise he would kill the others. The blood wolf roared furiously and charged, opening its mouth wide with many sharp teeth. But a moment later, the huge blood wolf was thrown a long way to the side by a sharp strike from the snake dragon. Wang Sun and Luo Chong looked at the blood wolf's defeat in bewilderment, with their eyes and mouths wide open and beads of sweat running down their faces. The steel beetle stared ahead with its brightly shining eyes wide open. Shortly after, the sand mountain lion belonging to Wang Sun opened its mouth threateningly and began to roar loudly, jumping to attack the snake dragon. But the snake dragon used its ability called Dragon/Force to counterattack the sand mountain lion. Then, attacking the steel beetle, the snake dragon used its evil attack with the ability of speed and began to tear the metal chitin of the beetle with its sharp claws. The snake dragon roared menacingly as it trampled its opponents into the ground. Lin Yusin and Reina watched in bewilderment, asking themselves when did it become so strong? Sometime after this total defeat, Su Heng and Luo Chong were sitting on one bench, and Reina, Lin Yusin and Wang Sun were on another bench. They were sitting near a fire where food was being heated in a cast iron pot. Luo Chong, with a helpful expression on his face holding a packed box in his hands, turned to Su Heng and asked him if he wanted it. After that, Luo Chong said that it was a great thing called dried snow yak. The protagonist looked at the box that Luo Chong was holding in his hands and asked, "Is it salted?" After that, the protagonist said that the spotted silver fish he gave last time was too big. Luo Chong helpfully told Su Heng that it was not salty, and he was careless last time. Then he asked Su Heng to try it first, and if it seemed salty to him, then he would wash it again with clean water. After that, Luo Chong said that he guaranteed that it would not be salty. Wang Sun, Lin Yusin and Reina looked at the main character serving Luo Chong in bewilderment. Reina looked at this with a surprised expression, raised her hand to her face and noticed that this was an incredible talent. Then she asked why they didn't realize this before. Lin Yusin looked at Wang Sun with a smile on her face and asked him what he thought about this. Wang Sun suddenly put his palm in front of him and asked her again, then immediately answered that he did not know. The protagonist watched Luo Chong humming a tune while stirring the dish in a cast iron pot and thought that the concept of complete superiority of power is common among the wild nature. But for people like Luo Chong, it is a rarity. After that, chewing a piece of meat, the protagonist turned away and thought that at least they were on the same team, so he would not pay attention to it. Sometime after these events, several armored vehicles were moving through the forest among many trees whose foliage was painted orange. The place where the tournament of the 6 lands was held was called the Valley of Red Maples because of the red maples growing there. The main building of the tournament was built of a special stone, durable and self-healing, was erected by the joint efforts of the 6 main centers, and despite the high cost, this stone did not require maintenance, and no one lived here except during the beginning of the tournament. The judging panel of the dual tournament of the 6 lands included leading masters from Blacklight Castle, as well as the city of Red Scorpion, the city of Lingyun, Lianing Castle, Proudly Chaotic Sand and the city of Liyun. Therefore, each judge has a professional level or higher, and these judges serve on one side of the game and on the other, representing the voice of their gathering place. Soon, the armored vehicles, having traveled a long way, stopped at a building similar to a large arena. The protagonist and Lu Yu got out of one armored car, soon after which Su Heng looked ahead with a surprised expression. He saw people standing by armored cars that were not like those that belonged to Blacklight. Lu Yu, seeing Su Heng's surprised look, told him that they were Red Scorpion Castle and they were on good terms with them. Soon after, a loud female voice shouted out Lu Yu's name. It was a girl who crossed her arms over her chest and said that she did not know that she was leading the team this year. Lu Yu, with a friendly smile on her face, spread her arms wide apart and addressed the girl as Ji-Fei and told her that they had not seen each other for a long time. After which Lu Yu noted that she did not know that they, that is, the guys from Red Scorpion Castle, would arrive first. Ji-Fei, with a wide smile on her face, replied that of course they did so since they needed to arrive first to drink their honey drink. Lu Yu addressed Ji-Fei and told her that she missed her and that she herself would be bored drinking this. Suddenly, a loud sound caused surprise in Lu Yu, the protagonist, and Ji-Fei. Ji-Fei, with an angry expression on her face, clenching her jaw and frowning, turned towards the sound. This loud, irritating sound came from the direction of the arriving car. The angry Ji-Fei ran towards the noisy armored car, and as soon as she approached it, she raised her foot high and kicked the metal armored wall of the car with her heel. Soon, the doors of this car opened and a man came out from inside this armored car, put his open palms in front of him, and then loudly shouted a name, Ji-Fei. It was a man named Iron Man who, with a smile on his face, asked Ji-Fei, "What happened?" Iron Man was the leader of Lin Yun City. Next to Iron Man stood a young man with a calm expression who was a member from Lin Yun City named Wang Yi. Iron Man walked up to the armored car that Ji-Fei had just kicked and touched the damaged door with his hand. With a worried expression, asked her why she was kicking such a thing. Ji-Fei furiously asked him in response, who told him to honk the horn. After that, Ji-Fei leaned her hands on her hips and addressed Iron Man, shouted that he was too noisy. Iron Man put his hand on the back of his head and confusedly began to make excuses, saying that he just honked the horn to say hello to everyone. After that, Iron Man put his palms out in front of him and told her that she could blame him and he could drink later. Ji-Fei, still angry at him, assumed that he was probably joking. After that, she screamed that he would not get a sip of the black light honey drink. Iron Man turned to Ji-Fei with a smile on his face and asked her to listen to him. At this moment, Wang Yi's attention was attracted by something that was happening to the side of him. Wang Yi carefully looked at Lu Yu and the protagonist. Looking at Su Heng, Wang Yi asked himself, is the guy next to the leader also with Lu Yu? At this moment, the protagonist was also surprised to watch the verbal altercation between Ji-Fei and Iron Man. Sometime after these events, when night fell, people did not sleep well all night since new columns of armored cars were constantly arriving. But fortunately everyone got there, and the next day, after clarifying the traditional rules and swearing in the judges, the Six Lands Duel Tournament was officially opened. The opening process looked like a ceremonial event where many participants stood in front of the person behind the podium who loudly notified everyone. The Six Lands House has a relatively fair scoring system and 30 people meet each other 5 times by lot, with only 1 point added for a win and 1 point deducted for a loss. The 8 people with the highest scores will advance to the final 8 when the finals begin. At the duel registration desk, the protagonist was sitting opposite the girl working at the event. Ji-Fei was standing next to the protagonist, and the protagonist was holding a piece of paper in his hands. Ji-Fei explained to Su Heng that according to the tournament rules, each participant can only register 2 beasts, after which she asked him not to try to cheat the system because of this rule. The protagonist listened to her, then looked at the piece of paper in his hands with a thoughtful expression and thought that the snake dragon is good, but the treasure hunter is also good, and it is better not to show the treasure-seeking beast so as not to be in demand. The protagonist picked up a fountain pen and began to write on paper. The guy standing behind him with a smirk on his face said that he could not believe that such a non-entity still existed in such a big place like Blacklight. After that, the guy ridiculed Su Heng and asked him how dare he bring a mixed-blood beast to the tournament. In the Red Maple Valley Duel Arena, Iron Man held a microphone in his hands and addressed the people sitting in the stands and shouted that in the first qualifying round of the individual competition, each player can change their animal no more than once. After that, Iron Man loudly said that if the animal loses the will to fight, or is no longer able to fight, then this animal loses. Then Iron Man raised his hand high and shouted that the 2 sides, that is, Blacklight Castle and a player named Su Heng and Yun Hua from Liyun Castle, will now fight in the arena. After that, Iron Man stretched out his hand up and ordered the battle to begin. The protagonist stood in the arena opposite Yun Hua with a confident smile on his face, next to whom was a large beast. Yun Hua, demonstratively clenching his palm into a fist, turned to Su Heng and ordered him to show him his beasts, after which Yun Hua called Su Heng cannon fodder of Blacklight Castle. When Yun Hua said this, behind him was a dangerous type of beast called a cloud leopard. The protagonist looked at Yun Hua and said which of them was cannon fodder, after which the protagonist said out loud that this was only a dangerous mid-level species and he was afraid that he would not even be able to win. Yun Hua, with a confident grin on his face, crossing his arms over his chest, asked Su Heng not to worry. After that, Yun Hua said that even if he was just a beast with bloody scales, he would not mock him. Yunhua suggested that he maintain friendly relations, after which he noted that even if he was stronger than him, he should have the courage to fight at that moment. The cloud leopard behind Yunhua opened its mouth wide and showed huge and sharp fangs. People sitting in the stands with annoyed expressions on their faces shouted that this was nonsense. People asked what was so dangerous about a mid-level species. After that, a voice addressed to the players asked them not to waste time and fight. The protagonist stretched out his hand in front of him and released the snake dragon from his ring, after which the dragon stood up in the arena, looked condescendingly at his opponent, then curled up and went to sleep right in the arena. The protagonist looked at his snake dragon with his eyes wide open and his mouth in disbelief. Yunhua, with an irritated expression on his face, tensed his jaw and asked, "Snake dragon?" After that, Yunhua angrily shouted that this one doesn't even have the will to fight, because it's a low-class one. After that, Yunhua turned to his beast, calling it a cloud leopard, and commanded it to attack. A moment later, the cloud leopard opened its mouth wide, jumped high into the air, and with its sharp claws extended, rushed to attack the snake dragon, but the snake dragon, with a slight flick of its tail, sent the cloud leopard flying into the distance, and it flew away helplessly. Yunhua, with his eyes and mouth wide open and sweat dripping down his face, in disbelief, shouted that the snake dragon had used an incredibly unworthy move. Iron Man, addressing the public, announced that the main character from Blacklight has won victory. After that, Iron Man turned to Yunhua and asked him to call his second pet for the second round. Yunhua raised his hand up and addressed Iron Man as the judge and said in a confused manner that he was reporting that Su Heng was cheating. Iron Man looked at Yunhua with a surprised expression and then turned to him and noticed that he didn't even know what kind of monster called the snake dragon was. Yunhua asked him again, "The snake dragon?" After that, he asked him, "Isn't his best monster a mixed blood?" Yunhua then smiled and asked Iron Man, "So what?" Yunhua noticed that he had not given up yet. Soon after, Yunhua released his second beast that did not look like any natural creature. This sinister thing with many horns as well as sharp claws and large fangs also rushed to attack the snake dragon. However, after the characteristic whipping sound of the blow, this beast was thrown aside and then hit the wall, and fell near the already defeated cloud leopard. The spectators with irritated expressions shouted that this was unfair and they were protesting. Then one of the men shouted that Blacklight Castle was sending a participant with a very dangerous look to the tournament. The guy sitting next to the indignant man answered these shouts affirmatively, and shouted that this was still late growth. Luo Chong turned to the dissatisfied spectators and noticed that they were mocking, after which Luo Chong shouted that the snake dragon Su Heng had not yet reached maturity, although there was not much time left until then. After that, Luo Chong noticed that this is not considered exceeding the limit of the established tournament. Addressing the audience, Luo Chong began to say that according to the rules, you can take any pets. Addressing the irritated guy, Luo Chong asked him, "What is it?" After that, Luo Chong began to prove that, to tell the truth, Su Heng is just super and he was able to grow such a monster himself. The dissatisfied spectator looked at Luo Chong in confusion, after which Luo Chong continued to loudly shout that one day all the animals will stand in line for Su Heng to pick them up. Luo Chong began to mock the dissatisfied spectators, sarcastically calling them geniuses and asking them if they know what strength is. After that, he advised them to look at the main character in order to find the answer to this question. Wang Sun and Reina looked at each other with surprised expressions. Wang Sun suddenly turned around in the opposite direction and raised his hand up and began to swear that this guy most likely allowed Su Heng to beat him half to death. The confused Wang Sun began to declare that he had never been like this when he was with him, and he did not even know this guy who said all this. The first round of the duel tournament of the Six Lands was essentially a clash of cannon fodder from all walks of life. There were also real masters like Su Heng who were able to defeat an opponent with one move, and naturally there were those who created the illusion of weakness and watched everything that was happening. In addition to Su Heng's complete victory over his opponent, there were also people from Blacklight who fought. The distinctive feature is that Wang Sun also distinguished himself this time, and his opponent was a guy and his pets with similar strength. These two sides fought in the arena for more than 20 minutes before the fight ended. Reina, Wang Sun, Luo Chong, Lin Yusin and Lei Na were able to score one win and one loss, and only in the fourth match did the protagonist encounter the participant Wang Yi. Wang Yi stood next to his big black and furious beast with a confident grin on his face. Wang Yi is among the top 8 favorites with 2 mature developed dangerous species. Wang Yi and the protagonist have 3 wins each. And according to the experience of previous years, usually only a full 5-point winning streak is enough to confidently enter the last 8, so this match is so important for both of them. The fight between the snake dragon and the Wang Yi beast began extremely active. both beasts struck each other many times. The protagonists watched this fight with a tense expression and thought that this steel energy, which is the innate skill of this beast. The protagonist understood that the beast Wangi, which was a black tiger with a steel claw, used the steel energy technique at a critical moment to strengthen its defense and stop the bleeding at the same time. The protagonist, who was closely watching the ongoing battle, understood that he wanted to use the damage-to-damage exchange technique to engage in hand-to-hand combat with the snake dragon. With a tense expression on his face, looking at Wangi, Su-hung told himself that he would not succumb to these provocations. After that, the protagonist expressively addressed his beast and then commanded, "Energy Earth Cannon." The snake dragon who heard this order was surrounded by energy with its mouth wide open. The protagonist who was watching this understood that high-speed movement and shooting due to the use of the increased restorative power of the Earth system and the strengthening of evil-thinking bullets. After that, the protagonist began to reason that although it cannot kill, it is quite difficult to do so, and this is a new attack of the snake dragon after it entered the late stage of growth. While the protagonist was reasoning about tactics, he began to release many dense balls towards the black tiger. These many projectiles directed towards the black tiger provoked voluminous clouds of smoke, due to which the black tiger disappeared from sight. When the smoke cleared, it turned out that the black tiger was able to defend itself from these energy projectiles by forming a small dense ice cliff in front of itself. There was absolute silence in the arena of the Red Maple Valley, which occurred due to the battle between the snake dragon and the black tiger. The spectators, in bewilderment with worried expressions on their faces, shouted that fortunately the referee made it in time, otherwise something could have happened. Another guy who was watching this with wide eyes in disbelief confirmed the other guy's fears and noticed that this was an incredibly dangerous moment. Iron Man extended his hand to the side of the protagonist, notifying the audience that the first victory in this round was the victory of the protagonist from Blacklight Castle. Wangi stared at the protagonist and reasoned that after this fight, the snake dragon should have expended a lot of energy, and the second beast that Su-hung possessed was a beast with mixed blood, and this beast should not have much combat power. Wangi reasoned that it was unlikely that Su-hung could do this in such a short time, and he would hardly be able to train a very dangerous species to a late stage of growth, and at the same time take care of another pet. After that, Wangi raised his hand up and concentrated energy around his palm, addressed his two-tailed steel beast, and ordered it to come out. Soon after Wangi's command, a huge beast appeared in the arena, which was a representative of a dangerous species called the double-tailed steel beast. This beast was an evil mass of muscles with a massive body and many sharp claws. The protagonist looked at the double-tailed steel beast in surprise and said to the snake dragon that the snake dragon should first use an evil thought bomb to test the defense of the double-tailed steel beast and slowly restore its strength. The snake dragon spread its wings wide, rose high into the air, and began to direct many brightly glowing projectiles from its mouth towards the double-tailed steel beast. Wangi, with a confident grin on his face, turned to the double-tailed steel beast and shouted that this was his true strength, and he would not lose. After that, holding out an open palm in front of him, Wangi shouted a command, "The power of steel is a double saw." After this command, the double-tailed steel beast opened its mouth wide and began to roar furiously. The double-tailed steel beast used a fourth-level enlightenment called double saw and then began to swing its massive tail in different directions. One of the spectators shouted that this was a strong and scary fourth-level skill, and this was no longer a beginner's fight. The guy sitting next to this spectator noticed that now it was the end for the pet protagonist. Luo Chong irritably asked these spectators, "What are they talking about?" After that, Luo Chong clenched his fist and shouted that his boss must have another trick up his sleeve. Luo Chong clenched his fist so hard that his hand began to shake while Luo Chong shouted that he must win. With a sly expression, Wangi stretched out his hand in front of him and ordered an attack. After this order, the two-tailed steel beast furiously rushed to attack using its massive tail, and raising its huge paws with large sharp claws into the air. The snake dragon began to retreat, flying back, but several powerful and sharp blows from the two-tailed steel beast overtook the body of the snake dragon, which soon caused the snake dragon to be in a lying position on the concrete surface of the arena, while the two-tailed steel beast pressed the head of the snake dragon into this concrete. The protagonist, with a tense and worried expression on his face, frowning and clenching his jaw, watching the ongoing battle, said that almost nothing works against the defense of the two-tailed steel beast, and only an evil beam is able to break through the defense of this monster, after which the protagonist cursed loudly. Wangi turned to Su-hung and advised him to surrender. After that, Wangi shouted that he should not do this since he is good enough to be in the top 3. After that, Wangi, with a smile on his face, said that if they continue to fight like this, it will only get worse. The protagonist agreed with him and said that he had to admit his defeat, Wang Yi with a bored expression stretched out his hand in front of him and began to exude thick red energy from his palm, shouting that he was finished. After that, Wang Yi turned to the two-tailed steel beast and ordered it to use the double saw. The two-tailed steel beast, in a state of rage, activated its two tails, which began to work like gasoline saws. At this time, in parallel with the attack with saws, the steel beast pressed the body of the snake dragon into the ground. The snake dragon began to dig its sharp claws into the stone, soon after which massive earthen needles began to sprout from the ground and lift up the body of the confused two-tailed steel beast. The snake dragon, acting on the ground, provoked this unexpected attack, due to which the snake dragon was able to free itself from the influence of the two-tailed steel beast. Wang Yi, who was watching this counterattack, noticed that it was useless and impossible to break through the defense with this level of attack. The protagonist, with the snake dragon standing behind him and a confident smile on his face, asked Wang Yi, what if there were more of them? Soon after, the snake dragon provoked another powerful stream of earth spikes, directing it towards the two-tailed steel beast. Raising its mouth high, the snake dragon began to exude dense energy that was directed in different directions. At this moment, in parallel with the dense energy, the movement of the earth spread, subsequently provoking solid earth spikes that appeared from under the ground. The spectators, bewildered by this battle, shouted that this was incredible and the terrain had completely changed. The snake dragon stood tensely surrounded by the changed terrain of the arena and actively restoring its breath, exhaling thick steam from its mouth. The two-tailed steel beast also actively inhaled oxygen and exhaled rings of steam from its mouth. Wang Yi understood that this was not beneficial for him since the situation was such that he had little time left, and the snake dragon could use the power of the earth at any time to restore strength. Wang Yi tensely understood that he needed to win. Quickly! After that, Wang Yi stretched out his hand in front of him and ordered the two-tailed steel beast to attack with spikes. The two-tailed steel beast, hearing the command of its master, put its paw in front of itself and directed many sharp spikes towards the snake dragon. The dragon spread its wings and began to try to dodge these many sharp spikes. Wang Yi shouted that this was a great chance, after which he ordered to use the tailed sniper of the steel rift. After this command, 5 huge spikes began to grow from the body of the two-tailed steel beast and began to rise up after the snake dragon that had flown into the air. These huge spikes began to pierce the body of the snake dragon, causing the bewildered snake dragon to make loud, painful sounds. Wang Yi, filled with rage and with reddened eyes, clutched the energy in his hand and ordered to throw the snake dragon. Having listened to this command, the two-tailed steel beast, who by this time had managed to completely envelop the body of the snake dragon with its long spikes that had grown out of its body, swung and threw the snake dragon to the side with great effort, causing many large stone fragments to fly in different directions. The snake dragon that landed after this throw firmly stood up and straightened up, spreading its paws and wings wide. A huge hammer-like object appeared in the air. Dense energy began to spread from the snake dragon's body as it reached the 4th level of enlightenment and obtained the mighty dragon's war hammer. Wang Yi, perplexed, with a tense expression, loudly screamed, "No!" The huge war hammer struck the solid ice rock protecting the two-tailed steel beast with great force, causing the steel beast to look at the crumbling defense with its mouth wide open in bewilderment. Iron Man hurriedly raised his hand up, announced that the second victory in this round went to Su Heng. With the victory of the protagonist, a list of 5 consecutive winners directly entering the quarterfinals appeared. The protagonist joyfully stood with his clenched fist raised up, while behind him, the snake dragon stood menacingly with its wings wide open. Blacklight Castle as well as Lianing Castle, Luyun City, Red Scorpion City and Chaos Sand City, 1 person from each gathering place. All of these participants are from different gathering places. However, unfortunately, Wang Yi from Luyun was knocked out of the arena by Su Heng with the Dragon Warhammer. At this moment, a shocked Wang Yi looked on as the body of his two-tailed steel monster was pressed into the rocky bedrock of the arena by the Snake Dragon Warhammer. People with 4 wins and 1 loss were left with 6, and unfortunately, the remaining participants from Blacklight were not included in this list and would be spectators until the end of the tournament, and after the qualifying rounds, 3 of the 6 were in the last 8, and the first was naturally Wang Yi, whose strength was beyond doubt. In the end, the top 8 players were determined and it remained to wait for tomorrow's battle. The format of the final battles was to knock out their opponent, and the finalists meet one after another while the winner moves on and the loser is eliminated from the competition. Once again, the protagonist was very lucky and was chosen first by lot. He looked at the piece of paper with a happy expression on his face on which his turn was written. He got the weakest of the 8, that is, a participant named Li Fei. The remaining participants looked attentively at the distribution board where the names of the participants who would fight in this stage were written. When it was time for the first battle, Li Fei, who was standing in the arena in confusion opposite the protagonist near his beast, that is, a huge bear on whose body there were abrasions from a recent fight, addressed Su Heng as a master and told him that he was giving up. The protagonist also addressed Li Fei as a master and asked for his forgiveness, after which he wished him to get well and said that he would look forward to their next meeting. The spectators shouted expressively and loudly asking what kind of nonsense was going on here. After that, one of the spectators shouted that in less than 20 seconds, both beasts were knocked out. Another spectator shouted that it was obvious because the difference in class was too big. The other people who were watching the fight were filled with excitement and chanted that it was awesome. Luo Chong raised his clenched fist in the air with a happy expression and noticed that this fight was over in 20 seconds, and it was unbelievable. After that, Luo Chong started bragging to the person sitting in the stands opposite him. Luo Chong turned to Hua Hong and asked him if he had seen what kind of comrade he had. After that, Luo Chong turned to him and shouted that he would defeat him too. Hua Hong looked at Luo Chong, who was sitting opposite him with an irritated expression and through clenched teeth with an irritated expression, and his arms crossed over his chest, calling him a loser. After that, Hua Hong turned his gaze to the protagonist who was in the arena with his snake dragon on his back. Iron Man held one hand behind his back and the other hand held the microphone near his mouth and announced that Lu Lan and Qinding Huan would be facing off in their second battle today. Lu Lan had a dangerous species beast called the red polar wolf that was staring ahead with an angry expression with its mouth wide open, and she also had another particularly dangerous species beast called the wind flow falcon. Qinding Huan had a dangerous species golden mantis beast and a particularly dangerous species fire scale beast. The battle between Lu Lan and Qinding Huan was undoubtedly fierce, and the beautiful pale green feathers of the wind flow falcon were split by the fierce golden mantis, and only with the help of the powerful 3-tier wind energy was the wind flow falcon able to defeat its opponent. In the second battle, the wind stream falcon did not have time to use up most of the fire beast's physical strength, after which it quickly lost the battle and Qinding Huan sent his strongest pet, that is, the red polar wolf, to the arena. Initially the red polar wolf could not cope with the fire scaly beast. But this time the rivalry was really crushing, and Lu Lan's unsuccessful exit from the tournament also meant that they were officially eliminated from the fight for a place in the ruins of the Blood Forest. The third battle of the day was the battle between Ji Meiyu of the Red Scorpion City and Lianing Bao of Lianing. Ji Meiyu had a particularly dangerous type of Scorpion King and a particularly dangerous type of Blood Scorpion in his arsenal, and Lianing Bao had a particularly dangerous type of Fire Monkey and a particularly dangerous type of Explosive Beast. In the battle, the Blood Scorpion, clad in strong armor, relying on its high defense and thick blood, struck with its tail and was about to give the Fire Monkey a training session with Scorpion Poison. The Fire Monkey, in turn, grabbed the tail and threw the Scorpion to the ground, and at that moment, when everyone already thought that everything was over, the Fire Monkey dealt a fatal blow that turned the tide of the fight. In the second battle, Lianing Bao used an Explosive Beast and tried to deliver a long-range fire strike, but he was opposed by a large scorpion that could hide in the ground. Everything hit the iron plate, and it was obvious that this time Lianing Bao really lost in luck, and Ji Meiyu successfully advanced to the quarterfinals. Soon after, Wang Yi stood in the arena with his two-tailed steel beast, and Hua Hong stood next to his winged beast. With a gloomy expression, Wang Yi stood in front of Hua Hong and with beads of sweat flowing down his face, mentally cursing. Realizing that this was unfair, Wang Yi began to reason that first he met Su Heng, that is, a perversity warrior who has a particularly dangerous appearance, and then he managed to get to the quarterfinals and he met Hua Hong, that is, a guy whose level of combat perversity is not much less than Su Heng. After that, Wang Yi raised his head up with a nervous smile on his face, looked in front of him and thought that the people of Luyun City do not admit defeat so easily. Soon after, Wang Yi with an extremely upset expression on his face watched as his two-tailed steel beast was being bullied by Hua Hong's beast. A huge griffin grabbed the two-tailed steel beast by the tail with its beak and began to circle the steel beast in different directions. Looking at this, Wang Yi asked himself, what else can he do if not give up? Soon after these events, Hua Hong walked up to the place where the stands were located where Su Heng was sitting. Hua Hong standing under the stands asked if he was Su Heng from Blacklight. After that, Hua Hong noticed that they were currently tied for the same score. Hua Hong suggested that they not wait for the lottery but just fight. After that, Hua Hong asked Su Heng if he dared to do it. The protagonist with a nervous smile on his face, getting up from his chair asked himself what happened and why was he looking at him like that. Then Su Heng thought about wanting to draw lots. Suddenly, Luo Chong stood up and with an aggressive expression on his face, demonstratively clenching his palm into a fist, addressed Hua Hong as a non-entity from Lianin and asked him, why don't they do it? After that, Luo Chong began to shout aggressively that his comrade named Su Heng would kill him. Immediately after that, Luo Chong once again called Hua Hong, who had approached them, a worthless person. The protagonist, in a state of shock, looked at Luo Chong with his eyes and mouth wide open. The protagonist suddenly approached him and threateningly grabbed Luo Chong by his clothes, telling him that he had insulted him. Luo Chong, with a confused and frightened expression, asked Su Heng for permission to explain himself. The protagonist sharply slapped Luo Chong on the cheek with his palm, ordering him to explain himself. After that, Su Heng began to insult Luo Chong. Shortly after these events, Su Heng stood in the arena opposite Hua Hong. Hua Hong looked at the protagonist and said, "Su Heng from Black Light." After that, Hua Hong with a tense expression frowned and said that only now he realized how worthless he was when he defeated and humiliated Wang Yi. Then Hua Hong said that he could immediately see that he was out of shape. The protagonist, with a nervous smile on his face, put an open palm in front of him and addressed Hua Hong by name, asking him for permission to explain himself. Then Su Heng said that in this case there was a misunderstanding. Hua Hong told him okay. Then he said that he did not need to explain anything since he understood everything. Suddenly a loud voice belonging to Luo Chong shouted out confirming this idea, after which Luo Chong, turning to them, said that there was no need to explain anything. Luo Chong turned to the protagonist and asked him to defeat Hua Hong. Hua Hong raised his hand up and released his beast, which was a huge monkey with massive sharp fangs. It was an evolved form of a fire monkey, a dangerous species in the initial stage of its development called a fire monkey. The protagonist, with a tense expression looking at the fire monkey that appeared, thought that Hua Hong removed his main strength, which was the hawk beast, and replaced it with a monkey, clearly trying to exhaust the snake dragon's stamina. After that, Su Heng came to the conclusion that this fight would be tough. Soon after, the fire monkey and the snake dragon stood in the center of the arena surrounded by deformed terrain. The snake dragon was actively restoring its breath, standing opposite the fire monkey, who leaned its massive paws on the ground. Hua Hong, who was watching the ongoing fight, thought that this was great, and he planned to simply use the monkey's agility to wear out the opponent, since he had another pet. After that, Hua Hong decided to see how Su Heng could handle such a plan. Soon after, the fire monkey jumped high into the sky, opened its mouth wide and began to exude dense fire energy from its mouth. The fire monkey then made a sudden jerking motion, sending several fire projectiles towards the snake dragon, who was taking these exploding blows with his body. Soon after, the snake dragon landed on the ground and began to look around worriedly. Hua Hong looked at the snake dragon's actions with a thoughtful expression and asked if he wanted to use the 4th level enlightenment ability called Dragon Hammer to try and sneak up on him. Hua Hong then abruptly turned to the fire monkey and ordered it to use armor. A moment after, the fire monkey was completely enveloped in dense fire energy as the armor called Flame Fury was used. The fire monkey, wrapped in fire armor, rushed to attack with its arms wide apart, and at the same time roaring loudly and threateningly. The snake dragon, with its mouth wide open, looked at the fire monkey approaching it, then straightened up, spreading its wings wide and spreading its paws in different directions. A moment later, the fire monkey's hands and the snake dragon's paws collided with each other, and the huge beasts began to fight. Hua Hong, with a grin on his face, shouted that he knew that he was going to use the hammer in order to win. Then he asked if he thought that he was Wang Yi. Then Hua Hong turned to his fire monkey and ordered him to use the mad monkey's head strike. After this command, the fire monkey's eyes began to glow bright red. The fire monkey began to pull its head back with a tense body. Hua Hong, with a smile on his face, watching the fight, shouted that the strongest defense is the head, and the strongest attack is the head. After that, Hua Hong shouted out that he couldn't use the dragon hammer. The protagonist turned to Hua Hong, who was bragging in front of him, and asked him, "What's the point?" Then Su Heng asked him, who told him that the evil attack was the dragon's war hammer? Hua Hong, in sincere bewilderment, loudly asked him again, shouting, "What?" The protagonist, with a sly and confident smile on his face, raised his index finger up and explained that Hua Hong said that this was a modified technique of the snake dragon, which was called the compressed evil beam. At that moment, the snake dragon, who was fighting with the fire monkey, opened its mouth wide. Instantly, many dazzling energy sparks were concentrated inside the snake dragon's mouth. Hua Hong turned to his fire monkey with a worried expression and ordered him to run away with a negative answer. But the fire monkey did not have time to obey its master and was thrown a huge distance to the side by an incredibly powerful energy beam. A powerful beam of dense concentrated evil energy pierced the body of the fire monkey through and through, causing a huge bloody hole to appear in the middle of the mighty monkey's body. Hua Hong looked in bewilderment as his pet was pierced through and through by a powerful attack, and blood was actively dripping inside this hole. Iron Man, clutching a microphone in his hand, shouted that Su Heng from Blacklight Castle wins in the first round. Hua Hong, surrounded by magical energy, said okay. After that, releasing the beast, the lion hawk, Hua Hong shouted that this time he will not miss anything. The main character, looking in front of him, reasoned that it is unfair to the snake dragon to limit the field and consider it a defeat. The protagonist thought that the lion hawk was very good at aerial combat, but the snake dragon had never participated in aerial combat before and he needed to figure out what to do to break the enemy. Hua Hong, with a thoughtful expression on his face, stood next to his lion hawk and understood that the previous round had not exhausted the snake dragon at all and his will to fight was insane. So it would be difficult. The protagonist turned to his snake dragon and said that they could try. However, suddenly a loud scream announced that they, that is, Blacklight, were inferior. The protagonist and Luo Chong looked in bewilderment at the speaker Lu Yu, who raised her hand up and introduced herself by saying that she was the leader of the Blacklight team and that she had the authority to make this decision on behalf of the players. Luo Chong, with his eyes and mouth wide open, listened to what Lu Yu was saying in sincere bewilderment. Lu Yu's sudden decision puzzled the protagonist for a while, but he soon realized what was going on and it turned out that this 6-seat tournament was just a competition for 3 places to enter the Blood Forest Ruins. The first, second and third places have absolutely the same reward and there are no additional rewards and in Lu Yu's opinion, it is best to gain reputation, but if this does not happen, then it is not so important, and the main point is to maintain strength after entering the sacred place and get the greatest benefit. This is the real winner. As a result, the protagonist won the qualification to enter the ruins by taking second place in the finals, and Ji Meiyu and Hua Hong took first and third place, thus the tournament was completely over. Some time after these events, Su Heng approached a large tent that was surrounded by trees with golden petals. Entering the tent, Su Heng turned to Lu Yu and asked her, was she looking for him? Lu Yu, sitting opposite him on the chair, asked the protagonist to sit down. After that she said that she thought that the fort master had already told him about the origin of the Blood Forest Ruins, and that what she was about to say was very important to remember if he could gain anything from entering the Blood Forest Ruins. The protagonist told her that he understood her, and he was listening to her. After his answer, Lu Yu began to tell him that she should have told him about this before the tournament began. But the burgomaster did not have very high hopes for winning the tournament this year, so she would tell him what she thought. Raising her index finger up, Lu Yu said that this is why it took her time to tell him this. In Su Heng's mind, a memory appeared of how the burgomaster, with a wide smile on his face, showing his thumb extended upward, addressed Su Heng and told him to take a seat and that he was watching him. Disappointed by this news, the protagonist now asked himself with a gloomy expression, did he really not even believe in him? Lu Yu said that he became the second Blacklight Master to get a place in the last 3 tournaments of the 6 lands, and last time their Blacklight Castle took a place in the quarterfinals, and before that it was his 8th sister, that is Bai Su Su, who also took a place. However, Lu Yu looked closely at the protagonist and asked him if he knew what was the most valuable thing in the ruins of the Bloody Forest. Su Heng, with a confused expression looking at Lu Yu, put his hand on the back of his head and looked in front of himself in bewilderment, asked himself how he would know this if she did not tell him. Lu Yu began to tell him that in the ruins of the Bloody Forest there are many young animals that are extremely rare in the outside world, and the potential of these animals often becomes amazing because these animals feed on the energy of this secret place for many years. These animals are so valuable that these animals are often difficult to find. However, according to the agreement with the owner of the ruins, you cannot take many animals with you. Lu Yu also clarified that in addition to this, if there is an opportunity for this, then you can also take with you valuable resources and the Blood Forest Ruins rich in rare materials of the Blood and Dragon systems, and even if they cannot use these items themselves, they can use these to exchange materials with other masters. There are quite a lot of resources and animals in this place, and this is an ideal place to search for treasures. The protagonist, listening to Lu Yu's story with a smile on his face, thought that if she says so, then this is great. But he understood that she does not know that he has a treasure-seeking beast. Then Lu Yu said that the Blood Forest Ruins were so vast that even the amount they had explored over the years of tournaments was less than 10 times larger than the ruins themselves, not to mention how small the area they had personally explored was. Then Lu Yu showed off the book she had been holding in her hands and said that this was all the information they had found over the years of Blacklight's research. Lu Yu addressed the protagonist and suggested that he explore the area that had already been explored, since it would ultimately be safe for him. Handing the book she had been holding in her hands towards the protagonist, she noted that she had to emphasize to him once again the importance of ensuring safety, even given the verbal promise of the Lord of the Blood Forest to protect those who came from the tournament. However, Lu Yu clarified that over the years there had been many people who had been completely buried in the secret relics and no longer came to the surface. The protagonist picked up the book Lu Yu had handed him and told her that he understood her. Then Lu Yu handed a certain pendant towards Su Heng and asked him to take it with him before leaving. The protagonist looked at the pendant he was already holding in his hand in surprise and asked her what it was. Lu Yu explained to him with a smile on her face that it was an artifact that the castle master had sealed the trace of his first pet's power, which was originally intended for the Six Lands duel. Lu Yu told him that the castle master had left her a secret weapon, and since he could penetrate the ruins, he'd better take it with him, that is. Sometime after this dialogue with Lu Yu, the protagonist and several other masters stood in front of a tall dark building that was the entrance to the Blood Forest ruins. Lu Yu put his hand on the monument standing next to Iron Man and Ji Fei, who were also holding their hands on the monuments, and shouted, offering to start. After her command, the monument on which she held her hand began to glow with a bright energy force, and soon from these monuments, a bright glowing energy began to rise upward. The protagonist asked, "Is this the mental energy of a great master?" And then Su-hung said that he was sure that the master had the same power. The energy emanating from the activated monuments formed a large magical portal high in the air that glowed with a bright energy light. A sudden voice from nowhere asked, "Has it come that time of year again when the secret opens its shoulders?" At this moment, the head of a red dinosaur climbed out of the portal that appeared in the air and addressed the masters. The protagonist, pressing his clenched fist to his chest, answered this voice affirmatively, addressing it as "My lord," and said that it was time to open the annual portal to the Bloody Forest ruins. The voice coming from the portal suggested doing this in that case. At that moment, all the masters who were near the entrance to the Bloody Forest looked in front of them, pressing their fists to their bodies. Soon after, the portal descended down, appearing in front of the masters. Lu Yu, looking in front of her with a smile on her face, said that through this tunnel you can overcome the energy barrier and get to a secret place. Turning to Su-hung, she told him that he had 1 month to explore, after which she explained to him that after the time expired, he would be sent here by the Lord of the Bloody Forest ruins. The protagonist, with Ji Meiyu and Huahong walking behind him, headed towards the portal. Soon after that, he and Huahong entered the brightly glowing golden portal, and when they found themselves in a new space, a red dinosaur approached them and said that the Lord had sent him after them and then he would brand them with his scent, but he warned them that unless they attacked first, the creatures in the forest would not attack them. Then the red dinosaur noted that if they had the courage to enter the inner zone of the Great Blood Circle, even his scent would not help since the creatures in this zone were not below his level. After that, the red dinosaur warned people not to be too greedy. After this warning, the brightly glowing portal dissolved into thin air, and soon after, Su-hung, Huahong and Ji Meiyu were thrown onto a rock formation elevated above the abyss. Ji Meiyu laughed lying on the rocky parody, and Huahong sat with an angry expression on his face. The protagonist looked in front of him at the huge red dinosaur called the Bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex. Ji Meiyu looked at the Rex and shouted that it was a bloody Tyrannosaurus. After that, she noticed that he had come for them. Turning to the guys, she asked them what they would do. Suddenly, the bloody Tyrannosaurus opened its mouth wide and began to pour a copious stream of its own saliva on the masters. The angry masters looked in front of them with anger, being completely soaked in the saliva of the Tyrannosaurus. The protagonist sarcastically thought that this was a very unique ceremony. Rex addressed the guys and said that everything was done and the Lord's task was completed. After that, he informed them that they could do their research, and in a month he would track them down and bring them back with their things. Saying this, Rex turned around and walked in the opposite direction. Ji Meiyu, who was soaking wet, said that there should be signs at each of the gathering places. After that, she asked why they didn't split up and explore everything on their own. At that moment, Huahong stared at Ji Meiyu, who was saying these words with his cheeks flushed. Soon after that, he smiled and said that it was a good idea. At Ji Meiyu's suggestion, the three of them split up and went to the places that had been previously explored in their respective gathering places. However, in fact, since yesterday evening when the protagonist met Lu Yu, he had been thinking about how to hide his second beast. However, a good image was never found, and today, after hearing Ji Meiyu's suggestion, Su-hung agreed to get away from them and not show his second beast. The protagonist stood near the picturesque waterfall near the snake dragon while the treasure-seeking beast crawled forward towards the waterfall. The protagonist addressed the treasure-seeking beast as a treasure hunter and asked him if he was sure that this thing grew in this place. The treasure-seeking beast flew up to the protagonist and began to address him questioningly and irritably. The protagonist repeatedly answered him in the negative, and then asked how he could not believe him. Then Su-hung held a book in his hands and asked the treasure-seeking beast to move on. After that, Su-hung turned to the book he was holding in his hands, and while reading what was written there, he mentally recited that these plants love the shade but need dry conditions. The protagonist looked ahead in confusion and came to the conclusion that, however, this place has nothing to do with dryness. Shortly after these events, Su-hung was flying through the gorge while sitting on the back of the snake dragon. The treasure-seeking beast was flying in front of them with its paws outstretched. The protagonist was looking ahead and thinking that since the treasure-seeking beast learned to fly by digesting the levitating stone, this beast no longer likes to be held. Looking at the back of the flying treasure-seeking beast, the protagonist with a nervous smile on his face thought that it was difficult to hold a treasure hunter if he weighed more than 20 kilograms. Suddenly, the snake dragon opened its mouth wide and began to make loud sounds. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise and then asked himself loudly, "What?" Looking at the plain in front of him, Soo-hung thought that this was a different area. He understood that these were dry conditions and it should be. By this time, they were able to fly to a small pond in the stone desert. Looking at the treasure-seeking beast, the protagonist realized that the treasure hunter was guiding them, and soon after, the treasure-seeking beast pointed its finger to the side and looked at the protagonist. The protagonist looked at the treasure-seeking beast with wide open eyes and asked, "Did you find it?" Sometime after that, Soo-hung looked at the flower that was surrounded by purple energy and thought that in the old blacklight documents, it was called a shedding grass. But this thing in the old Dragon Codex has such a loud name as a scaly transformation grass, considering the information from the book. Soo-hung came to the conclusion that this is a miracle born from the scales of a dragon after this dragon fell into a specific environment where it was for thousands of years. The protagonist also learned that the plant allows individuals with a weak dragon lineage to take it and get a chance to transform into a type of dragon called Yahello. Looking at the plants, the main character reasoned that the older the plant, the higher the probability of turning into Yahello. After that, he started listing green, white, purple, dark purple. The protagonist came to the conclusion that this plant changes color once every 10 years and adds a leaf every 7 years. At this moment, the snake dragon glared at the treasure-seeking beast, while the protagonist stared at the plant with a surprised expression. Soon after, Soo-hung clenched his fist with a happy expression from the emotions overflowing in his face, realizing that he had encountered a top-quality plant. Suddenly, they heard a sound coming from the side, causing Soo-hung and the snake dragon to tensely turn towards where the sound was coming from, and the treasure-seeking beast screamed loudly in fear and grabbed Soo-hung's face in an attempt to hide. The protagonist turned to the treasure-seeking beast and asked, "What does he want to say?" The treasure-seeker beast only screamed in fear, pressing its body against the protagonist. After that, Soo-hung cried out in fear, "No!" Addressing the snake dragon, he ordered it to hide. After that, the snake dragon abruptly transferred them to another space, after which they all watched what was happening with frightened expressions on their faces, hiding behind the rocks. They saw someone's huge paw step on the ground. The protagonist thought that he needed to be more careful because in that place where the grass grows thickly, many creatures from the dragon race hide and hunt and guard the ripening of the scaly grass in order to devour it. The protagonist saw how the figure of a massive beast approached behind the rocks. Later it turned out that it was a huge toad. Looking at this, the protagonist cried out that this is an especially dangerous species, that is, the Yuri toad. The protagonist knew that it was a water and lightning and poisonous creature. With a tense expression looking ahead while copious amounts of sweat dripped down his cheeks, the protagonist thought that it looked like this toad should have reached a mature stage. The scaly grass shrouded in energy was attractive to the toad, who stared straight at this grass, after which the toad jumped high into the air approaching this scaly grass. However, suddenly something began to bubble in the lake near this grass, and suddenly a huge crocodile jumped out of this lake and opened its mouth wide and aimed at the toad. The protagonist, perplexed, covered his mouth in surprise and thought that this was a giant dark crocodile of the deep pond, and this was a special kind of water, evil beast. The protagonist guessed that perhaps this deep pond crocodile had reached the limit of its growth. Then Soo-hung cursed, realizing that the toad had no way to move and would die very soon. But suddenly the toad, with a surprised face and wide open eyes, began to concentrate many sparks of energy around itself. It was a huge number of golden sparks that spread from the mouth of this toad towards the puzzled crocodile of the deep pond. The crocodile of the deep pond, frightened by the sparks, stepped back and hit the toad with its tail, causing the toad to fly up. The protagonist, watching this battle, asked himself, "Is this a battle between especially dangerous species?" Then Soo-hung thought that unfortunately the toad's first movement is limited, so the toad will not be able to get out of this situation. Suddenly, from powerful energy and electrical discharges, Soo-hung's hair rose into the air, causing him to exclaim in bewilderment. In a shocked state, Soo-hung raised his head up and thought that there was incredible tension here. He assumed that it was possible. When he raised his head up, he saw that the toad was levitating in the air, spreading a huge amount of electricity around its body. The toad was swelling at a huge speed, becoming wider and wider, while sparks were inexorably sparkling around the body of the huge toad. After that, a powerful electric discharge coming from the body of the toad went towards the crocodile of the deep pond and struck the crocodile's body with an electric discharge, which caused the crocodile with surprised eyes looking ahead to begin to smolder, as its skin was fried by electricity. The main character, hiding his face from the explosion, shouted that it was strong. Soon after these events, the toad stood in a dried-up pond, as due to such a powerful discharge, all the water was dried dry, and in the place of the recent pond there were only dead fish, which were also fried. The toad was near the defeated crocodile, whose skin was black. The protagonist, looking at this with a tense expression on his face, began to reason that he had never thought before that everything would end like this, and that there really were many dangers in this bloody forest. The protagonist came to the conclusion that he would not be able to get this grass. At that moment, the toad, once again turning its attention to the scaly grass, approached it, and sticking out its tongue, almost touched a leaf of scaly grass. However, the crocodile suddenly opened its eyes and rushed to attack with its mouth wide open, chasing the toad. The toad turned back in bewilderment, while the protagonist watched in shock as the fight between the especially dangerous species of animals began again. The toad began to hastily retreat from the attacking crocodile that was chasing this toad. However, the toad failed to escape, and the crocodile, furiously clinging to the toad's hind leg, tore off this leg, provoking abundant bloody splashes from the bitten-off leg. The main character watching this hiding behind the rocks thought that this is a cool crocodile that was able to get out of the dying state, and now this crocodile can kill the toad. Then Soo-Hung was surprised to think about what a battle between especially dangerous species could be. The crippled toad with a missing paw was trying to run away from the crocodile in fear, which was also being wounded and was catching up with this toad. The main character with a surprised expression on his face looking at the animals thought, and said with a smile on his face, that these animals had disappeared. After that, Soo-Hung went to the scaly grass and grabbed it, and began to pull the grass out of the stones, while the snake dragon and the treasure-seeking beast were watching what was happening with interest. When the main character pulled out the scaly grass, then going to put it in a bag, he said that at first he only dreamed of getting it, but now while no one is there, he must take this plant. After that, Soo-Hung laughed loudly with a happy expression and ran forward, asking his beast to run as far as possible. At this time, a crocodile from the deep lake was devouring a killed toad, tearing the soft flesh with its sharp fangs. The crocodile grabbed the toad's paw with its powerful jaws, tearing it away from the main body. A strong aroma coming from the torn scaly grass penetrated the forests, soon after which this aroma was smelled by the crocodile, who turned in surprise in the direction from which the crocodile could smell this smell. At this moment, the protagonist and the treasure-seeker beast, being on the back of the snake dragon, were actively moving through the forest. The treasure-seeker beast looked with interest at the bag inside, which was scaly grass, seeing how a thick aroma spread from this grass. After that, a loud and powerful explosion was heard in the space that was behind them. Immediately after that, the treasure-seeking beast began to scream loudly in fear. The main character turned back and noticed that this was incomprehensible, and they had walked several dozen kilometers. Then he asked why the crocodile was chasing them. However, the treasure-seeking beast could not calm down, and with a terrified face actively pointed his finger in the direction from which the loud noise was coming. After that, Soo-Hung shouted that this was not surprising because the plant smelled. At that moment, the main character watched as the enchanted snake dragon actively inhaled the vapors emanating from the plant. The main character, putting his hand on his forehead, came to the conclusion that he underestimated the attractive smell of this plant for dragon creatures. Then Soo-Hung turned to the snake dragon and asked him to open his mouth. The snake dragon looked with appetite at the protagonist, who was bringing the scaly grass to his mouth. When the snake dragon swallowed this grass, he raised his happy face high up, opened his mouth and accelerated many times, actively rushing forward, thereby provoking a loud cry from Soo-Hung and the treasure-seeker beast. With a nervous smile on his face, looking ahead, actively holding on to the back of the snake dragon, the protagonist loudly asked, "Does this thing have some kind of accelerating effect?" After that, Soo-Hung felt something behind him. When it turned around, he saw a crying treasure-seeker beast who looked incredibly sad. Looking at this in surprise, Soo-Hung despaired and thought that he forgot that the treasure hunter, after turning into a dragon, also became a dragon. With an awkward smile on his face, Soo-Hung turned to the treasure-seeking beast and began to talk about how he did a great job in this treasure hunt, and how he thought he was the strongest beast. He asked the treasure hunter not to worry and explained that if they found anything, they would give it to him first. Then he asked, "Okay?" With a sad expression on his face, the treasure-seeking beast placed his chin on Soo-Hung's shoulder, after which Soo-Hung extended his little finger to the treasure hunter and offered to make a deal, then noticed that he did not go back on his words. The treasure-seeking beast, after a while of silence, extended his miniature paw to meet the little finger of the protagonist, shaking it. Then Soo-Hung, with a smile on his face, turned to the side and rushed forward on the actively moving snake dragon. However, Suddenly the snake dragon stopped abruptly, resting its paw on the ground. The protagonist, in bewilderment with his eyes wide open in surprise, began to shout loudly, raising his hands up. The protagonist, with a tense expression on his face, held tightly to the actively moving snake dragon. Suddenly Soo-hung turned his attention to the scales of the snake dragon, which were enveloped in bright concentrated energy. Soon several parts of the dense skin began to separate from the body of the snake dragon. The protagonist put his hand to the resulting wound on the back of the snake dragon. Together with the contact of the protagonist's palm and the body of the snake dragon, it began to glow with bright energy. Pushing off from the ledge, the snake dragon jumped into the air and began to soar in the sky, after which it abruptly fell from the cliff onto the rough ground between the trees. Rising to his feet, and the protagonist swore and held the head of the unconscious snake dragon in his hands. He swore loudly, shouting that the energy of the plant had begun to act, and it was unknown what other beasts would come to this smell. The protagonist, opening a bag with various items, began to say that he did not know how long it would take the snake dragon to come to his senses, and they had to do something. He took out a vessel with an elixir from his inventory and raising it into the air, shouting, "Exactly." The protagonist noticed that they should not move the snake dragon into the ring, and would have to watch it at night. When the brightly shining full moon illuminated the forest, Soo-hung held the head of the snake dragon in his hands. For the snake dragon that was unconscious, Soo-hung assembled a small tent of foliage and covered the body of the snake dragon with dry grass. Holding the head of the wounded snake dragon in his arms, Soo-hung looked ahead with a worried expression and said that the more dangerous the species, the stronger this one would be. The protagonist understood that each evolution of an animal is accompanied by ever greater danger and pain, and one day the development becomes limited by its own lineage, at which time the masters will have to make a difficult decision about changing their main pet, and those pets that cannot go in time with the master's progress will be. Frowning his brows and looking ahead, Soo-hung understood that then the pet no longer helps and becomes a hindrance, after which the protagonist began to reason that the masters will also be able to take their use of stronger and more perfect pets, and even such a strong master as Zhou He faced such a choice. The main character remembered that even his weakest pet, which was the scarlet wolf, is among the strongest among the pets, and of course, based on emotions or a voluntary break in the mental connection with the tamed animal, this will cause great mental and spiritual trauma to the master, and that is why the masters do not abandon these pets, and do not leave them to their fate. The main character hugged the head of the snake dragon with his hands and put his chin on its body, thinking that instead of this, the animals are placed in a certain place and artificially fed until the end of life, and he will do everything in his power to help it develop. After that, the main character holding the snake dragon with his hand turned to it and shouted that he did not want to part with it. The main character turned closely to the snake dragon and promised that he would do everything possible. When the morning came, Soo-hung pointed his finger at the treasure beast levitating in the air next to him and said that this was a deal, and this deal was one time. The treasure beast demonstratively clenched its small paw into a fist and then struck Soo-hung on the cheek, causing Soo-hung to be crushed by this. The protagonist irritably turned to the treasure beast and asked him how dare he use such force. After this, the protagonist sternly looked at the treasure beast, showed his fist, and shouted that now he was finished. Then the protagonist suggested to do it again. He shouted rock, scissors, paper. Soo-hung made a gesture indicating scissors. The treasure beast at this moment also showed a gesture of scissors, and suddenly a large paw of a snake dragon appeared between them, which was clenched into a fist and showed a stone. The protagonist and the treasure seeker beast turned around in confusion to look at the snake dragon sitting next to them. A moment later, when they realized it, they rushed to embrace the snake dragon with happy expressions on their faces, shouting cheerfully that it had returned. Soon after, the snake dragon's eyes began to glow bright red. The snake dragon stood up on its hind legs, straightened up and spread its wings wide in different directions. Then the snake dragon put its massive paws in front of itself and began to roar menacingly while its renewed skin glistened, reflecting the sunlight. Soon after these events, when the snake dragon was lying on the ground, Soo-hung, holding a ribbon in his hands, turned around looking at the snake dragon and with a happy expression on his face shouted that it was now 6 meters long, and this was a sign of maturity. The snake dragon extended its massive paw and touched Soo-hung's forehead with its claw. The protagonist looked at it in surprise, soon after which Soo-hung fell unconscious. Thanks to the power of the scaly grass, the snake dragon is very close to maturity and will soon show its perfect form, and the plant allowed the snake dragon to understand a new skill called dragon sleep. At this moment Soo-hung suddenly fell asleep and the snake dragon held his body on its paws. The skill called dragon sleep can not only be used on the snake dragon itself, this skill can help other beasts, and even Soo-hung quickly recover from injuries and physical abilities while they are sleeping. Seeing Soo-hung, who has not slept all night, The snake dragon hoped that he would be able to get a good night's sleep, but there was something that both of them did not expect, and this was that they were both very mentally tired, and the dragon code had also changed dramatically, in which new information appeared. The book called the Dragon Code was supplemented with new sheets, and this book was glowing with bright energy of golden color. The protagonist holding this book in his hands read the contents while the snake dragon on whose back he was sitting walked forward. The protagonist looking at the sheets of the book said that before the restrictions of the snake dragon's bloodline had always been a problem that he tried not to think about. However, due to the new information revealed in the Dragon Code, the protagonist with a smile on his face looked inside the Dragon Code and said that if the lizard line is chosen as the main line, then there are 23 paths of evolution of the snake dragon along which it can move to the snake species. The protagonist understood that among these beasts, there were intermediate types of horror, namely, the hammer-tailed horned dragon lizard, which stood on the same level as the bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex, that is, the Lord of the Bloody Ruins. The protagonist thought that the hammer-tailed dragon lizard was known for its huge hammer tail, which looked like a siege hammer, and the destructive power of which was comparable to the power of the main gun of a heavy tank. The protagonist also understood that the electric horned dragon lizard was a dragon lizard born with the power of lightning and had a sharp horn capable of releasing lightning, and this horn was also an indestructible combat weapon for the electric horned dragon lizard. The protagonist thought about this with a thoughtful expression on his face and thought that in addition to all this, there were intermediate types of horrors, as well as high-level horrors such as the hill dragon lizard, and also the magma dragon and battle lizard, as well as other beasts. Among these beasts, the dragon combat lizards are a race of dragons that follow the path of meat shields and firepower, and the dragon lizard combat system, that is, the high-level steel fire system of the terrifying species, can be called a mobile military fortress because its signature technology is the fusion of steel fire, a metal storm of flame that can make the enemy more afraid to live. The protagonist thought about this with a surprised expression on his face, his eyes and mouth wide open in surprise while he was reading the book. After that, the protagonist said that usually both masters and even teachers of this level, if they managed to obtain one of these evolution methods, the protagonist shared his thoughts that he was afraid that these masters would cry with joy for him. After that, the protagonist put his hand on his head with a tense expression on his face and shouted that he didn't even know what would be the best choice from all of this. Suddenly, the sheets of paper began to actively turn over. The protagonist looked at this in surprise and said that this. Sometime after these events, inside the Blood Forest ruins, Su-hung sat on the back of the snake dragon. Looking inside the book, Su-hung read that if the snake dragon chooses the snake dragon as its main bloodline, it will have 37 evolutionary paths to transition to the horror species. These species include the fog dragon, storm dragon, ice dragon, frost dragon, inferno dragon, and other types that are at the intermediate level of horror. After that, the book wrote that the fog dragon snake, as the name of this beast suggests, is a terrifying type of dragon with a fog and water system that is able to fly in the clouds and be invisible. The protagonist with a thoughtful expression imagined the appearance of the fog dragon snake, and in his opinion, this ability is too conspicuous and the value is not very high. So Su-hung looked for another method. There are only 11 ways to transform into a high-level terror species using the snake dragon lineage in general, and these species in particular include the earth snake dragon, Tengu snake dragon, shock snake dragon, thunder snake dragon, wind snake dragon, thunder snake dragon, and others. And although the earth snake dragon with earth abilities will perfectly inherit the earth system talent that the snake dragon Su-hung recently acquired, however, his snake dragon lacks the talent of the evil system, which will undoubtedly cause the snake dragon whose main strength lies in the evil system to lose a lot of strength. The protagonist understood that the wind and thunder snake dragon that combines the power of wind, dragon, evil, and lightning belongs to the highest level of high-level terror species, and this dragon that skillfully uses the power of wind and thunder is a high-level terror species with almost perfect racial potential. Looking carefully at the book, Su-hung thought that although the battle dragon was strong, this dragon was very bulky, and it seemed that the wind thunder snake dragon was the perfect choice for his snake dragon. The protagonist understood that the defense mechanisms of the Earth system had been discarded in favor of more powerful flying abilities and attacks. After that, the protagonist placed his index finger on the sheet of the book around which energy began to curl. The book wrote that in order to metamorphose the snake dragon into the wind thunder snake dragon state, the following ritual materials were needed. Next, a list of the necessary materials was presented: a complete dragon snake lizard in the amount of 1 piece and an advanced wind thunder dragon blood crystal in the amount of 1 piece, 5,000 dragon blood essences of secondary wind and thunder breeds, a complete wind and sound stone in the amount of 1 piece, A complete sound and thunderstone in the amount of 1 piece and wind and thunder essence in the amount of 1,500 samples. The protagonist, sitting on the flying snake dragon with a big smile on his face, shouted that now that they had a direction, he ordered to fly forward. The snake dragon spread its wings wide and flew over a vast desert area called the Tonkin Plain. The protagonist, sitting on the snake dragon, said that he thought that they had exhausted all their luck. After that, the protagonist, with a worried expression on his face, said that over the past 3 days they had not encountered anything valuable, and judging by the map that Liu Yu gave him in this area, they would be in unexplored dangerous zones. After that, the protagonist turned to the treasure beast and ordered to exchange thoughts. After this order, Su Heng's eyes began to glow a bright golden color. After the treasure-seeking beast became a dragon, it had a new feature, and this feature was that with the help of the energy of the mind, the treasure-seeking beast could share the images that it explored in Su Heng's eyes. Now Su Heng, with a concentrated expression on his face, his hands on his knees, looked intently in front of him while being enveloped in golden energy, while on his shoulder lay the treasure-seeking beast, which loudly screamed the characteristic sounds. Suddenly Su Heng concentrated his gaze on what was happening below them. Looking in that direction, he loudly asked, "What?" He saw 2 beasts chasing a frightened tree running away from these beasts. Looking at this, Su Heng said that judging by the state of these beasts, these should be 2 dragon beasts called harbingers of flame that grew in a magical aura, and these dragon beasts are chasing. The protagonist, with a surprised expression, looked at the frightened tree and asked, "Should this be a tree?" Then the protagonist asked again, "A tree that can walk?" The dragon beasts opened their mouths wide and caught up with the frightened tree. Looking at this, Su Heng thought that there was something wrong with this tree, and it seemed to him that he had seen it somewhere before. After these thoughts, Su Heng began to actively flip through the book, putting it on his lap. Soon Su Heng, with a wide smile on his face, shouted out that he had found this tree that absorbs energy. According to the old dragon code, the energy-absorbing tree is considered rare and almost extinct, and the word extinct here certainly conveys the rarity of this creature, and such a level of evaluation is unique to the old dragon dictionary because energy-absorbing trees are not a species of this world and came from the external void, and most trees spend their lives in the boundless darkness of the void where these trees grow, absorbing all sorts of energy in the void, and the lives of these trees are incomparably longer. At the beginning of their life, these trees still float in the outer void as seeds until it is absorbed by enough void energy in the void energy tidal wave to germinate again, after which it undergoes a very long and tedious process of further development until it is completely destroyed and the family form. As for the energy-absorbing trees that appeared in this world, all of these trees were outer void seeds that fell to the ground following the void cracks in the secret land, and this is another reason why the trees are rare, which is that these do not have the ability to reproduce. The protagonist clutched a book in his hands and said that the tree's ability to absorb energy can accelerate the transformation into a wind and thunder snake dragon. The snake dragon turned to the side questioningly, after which Su Heng thought with a confident smile on his face that the energy-absorbing tree did not have combat power, and therefore it was captured by the harbingers of flames. But the power of this tree was very great. The protagonist understood that the energy-absorbing tree belongs to the 4 extremely dangerous systems, that is, the void system, the magic system, the devouring system, and the plastic system, and much less common are secret systems such as the treasure hunter. Now the protagonist knew that the tree is capable of consuming a large amount of energy and accumulating it in its body and, if necessary, growing energy in the form of fruits, and this greatly helps the beasts since it quenches the thirst of the beasts and has many advantages. An even more surprising fact is that the tree that absorbs energy is capable of producing fruits with the same properties by consuming samples. If these are fruits or ingredients of a higher order, then if you eat it, it can create it. It works approximately like a combat laboratory for masters. After that, the protagonist, with a smile on his face, sitting on the snake dragon, said that every master who has an energy-absorbing tree can easily create an entire army of high-quality pets. After that, the protagonist turned to the snake dragon and asked him what he thought about it. In response to Su Heng's question, the snake dragon began to happily move its wings with a happy face, showing its attitude towards his question. The protagonist, sitting on the snake dragon that was rapidly moving from one space to another, shouted for them to follow forward. Soon after, high above the mountain surrounded by clouds, Su Heng, holding a treasure-seeking beast in his hands, sat on the snake dragon that was hovering in the sky. Some time after these events, 2 dragon beasts were dragging a tree. The protagonist, the treasure-seeking beast, and the snake dragon were watching them while hiding behind a rock. Suddenly, a small rock was thrown towards one of the dragon beasts and hit it right in the head. The irritated dragon beast turned towards where the rock came from and saw that the treasure-seeking beast was levitating in the air, provoking the dragon beast to attack. Suddenly, many small rocks were thrown towards this irritated dragon beast, causing bruises to appear on the skull of this dragon beast. Immediately after this, the angry dragon beast rushed to chase after the treasure-seeking beast who was mocking this beast. The second dragon beast located near the frightened tree began to roar menacingly at this energy-absorbing tree, thereby ordering this tree to stay in place. After that, the dragon beast turned around and headed in the opposite direction, and the frightened energy-absorbing tree looked ahead in confusion. Suddenly this energy-absorbing tree dodged a sharp stone fragment that flew past it in horror. This fragment hit the back of the dragon beast, causing this beast to bleed profusely. Immediately after that, a dragon hammer exuding thick energy appeared above the head of the dragon beast that had just been wounded in the back, who looked at this dragon hammer with fear. The dragon hammer that was levitating in the air suddenly fell, landing directly on the head of the dragon beast, thereby piercing the head of the dragon beast into the hard sandy ground. Shortly after, the protagonist squatted down with a thoughtful expression and looked at the dragon beast's head stuck in the ground while the snake dragon was behind him. Looking at this, Soohung said that in its mature stage, the dragon beast is indeed worthy of being a dangerous species. Even after the dragon hammer, this beast only lost consciousness. After that, the protagonist said that this technique could not kill the dragon beast even when it hit the target. Suddenly the snake dragon turned to the side in surprise, shortly after which the snake dragon was already standing next to the energy-absorbing tree, looking at this with annoyance. The protagonist turned to the side in surprise and saw that the treasure-seeking beast and the snake dragon were looking at the incredible frightened energy-absorbing tree with greedy and hungry eyes. The protagonist approached the energy-absorbing tree with a smile on his face and said that it needed to be tied up. At that moment Soohung was holding a rope in his hands. Soon after that the snake dragon, the treasure-seeking beast, and Soohung began to tie up the energy-absorbing tree with their joint efforts. The protagonist tightened the knot on the body of the energy-absorbing tree and shouted that it was great. Then they attached the tied energy-absorbing tree to the back of the snake dragon. Sometime after these events, when night came, Soohung, along with his pets and the tree, were sitting surrounded by rocks near a fire. A dish was being cooked in a cast-iron cauldron on the fire. The protagonist rose from the rock and approached the energy-absorbing tree and said so. The energy-absorbing tree looked up at Soohung, who had approached in fear. The protagonist stretched out his hand in front of him with a smile on his face and said that if the contract was successfully concluded then the snake dragon and the treasure hunter would not have to worry about food. The protagonist stuck his hand out in front of him and began to exude thick energy from his palm. At this moment, when Soohung's mind energy connected with the energy-absorbing tree, a strange image appeared in Soohung's mind. In the image that appeared in front of Soohung just a while ago, the energy-absorbing tree, which was not confident, suddenly put on sunglasses and a jacket and began to act defiantly. This energy-absorbing tree began to show itself off by saying that it was a tree in the mountains that absorbed energy, raising its hand up and holding a microphone in its other hand. The tree addressed the sun and said that it grew up happy and carefree and walked around, and when it was looking for a new place to live, it became the target of an attack and was caught red-handed. After that, the energy-absorbing tree began to talk about how it was panicked, scared and helpless. The protagonist looked at it in bewilderment and asked, "Is the energy-absorbing tree so hipster?" Then the protagonist picked up a bag of supplies for his pets and began to pour food on the ground. The protagonist turned to the energy-absorbing tree and asked it to eat it, explaining that this is high-quality treasure hunter food and if it likes it, the tree can eat the food and the snake dragon. The treasure hunter and the snake dragon watched in bewilderment as Soohung shared their food with the energy-absorbing tree. Then the protagonist pointed his finger at the food poured out on the ground and asked the energy-absorbing tree, "Is it delicious?" After that, the protagonist explained that if the energy-absorbing tree is his pet, it will get everything it needs. The protagonist then asked, "Is this okay?" The energy-absorbing tree turned away and said that it was giving a negative answer. The protagonist frowned and turned to his pets and pointed his finger at the energy-absorbing tree and told them that they would not have dinner because the energy-absorbing tree had eaten everything. The angry snake dragon and treasure-seeking beast stared at the frightened energy-absorbing tree. Soon after, a fight began, or rather a beating of the energy-absorbing tree by the treasure-seeking beast and the snake dragon. The protagonist turned away and covered his ears so as not to hear the sounds of the fight. While drinking a drink from a bottle, Soohung thought that he was not sure if this would work. Then the protagonist opened his eyes wider in surprise and lowered his hand into the bag and shouted, "Exactly." Soohung then said that he brought the incense bloodline. The protagonist was surprised that he forgot about it. The protagonist gave the energy-absorbing tree the bloodline incense. Soohung and the energy-absorbing tree simultaneously fell into the illusion created by the bloodline incense, and Soohung felt as if he had turned into a mature energy-absorbing tree floating in the void. In Soohung's mind, he began to imagine that he was a massive tree levitating in a magical space. One day, Su-hing came across a multicolored seed that turned out to be with the energy-absorbing tree. Stretching out his hands to the seed, Su-hun, that is, the large tree, decided to take root on the void meteorite and take care of this seed as a father, and the energy-absorbing tree considered him family. At present, Su-hing and the energy-absorbing tree raised their hands up with wide smiles on their faces. The protagonist turned to the energy-absorbing tree and with a wide smile on his face, he friendly proposed to negotiate with him. The energy-absorbing tree looked at Su-hing with awe and addressed him as a father. The energy-absorbing tree extended its hand towards Su-hing's hand, and when their hands touched, a powerful burst of dazzling energy caused a surprised reaction from Su-hing, whose eyes also began to glow with bright energy. Due to the dazzling light coming from Su-hing, the energy-absorbing tree, as well as the snake dragon and treasure-seeking beast, began to close their eyes as they were blinded by such a bright light. The protagonist, with brightly shining eyes and a smile on his face, looked at his palms and said that this energy-absorbing tree also seemed to be approaching the end of the growth phase, and the return of mental energy from this contract was so great that he was able to achieve the point where light appeared in his eyes. The color of the eyes is the stage of spiritual cultivation at which one can produce visions, and at this stage, the master has also completely stabilized the level of spiritual cultivation. At this point, the reputation of the beggar genius Su-hing has been raised. Soon after these events,